With an almost inaudible light step, Bella headed to meet her dear father, whose company she could not fully enjoy after a long separation. The girl was filled with joy that her father had finally called her to him, and she was very interested in the question for what reason. Bella herself didn't notice how she soon switched from a walk to a run, wanting to see her father as soon as possible. Already approaching the door, the thought flashed through the girl's head that this invitation to her father might be connected with the fact that it was her birthday tomorrow. With these joyful thoughts, Bella pulled the handle and opened the door, behind which she expected to find much joy today. She started to greet her father upon entering, but her speech was cut short when Bella saw that Anthony Morgan was not alone in the room. With some completely indifferent tone, and clearly not filled with paternal love, Anthony said, apparently addressing his guest, who was comfortably seated in an armchair, that the child had arrived. The already alarmed girl asked her father what was happening here, mentally wondering what kind of person was in the room with her father at such a late hour. But suddenly, Anthony grabbed Bella's hand with all his might and pulled her towards him, causing the girl to scream. And the mysterious guest, sitting in the chair with a slight smile, watched what was happening without interfering. And suddenly he spoke, noting that this was a very lovely child, and he would be very sorry to use her as a sacrifice. The word victim, spoken by an unknown man, resounded in the girl's ears, with thunder and genuine horror. With tears in her eyes and trembling with fear and horror, Bella asked her father what was happening here now. But Edward, as if not hearing at all what his daughter was saying, and squeezing her small body even tighter with his hands, answered the man that if this could help the cardinal, then he would not back down from his decision. Feeling the hopelessness of the situation, the girl screamed heart-rendingly, but neither her scream nor her attempts to escape from her father's hands were successful. So, on the night before Bella's 12th birthday, she was betrayed and abandoned by the one whom she loved with all her heart, and waited for a very long time. Her own father. 6 long years have passed since that day. Screaming about where she came from here, the man forcefully pushed the girl, causing her to hit the wall and sit on the ground. At that same moment, the girl's little maid jumped out between the offender and his victim and screamed at the top of her voice that they should not touch her mistress. But the main offender and his minions just laughed, saying that such a trifle had no place here at all. Holding the little maid who was protecting her close to her, the girl said that the men should not think of harming them, since her father was the Marquis of the Northern Lands. But the attackers did not believe this, saying that the daughter of the Marquis would definitely not walk around in such a place, and in their turbulent time with only one little maid accompanied. And their obvious leader, taking the girl by the chin and lifting her face, said that she was very pretty, and therefore she could be sold at a higher price. Fearing for the fate of her mistress, the little maid rushed into her arms, shouting for the offenders to leave them alone. But this only provoked the men, who concluded out loud that the baby could also be sold profitably to those who love perversion. And so the leader of the group took active action, grabbing the girl by the hand and saying that she would better go with him on good terms. The shameless man did not even notice how a new participant in this scene appeared behind him. With one quick movement of his hand, the stranger grabbed the offender by the head and with all his strength literally slammed his face into the masonry of the wall. Before he even had time to understand what had happened, the gang leader, in front of his henchmen, was coughing up the blood flowing from his broken face. He turned sharply in the direction where the unknown man who had interfered with his actions was located, and began to hurl curses at him. But not a single word he said provoked any reaction from this visitor, whose face was hidden by a scarf. The girl, also without saying a word, looked enthusiastically at her savior. And so the man, clearly thirsty for revenge, rushed towards the one who interfered with his lucrative deal to sell girls, believing that his opponent's triumph over him was an accident, since the latter attacked from behind. The man tried to strike him with his hand, which, however, the stranger dodged quite easily. And then, without waiting for any further actions from the attacker, the savior grabbed the gang leader by the head and dropped him with all his might. The blow was so strong that the stone path became covered with cracks, and the failed kidnapper of the girls was finally neutralized. Having finished with the leader, the stranger cast a sharp glance at his henchmen standing nearby, who did not tempt fate, and, having taken their defeated leader, hastily retreated from the battlefield. And the girls, continuing to sit, silently watched the winner of this confrontation. The little maid was the first to speak, asking the stranger whether he had any intentions of selling him and his mistress. But without answering the girl's question, the savior, revealing his face, asked if everything was okay with the girls. But the lady was clearly in some kind of stupor from the events that had taken place, and, without waiting for an answer to the question, the stranger offered to accompany the girls in order to avoid a repetition of such situations. After a short period of time, the entire newly formed company was already at home. The little maid could not believe her eyes, looking at all the dishes with which the table was simply overflowing and getting ready to have a hearty dinner. And her mistress looked with tenderness at how appetizingly the girl devoured one dish after another. Then, turning to her rescuer, the girl said that she was grateful to Mr. White for his hospitality, to which he immediately replied that he did not really expect the girls to go with him. But the guest immediately expressed her lack of understanding of what was said, recalling that the man himself invited them to his place. However, Mr. White countered this by saying that just going with some stranger like that was the height of stupidity, to which the girl innocently replied that they were no longer strangers, since they introduced themselves to each other, and if the man forgot, then she reminds her that her name is Bella Morgan. But the man was adamant, objecting to what was said by saying that knowing their names does not make them truly familiar people. After all that had been said, there was an awkward pause, during which Bella and Nicholas White gave each other blank looks. The girl was the first to speak after this pause, expressing her assumption that with these words the man wanted to hint that it was time for girls to know the honor. But Nicholas immediately replied that Bella misunderstood him. These were just thoughts out loud, and she shouldn't pay attention to it. To which the simple-minded little maid Evie said that the man himself first put them in an awkward position with his words, and now he is turning everything in the opposite direction. In response to what the maid said, Bella reprimanded her and was about to continue her meal. But suddenly, Nicholas remembered what the girl had said, that she was the daughter of a duke, and said that he had never heard that he had a daughter. And the girl, without any hesitation, answered that officially the Marquise does not have a daughter, but those who need it know about her existence. What Bella voiced gave rise to the thoughts in Nicholas's head that this girl could be the illegitimate daughter of the Marquise, an illegitimate child. And then the man said that in this case the girl should return home, which caused an exclamation of surprise from her. Nicholas explained that he, of course, is not aware of all the events, but life in the capital is much more chaotic, and what happened today could easily repeat itself. And then, looking closely at Bella, he added that she was very striking because she had a very beautiful appearance. The girl never expected to hear such direct words, and the man continued that, because of her appearance, she would constantly be the subject of attention, since the more beautiful the girl, the more profitably she can be sold. Where in such cases, criminals always quickly find accomplices who are attracted by a substantial jackpot. Looking at Nicholas, Bella asked if he would demand some kind of payment from them for salvation and for shelter and food, to which the man did not find an answer, since he was completely discouraged by what the girl said, and decided that he simply scared her very much. Suddenly, without saying a word, he rose from his seat and headed towards the table. Bella was also silent, waiting for developments and interested in what her savior would do next. But contrary to all expectations, once at the table, Nicholas suddenly took out a dagger and placed it next to the girl. Frightened, Bella asked what this was for, to which she immediately received an answer from the man that it was for her safety. And while the girl picked up and examined the offering, Nicholas told the girl to use this item if necessary. Taking the weapon from the girl's hands, the man said that even he was no exception in this situation, and she should stick a dagger into him in case he suddenly approaches her with some dirty thoughts. Leaving the dagger in the turkey and finishing his speech, Nicholas headed out of the room. Bella looked confused, first after the leaving man, then turned her gaze to the dagger, which remained sticking out of the smoked turkey carcass. And suddenly the girl laughed, saying that Nicholas did too, not understanding either the essence of Bella's reaction or what the words spoken to her might mean. The man turned around and asked what she meant. Giving the man the kindest and most gentle look, Bella said that she also found Nicholas a very attractive man. The man did not expect to hear such an answer, and literally opened his mouth in surprise. He stood and looked at the smiling girl, not knowing what to say, or how to react to what he said to her. In complete confusion, Nicholas thought about why the girl suddenly started talking about his attractiveness, and the only thought that came to his bright head was that the girl might have some kind of mental disorder or be mentally retarded. Dinner was over, and all the current inhabitants of this home had long been in their beds. Bella's sleep was interrupted by the feeling that someone was approaching her, and the girl opened her eyes. Directly in front of her, she saw Nicholas looming over her, who, pressing his index finger to his lips, gave her a sign to be quiet. Looking in confusion at her yesterday's savior, who was now doing something unclear, Bella asked if this was the case when she needed to stick a dagger in a man. But Nicholas suddenly pulled the girl by the hand, telling her to immediately hide under the bed and sit there quietly. But seeing her confusion, he pulled Bella's hand a little harder and asked her to hurry up. And a moment later, the door to the room swung open sharply, where the same gang leader, whom Nicholas, defending the girls, had fought back yesterday, appeared in the doorway with a victorious exclamation. Having positioned himself in the middle of the room and enlisting the support of not only his henchmen, but also some military man, the kidnapper of the girls unceremoniously asked Nicholas the question of where he had taken his loot, where the next immediate demand was to return to him those girls who by right belonged to him. But Nicholas replied in a completely calm tone that the man was apparently delirious, and it was better for him to leave his home in an amicable way. Clearly feeling some kind of superiority over his opponent, the kidnapper of the girls grinned slyly, clenching some object tighter in his fist. Saying that now he would regret interfering in his affairs, the kidnapper suddenly quickly pulled out a knife and ran the tip of the blade across his hand. Nicholas couldn't believe his eyes, but his thoughts were already forming an answer to what was happening now. Meanwhile, the blood oozing from the kidnapper's hand sprinkled the stone held in his palm, and the hieroglyphs carved on it began to emit a glow. The entire room was shrouded in white fog, in which someone's silhouette began to be visible. Having already realized what the kidnapper had done, Nicholas shouted to him in anger that he was a real madman. After all, this stupid man has just summoned a monster, one of those that live in the world of the dead, to solve his problems. Realizing that a fight was inevitable, Nicholas grabbed his sword, adopting a defensive position, and the summoned monster immediately began its attack. Shielding himself with the black blade of his sword, Nicholas stopped the beast's throw, after which he threw him back with force to the very place from where this monster appeared. And at that very moment, Bella appeared between the beast and the man, who loudly shouted for the battle to be stopped. But Nicholas quickly left the girl behind him, rushing towards the beast, which was starting a new attack. And while he restrained the monster, the one who summoned him stood and laughed at what was happening in the room, saying that the girl should not have been so naive. But Bella replied that all those who started this violence are naive, and if now the men don't come to their senses and stop it, then she won't be able to forgive them for this. To which the kidnapper said that the girl clearly had some problems with her head. At this moment, the monster called for disassembly suddenly focused its attention on Bella, and having bypassed its opponent in the person of Nicholas, the undead sharply rushed at the girl. The man did not even have time to react to what had happened, and only a cry of despair escaped from his throat, where, a second after the beast jumped, blood sprayed like a fountain in all directions. Stunned, Nicholas stood with his eyes and mouth wide open, silently watching the bloody performance, during which not only blood scattered in all directions, but also the head of the monster, separated from the body, flew somewhere to the side. After which, Bella appeared to Nicholas's gaze, completing her graceful movement with her hand gripping the hilt of the dagger, which was the reason for the separation of the monster's head from the body. This sight, combining the beauty of the girl and the horror of the blood dripping from the blade of the dagger and the head of the beast lying on the floor, was truly terribly beautiful. Neither the kidnapper and his henchman, nor Nicholas, could believe that this fragile-looking girl had just dealt with such a monster with one easy movement. And Bella, meanwhile, smiling sweetly, said that she saw and understood the surprise of the men, concluding her short speech with a reminder that she had already noted their naivety. Suddenly, with the stone that the girl's kidnapper continued to clutch in his hand, what began to happen? Of course, the man felt this and saw some kind of glow begin to emanate from his palm. He threw the stone away, but the glow did not stop. It turns out that it did not come from the stone, but from his palm, from which his consciousness and appearance began to change dramatically. And now he was already standing in front of the participants in the recent events in the room in a new guise, where his eyes were exactly the same as those of the undead defeated by Bella. At the same moment, the recent kidnapper, who had suddenly turned into a monster, sank his teeth into the body of one of his henchmen. Bella turned her gaze indifferently to what was happening literally a couple of meters from her. But without missing a second, she headed in the direction where the reincarnated kidnapper was attacking his companion. Seeing the approaching girl, the newly made monster threw away its random victim and rushed at Bella. But with some incredibly fast movement, the girl stopped this attack by striking the new undead with the back of the dagger's hilt on the back of the head, which made the monster fall to the floor, unconscious, like a sack of potatoes. The henchman of this man, defeated by the girl, watched all this action from the sidelines, which meanwhile turned to them and said that for this reason, you shouldn't grab anything and do something you don't know anything about. Bella immediately squatted down in front of the man she had defeated and voiced the question of where this narrow-minded man got the sacrificial stone. Having not heard an answer to the question posed, the girl turned to the kidnapper's henchmen and asked them about what was unclear in the question asked. The one who almost became a victim of his boss stood up and explained that about 3 months ago, their boss said that he had found him. Picking up a stone from the floor, the girl stated out loud that this meant it happened by accident. And fully erect, Bella announced that she would confiscate the sacrificial stone. And immediately turning to the men, the girl said that now they would have to answer for what they had done, which had already led them to bewilderment. At that moment, Bella's little maid appeared from under the bed, where she had been hiding all this time. Kneading her numb hands, Evie said in a cold tone that her mistakes can always be corrected, after which the girl extended her palms forward towards the men, who were literally squeezed into a corner. I don't know what other surprises could be expected from the seemingly little girl after what she had already seen. But without shocking the already frightened men with anything else, Evie simply told them to immediately give her everything they had in their pockets. It was already getting light outside when the uninvited guests were robbed and escorted out of the house, and little Evie was finishing cleaning the room. Shocked by what he saw no less than the uninvited guests, Nicholas asked the girl whether her weakness was a game, to which Bella replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. The girl explained that she never presented herself as weak, but simply followed the basic rules of etiquette. But the man continued to stick to his line, saying that allowing himself to be taken away by a gang of crooks somehow didn't seem like good manners. Bella and Evie looked at each other before returning their gaze to the man. The little maid was the first to speak, saying that everyone needed this, both the girls and the kidnappers. Then Bella supported her words, saying that they somehow needed to cover travel expenses, which Evie immediately continued, saying that this was payment for their work in rehabilitating the kidnappers. After listening to everything that was said, Nicholas indignantly said that all this was just some kind of robbery and nothing more. Hanging her head, the girl sadly said that, of all the possible words, for some reason, the man chose this offensive word, robbery. And then the man suddenly realized that, in fact, this girl had never asked him or anyone else for help. Moreover, when he offered the girl a weapon, she was not very keen to take it. He himself insisted, saying that if necessary, she could stick the dagger into him too. From these thoughts, the man literally began to boil inside, cursing himself out loud for interfering in the first place. This attracted the girl's attention, and she asked if she had heard correctly the words that she had intervened in vain, to which the man said that he didn't mean it that way. But Bella had already changed the subject, holding out her hand with the sacrificial stone and saying that this was a much more important topic of conversation, since she knew about the search for this stone by the man produced. Sacrificial stones appeared in their world about a century ago, and these objects were dangerous because with their help, it became possible to literally open the doors to hell, to the world of the dead. On the way to the capital, Nicholas learned that one of these stones was in this city and conducted an investigation into this matter. Lowering his eyes, Nicholas said that the girl was right, but noted to himself that she was very insightful, and he should not have considered her naive and stupid. And Bella said that the stone now belongs to her, which creates interest in the man's actions, where he can either come to terms with it or try to take away what he needs. To which Nicholas answered, without thinking, that the sacrificial stone, of course, is an important thing for him, but in no case is he going to take it away by force. At first, Bella listened with surprise to everything that the man said, and then, smiling good-naturedly, she said that she thought so, because Mr. White really seemed very nice to her. Such words came as a complete surprise to Nicholas, and he froze, not knowing how to respond. And the girl, standing up, said that it was not in vain that the man intervened, since although she did not need to be saved, kindness would definitely not hurt her at all. After which, Bella approached Nicholas and placed a sacrificial stone in his palm, saying that this was her gratitude for the man's kindness and participation. This act of the girl again led the man into complete bewilderment, where he simply stood and looked at what no other person would ever give away for nothing. But, finally, having collected his thoughts, Nicholas replied that on the one hand, he accepts the gift, but since the gift is too valuable, he remains in Bella's debt and will repay her when and how she wishes. The delighted girl said that she was also happy with this outcome, after which she asked whether the man was heading to the palace now. But, anticipating the girl's proposal, Nicholas said that he could not become her companion, since he already had many accompanying people. Such a statement from the man caused the girl a considerable feeling of surprise, and of course, upset her a little, where Bella mentally said that she wouldn't mind finding out what he's doing, since he has so many companions. Out loud, the girl, without betraying her emotions, said that in this case they would have a chance to meet in the palace. With a very pleased expression on his face, Nicholas said that he would be only too happy about this. After some time, the new acquaintances dispersed in different directions, where Nicholas soon approached the tent camp. Having gone into one of the tents, he laid out the treasured trophy on the table, for the sake of which he made this foray, and his simple attire was immediately replaced by a luxurious robe, decorated with fur, where the knights immediately greeted their master, congratulating him on his successful return. When asked how the investigation went, Nicholas replied that the sacrificial stone was used by robbers to commit crimes. Carrying out the instructions of his duke, his closest assistant Felton loudly announced that their goal had been achieved in just 2 days, and they could now return to the capital. Meanwhile, Nicholas had already managed to jump on his horse, and after very little time, which it took to get ready, he was already leading his people towards the capital. On the way, he remembered Bella and the girl's words addressed to him that he was very sweet. With a smile on his face and the most pleasant sensations, Nicholas mentally concluded that the girl herself was a very sweet creature. On the other hand, the man saw Bella as very strange, where she first pretends to be helpless and then simply robs people. And finally, Nicholas came to the conclusion that along with all the qualities already noted, this girl is very honest. Having finished reflecting on the qualities of his new acquaintance, Nicholas wondered how she might react to the fact that he was the Duke of the Southern Lands. The man's thoughts were interrupted by Felton, who asked his master that something good had clearly happened to the latter. However, the Duke was in no hurry to confess, and asked his first assistant why he came to this opinion, to which Felton immediately replied that this was evident from the gentleman's very good mood and the frequent smile on his face. But still, the question was left unanswered. But after a short time, Nicholas himself suddenly addressed his assistant by name, to which he immediately replied that he was at the disposal of the Duke. And the man asked Felton if he knew anything about Morgan having a daughter, to which Felton asked whether the Duke meant the Marquise of the Northern Lands. The Duke confirmed his assistant's guess, and he said that the Marquis really had a daughter, but she died many years ago. And in response to the immediate question about what her name was, the assistant said that it seemed like Isabel, or Bella, but he didn't know for sure. After falling silent, Nicholas noted that all of this certainly couldn't be just a coincidence. He only mistook her for the illegitimate child of the Marquise, and she turned out to be dead. Deciding that yesterday he saw the ghost of Isabel Morgan, Nicholas decided that at the next meeting, he would definitely find out all the details. He spurred his horse, picking up speed, as did his entire army. At the same time, a modest carriage was slowly rolling along one of the roads leading to the capital. Inside, Bella looked thoughtfully at the landscapes flashing outside the carriage window. The voice of the little maid, who voiced her thoughts, that it is not often possible to meet such a decent and honest young man as Nicholas, attracted the girl's attention. Remembering the details of this gentleman's appearance, Evie wondered aloud what this man might be doing. For a split second, Bella also thought about what type of activity might be most characteristic of Nicholas. and imagining his very pleasant facial features, the girl said that at the next meeting she would definitely find out. And the little maid had already changed the subject, asking her mistress what she would do when she met her father in the palace, to which Bella, after thinking a little, replied that she would first say hello, ask how he was doing, and then give him a chance. Not quite understanding what the last point meant, Evie asked if the lady was going to give her father a chance, and Bella answered without hesitation that this would be a chance to ask her for forgiveness. Until the age of 6, Bella lived completely alone in one of the suburban estates. On the advice of more experienced aristocrats, Bella's mother, the wife of a viscount, was to distance herself from her daughter in order to focus on raising her newborn son, who was to become the family's heir. That's why the little girl was constantly surrounded by loneliness. All she could do was look at the portrait of her parents, dreaming of the day when she could meet them. Little Bella often talked to this portrait, saying that she missed her parents very much. And then one day, the maid told Bella that a letter had arrived from the main estate demanding that she return home. This was the best thing the girl could hear, and she returned home full of joy. Experiencing the most pleasant sensations, the little girl went to this long-awaited meeting with her parents. And as if the parents, whom she had never seen, who had come to life from a painting and warmly greeted their daughter, seemed to her the most beautiful people in the whole world. Following all the necessary ceremonies, Bella curtsied and greeted her parents, calling herself Bella Morgan. The girl believed that from that moment on, every day of her life would be filled with nothing but happiness. All these events of the past flashed through Bella's head more and more often as she approached the place where she would meet her father. And once again, the little maid distracted her mistress from not the most pleasant memories, saying that they were already approaching. And indeed, through the carriage window, one could already see the capital and the imperial palace, bursting with luxury. Life on the streets of the capital was in full swing, manifesting itself in the people who did not know grief, filling its streets. Meanwhile, in order to get inside, it was necessary to stand in a considerable queue, since a lot of people arrived today. Evie, leaning out the window and assessing the size of the queue, concluded that they would only get inside when night fell. But Bella said that they did not need to stand in line and asked the maid to find an invitation. Fulfilling her mistress's request, Evie immediately rushed to look for the treasured envelope, which was supposed to help them get rid of the need to waste time waiting for their turn. And very soon, the little maid took out that very envelope, sealed with a seal. Without thinking twice, Evie extended the invitation to a guard standing nearby. And as soon as he saw the seal, the guard immediately apologized to the girls and gave instructions to let their carriage skip the line. Soon the travelers were already in the chambers allotted to them, where the little maid only had time to marvel at the luxury of the imperial palace. In just a matter of seconds, she examined everything that was possible in their room. But noticing that her mistress was clearly examining her appearance, the girl asked where she was going to go, to which Bella replied that she wanted to go to meet her father. Evie expressed her doubts about this, saying that the girl was just on the road and was not ready, to which Bella immediately replied that no special ceremonies were needed to meet her parents. After which the girl turned around and headed towards the exit. She said that she would just go and see her father. But, having reached the desired door, Bella realized that she would not be able to simply meet her father, since the guards blocked her path, saying that she would not be able to go there. Instead, one of the guards produced and handed Bella a letter from their master. Having unfolded it, the girl read only one sentence, where it was said that she should not even dare to use her father's loss. Having finished reading, the girl once again turned to the guards, asking them to tell them that Bella Morgan was very insistent on meeting. But the guards, without moving from their place, still said that the girl needed to leave. But suddenly, an exclamation was heard from the side, where the approaching man said that the girl should not rush. Turning her head, Bella saw her family's butler, Carl, approaching her. And so, a few minutes later, the butler and Bella were sitting opposite each other in one of the rooms. With the hope that the man remembered her, the girl asked how he had been all this time. But Carl suddenly said sharply that it was completely impermissible for the girl to impersonate a long-dead person. Surprised, Bella exclaimed that it was really her, and asked why the butler didn't recognize her. As proof, the girl reminded the man of past events, where she kept slipping on the steps of the stairs. And in order to protect the little lady, the butler covered the stairs with a carpet. which then made the girl very happy, and she was sincerely grateful to the man for this. But Carl again did not believe the girl, asking where she heard about it. And then, rising from his seat, Carl said that if only the girl had imagined how much his master grieved over the death of his daughter, then she would never have decided to impersonate her. At that moment, one of the servants delivered tea, and the man said that since the girl had arrived, he should treat her to a drink, after which she should leave and no longer try to disturb the marquise. Saying that he would prepare the tea himself, Carl ordered the servant to leave. Turning his back to the girl, the man suddenly stuck his hand into his inner pocket, from which he took out a small gold-plated bottle. Thinking that the poor lady should not have returned here at all, Carl poured the poison into a mug of tea. Then he placed the mug on the table in front of the guest. Bella had long understood everything that was happening now and looked into Carl's eyes without any emotion. Then, looking at the mug of poisoned tea, the girl concluded that not a single word of hers here, apparently, would be accepted normally. And when Bella raised the mug, Carl sadly noted to himself that that was all. Soon the girl's life would be interrupted. Bella, holding a mug with a deadly drink, asked to tell her father that she was inquiring about his health. But after thinking for a second, she suddenly asked Carl what would happen if suddenly she was found dead tomorrow. These words completely discouraged the man, where it seemed to him that the girl saw through his plan. But immediately saying that, she asked just like that. The girl drank the entire contents of the mug. Placing the mug on the table, Bella quickly walked away, leaving a final note to the butler that they would meet again. Soon Bella literally burst into her chambers, taking her little maid by surprise. The girl rushed straight to the sink, thereby provoking Evie to question whether everything was all right with her mistress. Without answering the maid's question, Bella, having completed the simple procedure of extracting most of the poison by emptying her stomach, sat down on the floor. She said that she had taken poison, some of which had managed to get into her blood, which made her weak, and therefore she needed help to get up. And to the question of Evie, who rushed to her, Bella said that the poison was given to her by the person dearest to her, which means she could not refuse to take it. It was a quiet and very strong poison that paralyzes the entire body, where a person cannot even make an effort to take a simple breath of air. And suddenly, the girl, for no apparent reason, burst into loud laughter. This behavior greatly frightened the little maid, who asked if this was part of the effect of the poison, to which the girl replied that she was fine. But what made her laugh was that instead of her father, the butler came out to talk to her and bully her. Showing Evie a letter from her father, Bella said that she had come such a long way, but was awarded only this pathetic piece of paper, but with a touching text. Having familiarized herself with the contents of the paper, the maid said that if these lines could cause anything, it would only be anger, which made her mistress laugh. Where Bella explained that the words paternal loss means wounded, and this could very well mean that he regrets what he did. And therefore she really wants to believe that, at least in some small amount, the father will be able to feel guilty before his daughter. But the little maid continued, not believing that her mistress really believed these words, to which Bella immediately replied that at first she was confused by these words, but then she heard poison being poured into her mug of tea. And suddenly the girl laughed again, saying that you should have seen how pale the butler turned when she told him of her possible death. But the little maid was indignant, saying that the poison could not be swallowed since it was a real threat to life. But Bella replied that they all tried so hard, and she simply could not help but drink it. And besides, she was definitely not in danger of dying from this poison. But Evie objected again, saying that even if her mistress did not die, the pain would still not go away. Bella said nothing to the maid's words, and she sat down next to her. Lowering her small head onto the girl's shoulder, Evie said that tomorrow the Bella poisoners would most likely come to check on her condition, to which Bella replied that in this case she should be the first to pay a visit, and Evie immediately said that after this, they would definitely send a killer to her. The fear was justified, and the little maid said that she would sleep with her mistress just in case. And when Bella tried to object, Evie said that she should also be pitied, since she was essentially still a very small child. The night turned out to be restless for the girl. Her whole body was burning. Her insides were hurting because of the poison that she had taken inside. Realizing that she wouldn't be able to fall asleep, the girl got up and went to the window of her room. In the house opposite, music was playing loudly, and the fun was in full swing. With sadness, The girl noted that if her father had not sold her, she could now have fun at this ball and be among her own people. And suddenly, in one easy movement, the girl jumped over the railing of her balcony and carefully landed on the lawn near the house. Heading into the garden, she remembered that night gardens are rightfully considered one of the best places for secret dates. And suddenly, she felt someone approaching her from behind. Bella immediately remembered the words of her little maid that next time they would send a murderer to her. Ready for anything, the girl quickly turned around, striking with her hand, and froze in place, as she saw in front of her someone whom she had not expected to see at all. Protecting himself from the movement of the girl's hand, Nicholas White looked at the surprised Bella. In surprise, Bella exclaimed loudly, calling the man by name, after which she added that she completely forgot to take with her the security measure the man had previously presented to her, to which Nicholas immediately replied that this was not necessary now. This whole situation made the girl laugh a lot, not expecting such an unexpected meeting on a night walk. She noted that their meeting occurred much earlier than expected, with which the man completely agreed. Looking at Nicholas's appearance, Bella noted that in this short period of time, during which they had not seen each other, the man had changed a lot. Without commenting in any way on what the girl said, Nicholas asked what the girl was doing at such a late hour in the garden, where he immediately received the answer that she wanted to take a walk. And to a similar question from Bella, he replied that he also decided to take a night walk. While the man was answering, his attention was drawn to what his random encounter was wearing, where he noted that this was the second time he had seen a girl in sleepwear. Without thinking twice, Nicholas took off his outerwear and threw it over the girl's shoulders. Such kindness and care on the part of a man towards an unfamiliar girl looked very sweet to Bella. While they were walking through the park, Nicholas asked if the girl had met her father, but instead of answering, he was addressed with a counter-question about what it was on his part, real keen interest or some kind of verification, to which the man replied that he had already heard how rudely they treated Bella by not letting her into the marquise, and the girl immediately said that in that case, Nicholas already knew everything and she had nothing to add. Continuing to carry on the conversation, the man asked for what purpose Bella was seeking a meeting with Marquis Morgan, but the resourceful girl cunningly avoided answering, saying that the man was somehow strangely interested in her affairs, where at the same time he did not talk about himself at all. To this, Nicholas replied that he belongs to the eastern lands, and the girl's father belongs to the northern ones, where it is no secret that relations between the East and the North are, to put it mildly, strained. It was precisely this circumstance that the man explained his silence, so as not to create discomfort for the girl. After listening to everything that was said, Bella noted to herself that Nicholas's concealment of his identity, as it turned out, was not accidental, but was done for the sake of her peace of mind. Smiling imperceptibly, the girl said that she just wanted to exist. It is for this reason that she seeks to meet her father, Anthony Morgan, because at present it does not officially exist in this world, and for all these people. After all, her death is a much more natural and simple thing than the fact that she will suddenly be alive. It was for this reason that she came to have her father take on this responsibility, but so far it has turned out that he, not only responsibility, did not even want to meet his resurrected daughter. Listening to Bella's story, Nicholas noted that under ordinary circumstances, sensitive people are gentle in character, while strong people are cold. But this girl somehow unimaginably combined tenderness and perseverance. The walk continued, where Nicholas suddenly said that if the father still did not want to recognize and accept the girl, then she would always be welcome in the East, for which he was immediately grateful. But Bella immediately added that at first, she considered the man a small pawn, alone looking for the sacrificial stone, but now she sees that the man's position is much higher. And the girl finished her speech by saying that it would be better for her to address the man by the title of Duke at their next meeting. Noting to himself that the girl was indeed very perceptive, Nicholas said that in the presence of others, she should address him that way. But then he asked a counter-question about how he should address the girl at their next meeting, to which Bella replied that in front of others, you should call her a lady, but when they are one-on-one, a man can simply call her by her name. After thinking for a while, Nicholas suddenly said that he quite often walks at night to get some fresh air. Not understanding anything, the girl asked him why the man had said this at all, to which Nicholas replied, not without a hint of irony, that he said it just like that. Bella supported this game, saying that this was a very good coincidence, since she also really loves night walks. Charles handed Edward Morgan a letter, saying that it had been sent at dawn today. Having printed it out, the Marquis read the lines written by Bella, where she said that he was probably curious why she was looking for a meeting with him after so many years. But she was also curious to know the reason why he did this to her. Therefore, if he explains to her the reason, then she, too, will satisfy the Marquise's curiosity and show everything that she is capable of. Having finished reading the letter, Edward asked the butler what happened, to which Carl replied that the poison was the most powerful, but by some miracle, the girl survived. The Marquise immediately said that he had no doubts about Carl's actions, since he knew about his scrupulousness, and the butler replied that he would sort everything out, and this time there would be no mistake. Then one of the maids entered the room, who said that she had information of interest to the master, where Bella Morgan was invited here by the Duke of the Southern Lands himself. This greatly shocked Edward, who did not expect that his late daughter was summoned to the capital by one of the most influential people in the world. Carl said that if she was the honored guest of such an influential person, then it becomes incomprehensible why she arrived without any accompaniment. To which the Marquis himself explained that the girl was probably just testing the waters with her sudden appearance and just wanted to know his reaction to it. Since she was a guest of the South, all the actions of the Marquis of the North are nothing more than an insult that cannot be tolerated and which can become a reason for complaint. Thinking through all this, Edward said that during all the time that they had not seen each other, Bella had become much smarter. At the same time, actions took place in that part of the palace where the Duke of the South, Louis Sanders, was stationed with his retinue and army. Opening the doors to the Duke's office, Evie loudly announced that she and her mistress had arrived, and Bella, as soon as she went inside, immediately inquired from the Duke about whether he slept well last night, to which the man replied that his night never ceases to amaze, where Bella did not notify him of her arrival, but instead immediately went to visit the Marquise of the North Morgan. Bella replied that she had nothing to say to this, and all she could do was ask the Duke for forgiveness. However, Duke Sanders said that he was not concerned about the apology, but about the answer to a completely different question, namely, why one of the highest-paid mercenaries turned out to be a girl. For several centuries in a row, there was a war in the South with the dead that filled those lands. The war was called silent, because the dead, usually staggering slowly on the ground, responded to sound. Where it was enough even to simply stick a sword into the ground, how these devilish creatures immediately activated and began to attack the person. The Duke of the South also took part in this endless battle with the dead, where at some point he realized that there was almost nothing left of his army, which means a quick defeat in this confrontation is inevitable. But suddenly, a man in armor appeared on the field, who did not look particularly impressive and gave the impression that he was actually a child. The dead surrounded this warrior in the blink of an eye, and there was no longer any hope of salvation. This warrior showed his abilities to the fullest, defeating the hordes of the dead and winning that battle and war. But no one could even think that this powerful and unsurpassed warrior would be a girl. So the Duke was interested in the question of whether this was a real appearance. Bella, after listening to the Duke's memories, simply remained silent for some time, after which she said that she had never pretended to be a man, and Evie added that her mistress only put on clothes that were comfortable for a particular occasion, and Louis mentally concluded that the girl had never really introduced herself to him as a man. Bella continued, apologizing for surprising the Duke so much, but immediately added that her gender does not negate her skills and qualities. After all, in the end, it was not a man who was invited, but a specific person with specific merits. Then, Louis asked the girl to explain for what purpose she was looking for a meeting with the Marquis of the Serverlands, and Bella immediately explained that she is his daughter, who complicates his life with her existence. To this, the Duke said that he saw the complexity of this story and would no longer ask the girl about it. Bella addressed the man with words of gratitude for understanding a truly strange and difficult situation. The man said that the North wouldn't just leave it like that, and Bella needed to figure out what to do next, to which she immediately replied that she sincerely counted on the protection of the South. Lowering his eyes, the Duke said that such defense would be tantamount to open hostility with the North. But Bella said that this was not an attack, but only protection of the weak, and the Duke agreed to provide protection for the girl, but also said that if danger arose for the entire South, this could radically change matters. Thanks to the man, the girl said that she would always remember this, and with her victories would prove her loyalty to the South. Thanks to one of the emperors of the past, the kingdom was again revived from the ruins, where the center of the revived kingdom became its capital, where the emperor himself was located. All other lands surrounding it were divided into north, south, west, and east, where each descendant of the imperial family received his own inheritance. The eastern lands were led by the illegitimate son of the previous duke, Nicholas White, who could not claim to bear the name Dougherty, which only members of the imperial family could have due to his origins. The Duke of the Western Lands, Mordecai Frey Dougherty, who was defeated in the war, moved to the capital and lived there as a cardinal. The Duke of the South was Louis Sanders, who until recently endured a war with the dead, and with the help of a mercenary, won it, miraculously surviving. The Duke of the North became the war-winning Vincent McGrath Dougherty, the eldest son of the Duke who died in the war. The conflicts accumulated over the years of war gave rise to deep personal hostility and enmity between the lands. The Cardinal, as well as the Dukes of the North and South, were already gathered in the audience. The Cardinal turned to Louis, asking what happened last night with the girl and the Marquis of the North. And when the Duke asked what it was about, Mordecai replied that information had reached him that he was using some girl to annoy Edward. The Northern Duke immediately made his contribution, saying that only the rootless could afford to use such methods since it was very low. To which the Duke of the South immediately replied that the North should have thought about the fact that all this was done on purpose so that the child would be recognized as quickly as possible. But Vincent stuck to his line, saying that now he is not interested in whether this was done on purpose or by accident. He is interested in why the South commits actions that can shake the mood of the North. Louis was not at all happy with this tone of conversation, and he struck the table with his palm and said menacingly that the insolence of the North saw no boundaries. The Cardinal tried to defuse the situation, saying that he was surprised by the behavior of the Duke of the South, who previously would not have paid attention to what was said. And then, changing the subject, the Cardinal asked why no one invited the Eastern Duke to the negotiations, to which Louis immediately blurted out that this illegitimate creature should not be here at all, in which Vincent fully supported him, and Mordecai sat pleased that he had so successfully managed to change the subject. But suddenly, with a strong kick, someone opened the door to the room where the rulers of the lands were meeting. The whole trio stared in bewilderment in the direction from which the sound of the blow came. Where Nicholas entered the room, holding in one hand one of those who refused to tell him the place of the meeting. Saying that he had finally found them, the man literally threw the young guy in front of him onto the floor, after which Nicholas turned to those present with a question whether they had ordered this young man not to reveal the place of the meeting. Without answering the question, the Cardinal said that the Eastern Duke had arrived just in time. Well, Nicholas responded to this by saying that the mice at their secret meeting squeak so loudly that it can be heard on the other side of the city, which allowed him to find them, after which the man, crushing the poor guy with his foot, asked what was so interesting they were discussing here without him. Nicholas's behavior greatly offended the meeting participants, and the Duke of the South was the first to speak out, noting that the Duke of the East should learn some good manners, to which Nicholas, sitting down at the table and throwing his legs on it, said that the pathetic mice who had arranged a secret meeting did not dare teach him manners. These words completely enraged Louis, who mentally covered the Eastern Duke from head to toe with all the abusive words that were known to him. Meanwhile, the Duke of the North suddenly said that he did not intend to tolerate this rudeness any longer and was taking his leave first. The Duke of the South immediately followed his example, saying that he was also returning to his place. Following the Dukes of the North and South, the Cardinal also left the room, saying that Nicholas had appeared very impressively. And so, after a matter of seconds, Nicholas was left in the room completely alone. However, he did not stay there for long, and soon also left the meeting hall. Having reached his chambers, Nicholas told his first mate Felton that he could be free. Finding himself alone with himself, the man exhaled with relief and began to replay everything that had happened in his head. He remembered Louis's angry face, after which Nicholas thought that perhaps he had gone too far with the mice, since the Southern Duke, after all, was much older than him. Literally falling onto the bed without undressing, the man came to the conclusion that, after all, hatred towards him would be preferable to disdain. And then he remembered Bella, where he asked his assistants to find out as much information as possible about her, where it turned out that she was in the service of the southernmost duke. This state of affairs did not please Nicholas at all, where the girl he really liked turned out to be close to the one who despises him. Bella and her little maid, after visiting the Duke of the South, returned to their place, where Evie, grimacing, said that Louis, losing the war, invited them only to cover himself, and now he was trying to pretend to be something, which made Bella laugh very much. But approaching her chambers, Evie saw an envelope at the door, which she immediately informed her mistress about. Having received the envelope from the hands of the maid and opened it, Bella discovered that it was an invitation to the imperial ball, where only the sender was not indicated. The little maid was very happy that her mistress was invited to the ball, where for some reason Bella herself did not share her joy, which greatly surprised the little maid, who asked her mistress why she was not happy about this invitation, to which Bella, without any hesitation, explained that this invitation was nothing more than a test. This is evidenced by the absence of the name of the sender, who, if his intentions were pure, would at least pay his respects during a personal visit. Evie immediately asked for what purpose this test was arranged, immediately receiving the answer that most likely in order to understand how much she understands high society. After she cleared everything up for her maid, Bella began to think of ways to get out of the situation, where the first option was to simply ignore the invitation, where she would then be seen as arrogant. Another option was to find a partner to accompany her, but in this case she would either be considered calculating or they would think that she was scared. Listening to her mistress's thoughts, Evie said that any of the above options was not very good, but something had to be chosen, to which Bella suddenly told the maid to get her dress. Evie didn't understand what they were talking about at first, and Bella had to explain that she needed to get that very dress, which was one of the reasons for their lack of money. And to completely complete the look, you need to decorate this dress with flowers and choose a beautiful fan. And then came the day of the imperial ball, where guests were amazed at the scale of the event, where a whole lake of champagne was made in the center of the hall. Welcoming first one or the other guests, the cardinal at the same time thought about whether that girl from the incessant rumors would come today. And, as he suddenly heard, he was not the only one interested in this question, where two ladies standing nearby were talking about the fact that among the guests, they had even made bets on whether this girl would come and how exactly she would appear. Having listened to this conversation, the cardinal turned to the man sitting next to him, saying that, thanks to him, today's evening promises to be very interesting. And suddenly, general exclamations witnessed the beginning of some interesting events, where the door to the ballroom opened, and the one everyone was so eager to see today appeared on the threshold. And while Bella moved around the hall, she kept hearing disapproving remarks addressed to her, mainly regarding the way she dressed up. Without answering a single comment, Bella proudly walked into the very center of the hall and took a place where everyone present could see her. Mordecai was very interested in what this girl would do now, and he turned all attention. Meanwhile, Bella stood and listened to the rude statements of one of the guests, who said that no clothes would help her, and it was low for a girl to appear unaccompanied. The next remark of this aristocrat was that this girl does not understand anything about the rules of etiquette. And while he was saying these words, Bella chuckled loudly enough, which of course could not go unnoticed by this man, and greatly hurt his pride. Bella, continuing to remain silent for now, covered her face with a fan, hiding her smile, and the cardinal, closely watching what was happening, noted that it was bold and even daring on her part to make the first move, but could she pull it all out to the bitter end? And then a woman appeared in the foreground in front of Bella, who immediately accused the girl of indecent behavior and said that she absolutely did not understand where she was, to which Bella first asked the person who approached to explain where they were, and then added that nothing unusual had happened yet. Not knowing what to say to this, the loser turned away and walked away, muttering something under her breath. Mordecai was simply amazed that Bella only needed a couple of words to calm down the person who attacked her, and the girl's cold gaze was already directed in a completely different direction, where the cardinal, looking up, noted with horror that she was looking straight at him, because their eyes met. And while the cardinal was calming his hands from trembling from overexcitement, the person who had lost the verbal battle loudly announced that there was a guest in the hall who did not correspond to the status of the ball. where the lady approached the manager and said that it was urgently necessary to take some measures regarding this matter. But before the manager had time to say a word, the very guest whose words Bella had mocked suddenly burst into a cry that it was impermissible to come to the ball without permission, and that this impudent girl simply needed to be thrown out. After which, he resolutely headed in the direction where Bella towered over the guests. And as soon as he approached her at arm's length, the girl with a sharp movement of her hand took out the envelope. At the same time, the movement of the hand with the envelope followed a trajectory that passed through the approaching man, from which, under the influence of the girl's amazing strength, he immediately found himself on the floor. Getting even more embittered, he looked at his offender, where I saw that she was squeezing with her fingers nothing more than an official invitation to this ball. The whole situation made the cardinal laugh a lot, where he said that it doesn't look like this girl will suffer today. After which, he turned to the man sitting next to him, asking why he invited this girl to the ball. Meanwhile, Bella stood and thought that now, probably, all the guests were furious, and she could calmly leave this event, thinking that although she did not know who set this trap, he nevertheless helped her. Since she was ready to show herself to all high society, the girl did not immediately notice how someone approached her from behind. But since her sensitivity was very well developed, Bella rather sharply turned around to face the one who tried to sneak up from behind. And the man who approached suddenly expressed his gratitude to the girl for accepting his invitation. And while he kissed her hand, Bella answered him with words of gratitude for the invitation to this wonderful event. And when the ceremonies were over, the girl said that due to the fact that she did not have a partner to dance, she was forced to say goodbye and leave the ball. And just as she turned to head towards the exit, the man suddenly grabbed her roughly by the shoulder. Turning Bella around to face him and grabbing her with both hands, the man said that the girl should stay longer, as she could dance with him. And Bella looked in surprise at the uninvited gentleman, thinking about where he came from, so rude and tactless. Immediately, the girl, looking around, noted that their duet was now the subject of everyone's attention. But the arrogant man still did not let up, where, continuing to hold the girl, he shouted in an equally arrogant tone to bring him a drink. And while his glass was being filled, he offered Bella a drink before going to dance. But the girl proudly turned away from the annoying, impudent man, making it clear that she was not going to drink. That didn't stop the man's actions, where he turned the girl's head towards him, grabbing her chin. After which, saying that he still insisted, the man poured the contents of the glass directly on the girl's head. Accompanying this action with the words that no one dares refuse to drink with him, the younger brother of the Duke of the Northern Lands, Aidan McGrath Dougherty. Having finally heard the name of this impudent man, Bella immediately realized that now they were simply taking revenge on her for her attention to the north. And Aidan had already managed to get a handkerchief and wiped the girl's face, simultaneously asking if she would like another glass. But before the girl had time to open her mouth, the man's hand suddenly slid lower, right onto Bella's chest, where the very handkerchief with which he had just wiped the girl's face remained. After which, absolutely pleased with himself, Aidan took a step back, taking the appropriate pose. Those around looked at what was happening with great interest, because the younger brother of the Duke of the North had just performed a gesture that is usually awarded only to women who sell love for money. Bella herself was not discouraged by what had happened. Her seeming stupor actually hid a thought process where she was trying to choose between pouring champagne on the insolent person in response, slapping him in the face, or simply pulling him by the hair. Squeezing her fan, the girl thought that if everything were so simple, she would certainly implement one of these options. But circumstances and her future plans required more subtle actions, and Bella suddenly smiled tenderly, looking at her offender. And this had the desired effect, where the impudent man already looked discouraged. Then, without changing her good-natured expression, Bella took one of the flowers from her hair and wrapped it in the same scarf that Aidan had left on her chest. And finally, the girl placed the created structure directly in the man's glass, which he continued to hold all this time in one of his hands. Having finished her actions, Bella cheerfully said that now she was definitely forced to take her leave. Having difficulty containing her rage, the girl quickly headed towards the exit. Literally rushing through the corridors of the palace, Bella thought that she had been overtaken by a complete failure, where she was unable to freely declare her existence. Suddenly, she stopped, telling herself that she needed to calm down, because she was no longer the same as before. She replayed in her head what this shameless scion of the imperial family had just done to her, and she came to the unequivocal conclusion that she should not and cannot give in confronting this non-entity. With the words that her mistress had come earlier than expected, the little maid greeted Bella, where the strong smell of alcohol immediately hit the nose of a girl who didn't drink at all. And then Evie drew attention to the shabby appearance of her mistress, asking what had happened to her. But saying that she would explain everything later, Bella asked the maid to help her change clothes, since she was leaving again, which caused great bewilderment in Evie, where the maid said that it would take a long time to change from one dress to another. However, Bella said that she initially chose the wrong path, and while drying her wet hair, she asked the girl to prepare a military uniform. Meanwhile, at the ball, the cardinal lamented about how poorly the girl had carried out her presentation, to which Aiden immediately replied that her fate was completely indifferent to him. But Mordecai did not let up, declaring that it must have been very humiliating for such a beautiful girl. However, Aiden did not remain in debt, saying that he did not find anything beautiful in her. Suddenly, the cardinal's attention was attracted by some commotion among the guests. Looking into the crowd, Mordecai tried to attract Aiden's attention, but he stubbornly declared that he was not interested in anything else here. But still, succumbing to the persuasion of his interlocutor, the man looked and saw an approaching figure in such a form that made it possible to identify the person as belonging to the highest nobility of the South. And so Bella appeared before her offenders in a completely different image, where Aiden, staring at the girl, was simply speechless, only thinking about why the girl was looking at him like that. And Bella had already managed to get closer and invited the man to join her for one dance. And only now, having examined the girl more carefully, the brother of the Duke of the North realized who was standing in front of him and inviting him to dance. But before he had time to say a word in response, Bella sharply grabbed his hand, saying that after everything that had happened between them, he could not refuse her. With a light and quick movement, she literally tore the man from his seat. And now the girl was already heading to the place for the dance, dragging behind her the intractable gentleman, who could only wonder where this fragile girl got so much strength. Taking the leading male role in the dance, Bella began to spin, dragging the stunned Aiden with her and saying that the dance would continue even despite the man's reluctance to dance. At the next turn, the girl said that it was her first time at the ball, and she simply did not know the local customs, where, if she was informed in a timely manner that a man likes rudeness, everything could initially be arranged differently. Turning around her grief-stricken partner, the girl suddenly said that their mutual enmity did not promise anything good, and offered to give in to each other. But the already enraged man was no longer going to put up, and was only thinking about how to immediately take revenge on the overly impudent girl. Realizing from the expression on Aiden's face that no reconciliation was planned, Bella once again turned him around on his own axis, approaching the lake with champagne. The man felt how, after turning, the girl directed the movement of his body strictly in a straight line backwards. And suddenly, Bella let go of her boyfriend's hand, which she had previously squeezed so tightly that he had no chance of escaping. Then, inertia did its job, pulling Aiden straight into the lake of champagne. But at the very last moment, when it seemed that a fall could no longer be avoided, Bella somehow suddenly appeared nearby and managed to grab the man by the waist. Enraged to the wildest stage, Aiden could only threaten the girl not to let him go, where otherwise he would simply finish her off. And Bella had no intention of leaving her gentleman, where, having returned him to a vertical position, she said that she could not afford to show such disrespect for a member of the imperial family, and thanked the man for the wonderful dance. Aiden didn't seem to understand a word of what the girl was saying, staring at her with his lost gaze and holding her wrists, which were starting to hurt a lot. Removing his hand from the sore spot, he saw that in the very place where Bella had just held him, he instantly developed a severe hematoma. Aiden could no longer restrain himself, and his hand seemed to shoot up. Then, with a sharp movement, it flew across the face of his recent dance partner. However, the intended goal was not achieved, since Bella exposed her open palm to the blow, which landed an unsuccessful slap in the face. Not expecting the girl to defend herself, Aiden was simply taken aback. Having told the man that, apparently, he had no intention of reconciling, Bella, with a sharp movement of her foot, tripped Aiden's supporting leg. Unable to maintain his balance, The man plunged into the lake of champagne with all his might. And the girl, quoting her boyfriend, asked if he liked the champagne and if he wanted to drink more with her. The disgraced man sat in a puddle of alcohol and said nothing in response. And the girl, completing her triumph, once again thanked Aiden for the wonderful time spent. Suddenly, something like applause was heard from the side. It was the cardinal who not only clapped his hands, but also laughed, saying that he had witnessed an amazing spectacle. Meanwhile, red electric discharges suddenly began to gather around the gentleman who had been defeated by the dance, where, having sufficiently awakened his power, Aiden struck back. Deftly dodging the discharge rushing towards her, Bella noted to herself that this, apparently, was the power of the North. Mordecai cheerfully noted that now the young prince was truly angry, which was true and was clearly visible in the frantic expression on the man's face, surrounded by electric discharges. Many years ago, the kingdom was wiped off the face of the earth. One day, a passage to the world of the dead was opened, and the living dead filled the earth, spreading chaos and death everywhere. Having visited the world of the dead, Susan Dougherty returned from there endowed with divine power. Using her strength, she easily defeated the dead. Having restored peace and tranquility to the kingdom, Susan divided her power among her descendants. The Northern Duke's younger brother had inherited that very part of the power and was now advancing on Bella, saying that it was not too late to beg for forgiveness. Where, coming close to the girl, he said that then she would save one eye, to which Bella immediately replied that one was not enough for her and she wanted to have both eyes. Even more enraged by the girl's disobedience and fearlessness, Aiden swung his hand, shouting that in this case she would lose both eyes at once. But his actions were interrupted by a man who suddenly appeared, who said that he had come to escort Aiden. Seeing who came, the man instantly calmed down and lowered his raised hand, which was very surprising for Bella, who had no idea yet who could influence this madman so much. Turning around, Bella saw that standing in front of her was the Marquis of the Northern Lands, Anthony Morgan, who was telling Aiden that that was enough for today and it was time for them to go. And to the surprise of everyone, the angry man suddenly sharply moderated his ardor and, in response to Anthony's repeated request, said that he had heard him. Leaving the scene of the stormy events of the evening, dissatisfied with this outcome, Aiden, passing by Bella, forcefully pushed her with his shoulder. The Marquis also hurried to leave the ball, but he was stopped by a woman's call, where the voice, of course, belonged to Bella, who called out to him in one word, "Father." But pretending that this appeal did not concern him, the man simply continued moving. Then Bella called out to him again, this time calling him His Excellency the Marquis Morgan, and asking if the wound he had previously told her about in a note was okay. To which Anthony dryly and coldly replied that it had nothing to do with the girl. Bella listened silently to what her heartless father answered, without commenting or responding. Soon the Marquis and Aiden were already in the part of the palace reserved for the North, where the disgruntled brother of the Duke of the North was wondering if this girl was definitely not the daughter of the Marquis, because she looked very much like him. To which Anthony answered without hesitation that his daughter had been dead for a long time, and this was just a fraudster who was trying to take advantage of his weakness. Deciding to change the direction of the conversation, the Marquis suddenly thanked Aiden for intervening to defend the honor of his family and the entire North. But the man was clearly not happy with this turn, muttering through his teeth so that Anthony would not even try to flatter him. But the Marquis continued, saying that although Aiden's chosen method could not be called elegant, because his appearance, like that of a cat that had fallen into water, would only disgrace the imperial family. The man, who was starting to get angry again, tried to object to what was said, but the Marquis deftly interrupted him, saying that in any case he was grateful. Apparently, the assertiveness of the Marquis, who knew how to approach this unbalanced man, had an effect, and Aiden said that we should tell this damned South to hell and forget about everything. And Anthony continued to talk, already voicing his thoughts, that the Duke of the South lost all his children in the war, and his new knight simply cleverly entangled the old man. But suddenly looking at Aiden, the Marquis thought that this stupid boy sitting in front of him could not even imagine the whole reality of what was happening, where the girl who dipped him in champagne was really his daughter. Night fell, and Nicholas, as usual, sat in the park, lost in thought. During the day, he felt a strong vibration emanating from the ballroom, and came to the conclusion that the power of Empress Dougherty, gifted to the dukes of the lands, was used. Nicholas immediately realized that only a true fool in the person of Aiden was capable of such a thoughtless act. Then, leaning back, the man thought that he might be an even greater fool, waiting for an hour to meet the girl. And at that very moment, a female voice made him turn around, saying that today she was lucky to see a man here. Bella stood in front of him in all her beauty, wishing the man who turned around good night. Nicholas noted that the girl was clearly not dressed for sleep, and apparently was attending some kind of event. But not satisfying her interlocutor's interest, Bella suggested talking about something else, and the Duke of the East mentally noted that the girl looked very tired. Rising from the bench, Nicholas said that he had been waiting for the girl all this time for only one purpose, to say goodbye to her. What was announced greatly surprised Bella, who did not understand the reason for such strong changes. And Nicholas continued, saying that there could be no more of their nightly walks together, and the girl should forget that she even met him, which plunged Bella, who had already experienced severe stress today, into even greater bewilderment. And finally, an explanation followed with the following statement, where the man said that he became aware of the girl's service for the benefit of the South. Bella quickly began to say that she did not hide the fact that she served the South, but Nicholas insisted on his own, where the man said that although Bella is a good person, from now on, he will be forced to treat her the same way he treats all Southerners, cynically insulting them at every opportunity. Several months ago, the Empress issued a decree to select and bring the best knights. Apparently for this reason, the Duke of the South invited Bella. In connection with this, there is a high probability that all lands may soon find themselves on the battlefield, where, acting on orders and in the name of the Empress, in any case, strife will begin between, and where Nicholas and Bella will become real enemies for each other. The girl stood without interrupting and listened to everything that Nicholas said, building a logical chain. And suddenly, she said that she could not agree to such conditions. With a sharp movement, she sat Nicholas back on the bench, saying that, apparently, all male rulers have a share of composure in their character, which she was convinced of today when communicating with the Prince of the North. Then she asked him if they were friends with Aiden, to which Nicholas immediately shouted that he would never in his life become a friend of such a person, which amused his interlocutor. But Bella said in all seriousness that she was really here as a representative of the South, which, however, did not create a reason for hostility, which, by the way, she did not want. But the stubborn man insisted on his own, arguing that this circumstance could not be simply ignored. But the resourceful girl immediately reminded the man that he had already helped her when she said that she was a representative of the North, to which Nicholas immediately replied that now was a different case, and the girl could suffer from getting closer to him. Bella said that she had nothing to fear, and that she could deal with any problems that arose herself. Then the surprised man asked whether it was worth exposing himself to such great danger, to which Bella quickly replied that it goes without saying, because she really likes Nicholas. Such openness and revelation stunned the man, who did not know how to react to what was said, looking in confusion at the carefree, smiling girl. And then Bella reminded the man that he owed her something and promised to repay her at any time, where she was referring to the situation when the girl gave Nicholas a sacrificial stone confiscated from the robbers. And now, as a final reckoning, she insists that their friendship will continue no matter what. Realizing that he was in a desperate situation, Nicholas said that under such circumstances, he might begin to look like someone who was afraid of the South. But the girl, extending her hand to the man, said that she invited him to live together until one of them dies. Nicholas looked at the outstretched hand of the world, lowered his eyes, and smiled lightly, after which he raised his head and put his palm in the girl's hand, saying that this was too radical a promise to be friends until death. Bella was in seventh heaven, rejoicing that the relationship with this man she really liked did not end. However, getting up from the bench, Nicholas said that with all this, he had one condition, to which the girl immediately asked what it was. To which the Duke of the East said that the conditions were that the girl should not be imbued with him too much. And at that very moment, realizing what he had just said, Nicholas closed his face in shame, and Bella, smiling, voiced her thought that the man was embarrassed by his own words. She leaned towards the embarrassed man, trying to look into the eyes that he was hiding from the girl, and asked what she should do now, because she already liked him very much. Looking furtively at his interlocutor, Nicholas said that simple sympathy is a completely acceptable phenomenon, after which he added that he meant a stronger attraction to the opposite sex. He just didn't put it that way. And the man ended his part of the dialogue by saying that if a girl suddenly falls in love with him, then she should immediately inform him about it. Bella, having examined the man from head to toe, thought that everyone might have their own quirks. Then she turned around and said that everything was fine, and she also did not plan to have a close relationship, and headed towards the flowers growing nearby. Along the way, she also added that it was enough for her to be a partner for one dance. Finding herself next to the rose bushes, Bella picked one of them and walked back to the man. Handing him this flower, Bella told him that he had nothing to worry about and could just enjoy the moments, adding at the end that everything has a beginning and an end, and one should live life to the fullest while time allows. After which there was silence, where Bella and Nicholas stood in the middle of the garden, enjoying the night and each other's company. Also enjoying the night, but not in the garden, but in one of the rooms allocated to the north side, was the Marquis of the North, Anthony Morgan. The sound of the door opening interrupted the Marquis's pleasant thoughts and emotions, forcing him to turn around, where he saw that the cardinal himself came to him, holding a glass of wine in his hand. The Marquis reproached the cardinal for making such a sloppy visit where he could be seen, to which Mordecai immediately replied that he had an official excuse for that case. And, coming closer to Anthony, he asked if the Marquis would like to ask him anything, and there really was a question, where the man was immediately asked why this child was alive, while she was sacrificed in such a way that there was not even a corpse left, to which the cardinal, smiling, exclaimed that it was very cruel of the Marquis to say so when his daughter was resurrected. And Anthony said in all seriousness that now she is with the South, where their duke can find out about the cardinal's plans. But the cardinal, having drained his glass, said that it was too late to worry about anything, since the Marquis's daughter had already seen him. While Mordecai was saying this, a picture of the past flashed through his thoughts, where he was sitting in a chair looking at the future victim. Then, lowering his hand with the empty glass, the cardinal added that from her look, he realized that the girl remembered both that day and him very well. From the look he was able to see at today's ball, where this girl smiled at the man who literally pushed her into hell. Having already managed to sit down, Mordecai said that now the child that he and the Marquis had sacrificed had returned back as a real monster, where this once helpless girl was able to get to the imperial palace herself, which means a lot. After listening to the cardinal, the Marquis concluded that she needed all this to oppose them, to take revenge. The cardinal agreed with Anthony's guesses and said that the man should meet with his daughter and find out all her intentions. Coming closer and handing the Marquis his empty glass, the cardinal coldly said that this was not a request on his part, but an order. The Marquis responded to the departing ruler that he obeyed. Once upon a time, a very, very long time ago, a rift opened, which opened the doors between the world of people and the world of the dead. Mordecai secretly wanted to receive the power that the Empress possessed after her stay in the world of the dead. To gain power, the cardinal secretly sacrificed countless little girls by pushing them into the rift. However, the desire to seize power equivalent to that of the Empress is equivalent to rebellion. Therefore, the Marquis thought that he was forced to hide not only the truth that he had sacrificed his own daughter, but also his secret was that by doing this, he had joined the rebellion. The Duke of the South moved along one of the corridors of the castle, accompanied by Bella, and said that he had already heard about yesterday's events at the ball, to which the girl casually replied that she simply defended the honor of the South and won. And Louis said, not in all seriousness, that today he would officially declare her a full-fledged representative of the South, and the girl needed to control herself. But the girl did not answer anything, noting to herself the moralizing tone of the Duke. And while they continued to move, the Duke said that today the Empress would give an official order to enter the war, to which Bella asked who she wanted to conquer. They had already arrived at the ceremonial hall, where they were greeted by one of the Southerners, when Louis, answering the girl's question, said that soon all the secrets would be revealed. Nicholas was already in the hall and immediately noticed Bella and the Southern Duke arriving. The girl also immediately noticed her companion on night walks, where the latter did not go unnoticed by Louis. In his usual manner of communicating with the dukes of other lands, Nicholas said that finally, the old southern scoundrel had also arrived. This behavior from Nicholas was new to Bella, and of course, it wildly infuriated the Duke of the South. Representatives of the northern lands stood nearby in full force, where at some point the views of the Marquise and Bella suddenly crossed. But at that very moment, Louis told the girl to always stay close to him during the ceremony, to which she responded with words of obedience. And suddenly, loud sounds notified everyone present about the arrival of the Empress. She appeared at the very far end of the hall, and everyone present immediately bowed before her. No one dared to raise their heads as the Empress moved with her graceful gait across the entire ceremony hall. And so she took her place on her throne, resting her head on her hand and half-heartedly telling everyone to raise their heads. After which she still said coldly that she was glad to see everyone present, some of whom she had already met before, and some of whom she was seeing for the first time. Yawning unceremoniously, Susan asked why they were all gathered here, to which the cardinal immediately replied that today was the day the empire was founded. Then, having received permission from the Empress, Mordecai began to voice the fact that today was a happy day, and in order to celebrate the 100-year history of the empire, the Empress issued a decree on expanding the territories, where the new place that should become part of the empire is the world of the dead. This statement surprised even Bella, who had seen a lot on her thorny path. Meanwhile, the cardinal, so that no one doubted what he had heard, repeated once again that the Empress orders the conquest of the world of the dead. Then the word was given to the Duke of the East, as the one who had already confronted the dead and won that war. Coming forward and greeting the Empress, Louis said that he asked permission to shift his powers to younger shoulders. Having agreed, Susan drew her sword and asked the Duke to point out a successor, after which, without saying a word, Bella stepped forward. The Empress asked the girl what her name was, to which she, getting down on one knee, said that her name was Bella Morgan. Lowering the sword to the girl's throat, Susan said that Bella had gone too far under such a despicable name, and leaving a wound on the girl's neck, which immediately began to bleed, the Empress said that she would deal with it with her own hands. However, Susan's next words were permission for Bella to enter the world of the dead and put her life on the line. Smiling, the girl replied that everything would be as Her Majesty wished. After this, the Empress immediately left. Bella and Louis also decided to leave, but on the way, the girl was suddenly called out by Anthony. Pressing the wound on her neck, Bella noted to herself that it was extremely unusual that the Marquis himself made contact with her, having avoided her in every possible way before. With an unusually good-natured expression on his face, Anthony asked if the lady would give him a couple of minutes, to which Bella, smiling coldly, replied that the address of a lady was not appropriate here, since she was a knight. Looking down, the Marquis agreed that he had made a mistake in handling and apologized, after which he repeated his request, turning to the knight girl and saying that it would not take much time. Having received Louis's tacit consent, Bella replied that she was ready to talk, but not for long. A few minutes later, they were sitting alone in a separate room. With fatherly concern in his voice, the Marquis said that Bella looked very good. The girl was silent for several seconds, trying to compare everything that she knew up to that moment. After which, without showing much emotion, Bella asked if the father really recognized his daughter. "Where is the Marquis?" Still with the same good-natured expression on his face, he replied that he could not help but recognize his own daughter. After what was said, Bella tensed a little, trying to understand what this man was up to. Anthony continued the conversation, saying that Bella had made a dangerous choice by taking the place of the Duke of the South in the war. To which the girl, suddenly grinning, said that her father had gone too far, starting their dialogue with moral teachings, where in fact he should have started with something else. Lowering his gaze, the Marquis said that this is so. He should start with completely different words. Then, without a word, the man suddenly rose from his seat and straightened up. But a second later, the Marquis fell to his knees in front of the girl, saying one single word: "Forgive me." Looking pitifully at the man kneeling in front of her, Bella voiced her thoughts that it was impossible to say that she had not imagined this moment. The girl also got up from her seat and, heading towards the man, said that now that this moment had come, for some reason she did not feel the expected joy. Also kneeling in front of her father and taking his hands, Bella asked why he did this to her, but without answering the girl's question, Anthony said that he could not believe that she had reappeared. Without wiping the streaming tears from his eyes, the Marquis said that all his thoughts were only about the fact that he would never see his daughter again. Bella looked at the crying man with pity and attracted his attention, calling him father. Hugging him by the shoulders, the girl said that she was very, very sorry, and she would definitely have believed his words and tears if only there had not been a recent poisoning attempt. And upon hearing this, the man began to realize that he had miscalculated. Grabbing the girl by the hands, the Marquis shouted for her to name what she wanted him to do for her, and it would be done. To which Bella good-naturedly, and without any hesitation, replied that she just wanted to live under her own name, where all she needs is for the Marquis to officially recognize her existence as a daughter. Both the girl and the man understood what would follow such a confession, because the Marquis had been claiming for many years about the death of his daughter. Therefore, bowing his head, Anthony replied that he could not fulfill this girl's request. As if not understanding the difficulty, Bella asked why a man couldn't do this, to which the Marquis angrily said that such a confession would be proof of his participation in the rebellion. The girl did not understand this statement, because she believed that we were talking only about morality, and her father immediately explained that he gave her to the cardinal that day so that he would use the girl in opposition to the empress, and if this turned out to be true, Bella would become the daughter of a rebel. Having said this, the Marquis grabbed the girl by the hands, saying that instead of that life, he would give her another, new one, where he promises her a more noble life than the life of the daughter of a marquis, who is in no way inferior to the life of a member of the imperial family. The girl looked at her father with a hint of contempt. Then she said that she would not give up the name Bella Morgan, even if it brought her fame as the daughter of a rebel. And suddenly, she asked her father if he wanted to get rid of her, where she was claiming recognition as her blood family. The Marquis was silent, turning over in his head the thoughts that the girl was reading him like an open book, and the role of a yearning father did not work. And so, taking off his mask, Anthony told the girl to speak directly, everything as it is. Taking a closer look at her father, Bella said that she was ready to give him a chance. Taking a knife from the table, the girl walked up and put it in the hand of the man who was perplexed by her actions. Looking at her father with her cold gaze, Bella said that she was giving him a chance to kill her. The girl said that he only has time until she takes over the world of the dead. And then, turning the tip of the knife towards the man's throat, Bella added that if he doesn't kill her by then she will end his life. But suddenly, the girl took the knife from her father's hands and said that he nevertheless still had a chance to save his life. And sitting down on her knees in front of him, with a knife in her hands, the girl said that for this, her father would simply have to recognize her. The man exhaled loudly, turning over in his head all the options indicated for him: kill, die, or confess. And gathering his courage, he asked the girl why she would do this to him. And Bella said that she had a similar question regarding why the father suddenly gave poison to his resurrected daughter. 6 years ago, Bella suddenly found herself right in the middle of one of the city streets. Looking around herself, the girl did not understand where she was and what was happening. After all, just recently, she was in a completely different place, where she experienced something terrible. Suddenly, a voice behind her attracted Bella's attention. A man approached the girl and asked if she was alone here. And now, Bella and this man were already standing in some house, where a certain woman was paying him, and the girl, looking around, tried to find out from him what kind of place it was. But there was no answer, and from all sides, some people with obvious bad and vulgar intentions were looking at the child. Frightened, the girl suddenly grabbed the man by the clothes and shouted that she was from a family of aristocrats. Before the man had time to react to this, the girl added that she was the daughter of Viscount Morgan and asked to take her home. The actions of the man, who was about to cover the child's mouth, were stopped by the woman sitting next to her, who paid closer attention to Bella after what was said to her. Leaning towards Bella, the woman asked if she could write, to which she immediately received a positive answer. In a very short period of time, the child was given a piece of paper and a pen, which gave him the opportunity to demonstrate his writing skills. When Bella finished, the woman took the piece of paper, read a few lines of the poem, and asked the girl what it was. To which Bella replied that this was the first poem from a collection of poems by Megan Waldridge. Such knowledge greatly pleased the woman, who said that Bella was truly an aristocrat. And so, a few minutes later, Bella was already sitting on a chain in one of the rooms of this terrible house for her. She couldn't think about anything other than her father, who said he loved her, but in reality betrayed her. Then the girl heard that the woman's messenger, whom she had sent to find out information about the Morgan family, had returned. And to his mistress's question, the man replied that the Morgan family really exists, only they are not viscounts, but counts. And when the woman asked if there was any information about her daughter, the messenger replied that the Morgans had a daughter, but she died. Little Bella listened to this entire conversation with both interest and fear. The woman said that, obviously, the situation here was not simple, and moreover, suspicious. And then the idea came to her head, to cut off a lock of the girl's hair and send it to Count Morgan as evidence. From this room, the girl was transferred that same evening to another, which was located in the building next door, where the woman, threatening separation from her family forever, ordered Bella to sit very quietly. The girl's instructions were interrupted by the one who found her, telling the woman that it was time for them to go. And then everyone left the room, leaving Bella completely alone. The girl looked out the window and saw those who kidnapped her and locked her in this dungeon. Sadly lowering her head on the stool, Bella thought about whether her father would come to save her, and if he did, whether she could then trust him again. And then she saw a crowd of men heading towards the kidnappers, where they were led by the butler of the Morgan family, Carl, whom the girl loved very much. The joy of the child who saw his savior knew no bounds. Meanwhile, negotiations began on the street regarding the fate of the girl, where the resourceful woman demanded to see money. And when Carl asked where the child was, the woman replied that it was in the back room of the tavern, but they would only take her out after handing over the money. But the butler was in no hurry to hand over the money. Instead, as he approached, he again inquired whether the child was really in the tavern, to which he immediately received a positive answer. Bella stood up and just started screaming that the woman was lying, and she was sitting in another place. How her scream was interrupted by the fact that she saw the quick movement of one of the men accompanying Carl, who plunged a knife straight into the woman's heart, and her beloved butler loudly ordered to burn everything here to the ground so that no one could leave alive. And so, having driven the people inside who tried to get out, those accompanying the butler began to carry out the order. Soon everything around was on fire, and the murderers only had time to throw back all those who tried to leave the premises. So they burned one building after another, cynically and mercilessly killing innocent people. When it became clear that there were no more survivors, Carl and his assistants left the scene of the massacre. And the little girl, who was in one of the burning and already beginning to collapse buildings, experiencing terrible agony from a broken heart, repeated through her tears Megan Waldridge's poems that she had recently written. All these memories flashed through the thoughts of the girl in a split second as she looked at the man who arranged all these terrible trials for her. Without saying another word, Bella turned around and quickly left the room where such a long-awaited meeting with her father took place. Bella's little maid was lying on the sofa and, looking at the piece of bread from which she had just taken a bite, thought, they were only in the palace for the third day, where on the first day they tried to poison her mistress. On the second day, the lady was humiliated at a banquet and doused with champagne. And so little Evie was faced with the question of what form the mistress would return in today. As soon as the maid drove away this thought, the sound of the door opening was heard. Evie turned around sharply and said in surprise that the mistress was in perfect order, thereby causing Bella complete bewilderment. But the little maid immediately changed the subject, asking why Bella returned so early, having said earlier that she had a lot to do. But there was no answer to this question from the lady. She seemed to be in some kind of prostration. Surprised, Evie quickly asked what happened to the girl that she was behaving so strangely, to which Bella replied that nothing could be hidden from the maid's eyes, and explained that she had met with her father. Inviting Bella to sit down quickly, Evie excitedly asked to tell everything in detail. Taking a seat next to her maid, the girl said that this was a forced conversation, but Evie did not allow her to continue, assuming that the girl was hungry, and asked her to wait while she set the table. In a matter of minutes, a variety of sweets appeared on the table, looking at which Bella asked in amazement where Evie got it all. To which the little maid explained what she received from her well-wishers in the palace. She told people stories. Everyone found her very nice and treated her to various foods. And now, it so happens that almost all the adult maids are constantly taking care of her and feeding her. Bella was greatly amused by the way her little maid talked about her achievements. But then the girl made a serious face and said that the maid should now listen to her carefully. Of course, Evie agreed. And Bella said that in the very near future, not very good people would start approaching her through her maid. And when asked who these people were, the girl said that most likely they would be her father's people. And if suddenly these people seemed dangerous to Evie, she should immediately hide from them. The little maid listened carefully to her mistress's instructions, realizing that the situation could indeed be serious. And after a short pause, the maid asked what she should do if it was not at all dangerous. And Bella whispered in the girl's ear about what to do if people turned out to be not entirely dangerous. After some time, Evie went down to the laundry room, where she began washing her and her mistress's linen and clothes. And then the butler of the Morgan family approached her, who said that despite the fact that the maid is so small, she is very diligent. Evie asked the man who he was, to which Carl replied that he, like the girl, was simply a servant of his master. After which, having asked whether the girl liked sweets, the butler took out a whole bag of sweets and handed it to Evie. Such kindness seemed very suspicious to the little maid. Evening came, where everyone gathered again in the imperial palace. In the center stood the cardinal, who said that by today all preparations for the campaign had been completed. At the head of the southern army, as it was determined, was Bella. Not far from her, the eastern Duke Nicholas stood with his warriors, and the cardinal read out lines that said that today a significant event would take place in this place in honor of the founding day of the empire. The world inside the rift was called the world of the dead by the living, and it is filled with the most terrible creatures, which people call dead, undead, monsters. This rift appeared in the palace of the empire 100 years ago, which marked the first meeting of people with the dead, who crowded into the world of the living. Then, people did not yet know how to resist them, and many died, unable to stop the march of living death. Her Majesty Empress Susan, using the resulting power, was able to close the rift. She became a protector of people from the dead who coveted the human world. Having finished reading, the cardinal rolled up the scroll and addressed everyone present in the hall, where he announced that today they would reopen the rift with their own hands. Then Mordecai, pointing to a mountain of sacrificial stones, said that everyone who could find and collect them here had served well for the good of the empire. And the man ended his speech with the words that now all those gathered must carry out the order of the empress and conquer the world of the dead. He immediately pulled out a knife and ran the tip of the blade along his hand. From the opened wound, blood flowed in a stream directly onto the pile of sacrificial stones. At the same moment, the stones began to emit a strong blue glow, which mixed with the red color of the cardinal's blood. There was a loud bang, and a gate to the world of the dead opened right in the middle of the room. Drawing her sword, Bella immediately prepared for battle. And from the rift hordes of the dead have already poured into the world of the living. The cardinal had just given the order for the dead to be destroyed when a battle broke out. With quick and precise movements, Bella dealt with one dead man after another. But before she had time to rest for even a second, a new attack began on her, which had to be repelled. And then another sudden movement, and the head of another dead man, spinning in the air, fell to the floor. Assessing everything that was happening, the girl thought to herself that the enemy had too many forces. Not far away, the Duke of the East loudly demanded that his warriors stay in formation. With no less fast and deft movements, Nicholas destroyed uninvited guests from the world of the dead. The brother of the Duke of the North, who in this confrontation used his inherited strength, was not inferior to his colleagues. Having time to look around and evaluate what was happening, Bella came to the conviction that victory today should still remain with the living. Suddenly, she saw one of the dead preparing to strike a decisive blow to one of the warriors of the South. Disarmed and no longer capable of resistance, the man only managed to utter the word, "Save." With one wave of her hand clutching the sword, Bella easily dealt with the dead man and saved her subordinate. Listening to the stuttering man who was trying to thank the savior, the girl came to the conclusion that the warriors of the South were very weak in battle and were only pulling everyone back. And suddenly, something dark and very large appeared in the crack, where a second later, a terrible flying monster burst out. Having made several flaps of its wings, the flying dead man found himself directly above the Duke of the South, who, despite the transfer of command to Bella, also participated in the battle. Louis looked at the terrible creature hovering in the air above him and could not utter a single word. And suddenly, the flying monster quickly swooped down, straight towards the Southern Duke. Bella was too far away to destroy the monster, where all she could do was scream for the Duke to save himself. But at that very moment, a split second before the monster would have attacked Lewis, Nicholas, who was nearby, finished off the creature by thrusting his black sword into it. The stunned Southern Duke tried to ask why Nicholas had saved him, but the Eastern Duke interrupted his question, saying in his own way that Grandpa should have just said thank you first. After which, Nicholas and Bella exchanged glances, where they understood each other without words. After which, the secret allies dispersed in different directions to continue the battle. The Cardinal, who had been standing nearby all this time, approached one of the dead, who was giving up the ghost, and said that, apparently, this attack had been repulsed, since no one else was coming out of the rift, and the out-of-breath warriors, catching their breath, echoed his words, saying that indeed no one else was visible in the rift. Then Mordecai loudly said that the first victory over the dead had just been won, and the path to the world of the dead was open, after which he gave orders to protect the rift until the complete conquest of the world of the dead was completed, which was a precautionary measure where more than just the dead could emerge from the rift onto the ground. The biggest fear was that one of the kings of the dead might be here in the world of the living. Both Bella and the Eastern Duke listened to his words with wariness and accompanying tension. Mordecai, again directly addressing those present, said that the first foray into the world of the dead was planned in 10 days, where the goal of this campaign is to take possession of the crown of one of the kings of the dead. Where with this feat, you need to prove your loyalty to Her Majesty the Empress. Sheathing the sword, Nicholas asked his first mate if all their people were safe, to which he immediately received a positive answer, after which he gave the order to the warriors of the East to return to their location, where the order was immediately duplicated by Felton and the junior commanders of the detachments. But before the men of the East had time to leave the battlefield, suddenly a rude cry from the Duke was heard behind them, where he demanded that Nicholas stop, calling him a brat. Still not quite understanding what was happening, Nicholas turned his head to look at the impudent man. It was Aidan McGrath Doherty, who, smiling wildly, said that he had already heard about Nicholas's insolence. Coming close to his opponent, Aidan mockingly asked why the Duke of the East did not bend the knee before him, a member of the imperial family. Nicholas, who was literally 2 heads taller than the arrogant prince, stood and silently looked down at him, after which he turned around and continued on his way, saying goodbye, that he does not talk to people whose mental abilities are in doubt. Aidan, of course, could not stand this, and shouted to Nicholas that the pathetic slave did not dare talk to him like that. Then, Aidan's rapidly progressing madness issued a new insult to Nicholas, where the Duke of the East was told that dogs should bark like dogs. Of course, the words of the brother of the Duke of the North greatly hurt Nicholas, who did not have pure imperial blood, but he had not yet responded to the offender. And so the provocateur of the conflict touched upon the topic of blood, saying that, unlike Nicholas, his blood is pure. This was the last straw for the Eastern Duke, who sternly warned his opponent to be careful with his words. And at that very moment, when it seemed that a violent confrontation could no longer be avoided, Bella appeared and turned to the Duke of the East, first calling his title and then his full name. And when both men turned their attention to her, the girl said that this was their first official meeting, and she was glad to finally introduce herself to the Duke, giving her first and last name. Nicholas could not understand what was happening and why Bella decided to interfere in their conversation. Here Aidan tried to insert his word, saying that he was actually speaking when the impudent woman interrupted him, but without paying any attention to this upstart, Bella noted that today the Duke of the East saved the Duke of the South. And then, in front of the enraged brother of the Northern Duke, the girl brought gratitude on her own behalf and on behalf of the entire South to Nicholas for his invaluable help in preserving the life of Louis. After which the young people's gazes crossed, and the man realized that Bella had just prevented a completely unnecessary conflict. Replying that there was no need for gratitude, Nicholas turned and reordered his army to return, and Aidan tried to stop him, shouting after him how dare he turn his back on him. But suddenly, Bella turned to him, calling him by his last name, which became another shock for the overly violent man. In a cold tone, the girl said that Aidan shouldn't lose his self-esteem with such behavior, and if he doesn't have any, then he should at least remember his manners. Seeing the new victim, Aiden reminded them that they still had unfinished business from the ball, after which lightning began to sparkle in his palm. And then someone forcefully put his hand on Aiden's head, saying that it all depends on how to raise the dog. And while the brother of the Northern Duke tried to shout for the cardinal to remove his hand, the latter said that if the dog was raised correctly, he could be useful in many ways. After which, Mordecai noted that the entire Northern army had already left the battlefield, where it was time for Aiden to join his own. Shouting that Bella couldn't get rid of him so easily, the prince hurried to catch up with his army, and Bella breathed out a sigh of relief, where she was not afraid of confrontation with this man. She was just very tired of him. And the cardinal noticed that Aiden is so cute, where he himself was trained so much that he doesn't even understand that he himself became a dog a long time ago. Mordecai then turned to Bella and greeted her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time and that she probably missed him. And suddenly, the man suddenly grabbed the girl by her wrist. Bella demanded that the cardinal let her go, to which he replied that if the girl didn't like something, she could pull her hand away. And the resourceful girl replied that in this case, she was afraid to leave the cardinal without a hand. Continuing to hold Bella, Mordecai said that he really wanted to see her again. But not sharing the man's joy, Bella replied that this was absurd, since she had never been in a close or friendly relationship. To which the cardinal suddenly burst into violent laughter. And when he finished laughing, he approached the girl's face and said that he really wanted to get to know her better. Bella simply said in an icy tone that she was not at all interested in the cardinal in any sense. After which, with a light but quite strong movement, she freed herself from the grip, where she immediately headed away from the hall, where today the first battle with the dead took place in a long time, leaving the cardinal alone to rub his hand that was beginning to ache. Bella spent the rest of the night in her room with Evie, and when it got dark, the girl got ready for her usual night walk, to which the little maid said that this had already become a tradition, to which the resourceful Bella, smiling, told Evie that she would pretend not to notice the walks, and in return, she would not be noticed eating the candy. The maid, having described the man who gave her the sweets, received confirmation from her mistress that they were handed over by the butler of the Morgan family, after which, happily clutching the bag of sweets, Evie said that she did everything exactly as her mistress told her, meaning what Bella whispered in her ear, saying that if it wasn't very dangerous, then the little maid should try to get closer to whoever would fit in her. The girl praised the maid for her courage and intelligence, and Evie asked what she should do next, because apparently she would now cross paths with the butler quite often. To which Bella, opening her usual nightly exit from the room, replied that Evie should be told about everything that would interest Carl, and the maid immediately said that she understood everything. Bella was already on the railing with a slight movement. Standing there, she added that it was not worth telling only about her night walks and meetings with the Eastern Duke, after which, as usual, she jumped down. And so she once again walked through the night garden with Nicholas, who noted that he found it much more pleasant to see a girl in a dress than in a military uniform. Bella was very pleased to hear such compliments from a man to whom she had long been partial. And Nicholas added that the fact that the form belonged to the South also had an influence. After these words, the girl turned to face the man, and she said that during the day, she was very surprised by the behavior of the Eastern Duke in communicating with the Duke of the South, where Nicholas behaved like a dog's son. Such a remark from the girl literally shocked the man, who never expected to hear such unpleasant words from Bella's lips. And then the girl said that she had expressed herself incorrectly, where the word son should rather be replaced with the word puppy, which didn't really improve the situation for the man. And Bella continued, saying that essentially both dog, son, and puppy mean the same thing, it's just that puppy sounds cuter. Having asked if she was repeating all this on purpose, Nicholas responded with a lack of understanding of what was said wrong. However, Bella, deciding to change the topic of conversation, suddenly asked whether Nicholas would personally go to conquer the world of the dead, to which he replied that he would certainly, immediately asking a response question whether Bella would go there, to which he immediately received the answer that that was why she was originally invited. After listening to the girl, Nicholas asked with concern whether his companion on night walks could cope with such a difficult task. The girl was very pleased with such concern on the part of the man, but nevertheless she asked why the man was so worried. Thinking that Bella took this as doubt, Nicholas quickly said that he did not doubt her abilities at all. But then, recalling today's events, He said that the girl's entourage did not look like a very reliable support. Turning away in embarrassment, Bella stated out loud that Nicholas saw the situation where she saved the Southern warrior. Immediately, trying to somehow justify the skill of the Southern warriors, the man said that in fact they were very experienced, which Bella confirmed. But then, turning to face the girl, Nicholas said that he was still worried about her. After all, battles with the dead are not at all like those wars in which people participate by killing each other. Pleasantly surprised by this care, which she had so lacked since the time her father sold her, Bella answered the man that he should not worry about her. Everything would be fine, and she noted to herself that she was not at all against such care, and her thoughts went to the past. In fact, the world of the dead, where she found herself as a child, became her home. The girl remembered very well her emotions and tears when this terrible world first opened before her eyes. Holding little Bella by the head, the cardinal whispered in an ominous tone for her to look down, where the world of the dead was visible, with all its most terrible horrors. The cardinal pushed the girl to the very edge of this terrible abyss, after which he said that only one person managed to return from that world, who was their empress. He has already sent a lot of little girls there, in the hope of learning about that world and receiving its power. Grabbing Bella by the shoulders, the cardinal said that no one had returned from there, and now he wants to try to send there the one who was cared for in the same way as the empress. And suddenly, he abruptly lifted the crying child, where Bella, trying to escape from these tenacious hands of death, called for help. She was already hanging right above the black abyss when Mordecai said that if she returned, she would become as strong as the empress. And instead of saying goodbye, the man added that he would wait here for now and beg the girl to return. After which the cardinal unclenched his fingers, and Bella quickly flew into the bottomless black pit of death. The last thing she heard from the world of the living was the words of a man who said that if she managed to return, she might even take revenge on him. Meanwhile, a round-the-clock guard was organized at the fault, where the warriors of the north stood guard first. Looking at the monstrous hole in matter and space, Aiden said out loud that it was a stupid idea to open the door to the world of the dead voluntarily. His reasoning was interrupted by the approach of a cardinal, who offered to share one interesting fact with the man. Seeing that he had captured Aiden's attention, Mordecai said that in the world of the dead, time stands still. This made a proper impression on the younger brother of the Northern Duke, who opened his mouth in surprise. And the cardinal continued, saying that you can spend only 10 minutes there, but here people will have time to live their whole lives. Aiden's feeling of surprise quickly gave way to skepticism, and he asked how the cardinal knew this. But their entertaining conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Nicholas and his warriors. Seeing the Duke of the East, Aiden literally hissed that now it was the North's turn to guard the rift, and that the East needed to get out of here. His furious outburst was interrupted by the cardinal, who said that there was no need to draw hasty conclusions, where the Duke of the East came here not for guard duty, but to be the first to make a foray into the world of the dead. And now Nicholas was already entering another world, telling his people to stay here and receiving in response a wish for a speedy and safe return. And the annoyed Aiden had no choice but to quietly continue to be angry with someone whom he did not even consider to be a person. Some kind of irresistible rage overcame him more and more. Finding himself in the world of the dead, Nicholas noted that the longer you are here, the more your perception becomes distorted. He spurred his horse and galloped forward. There were no roads or directions in this terrible world. He felt like his entire skin was burning, as if he had just drunk poison. Suddenly, a movement behind him caught Nicholas's attention, forcing him to turn around. And at the same moment, a powerful discharge swept next to the horse, leaving a deep furrow. Nicholas quickly turned around and prepared to repel the attack, but froze when he saw that the source of the lightning was none other than Aiden. He sat on his horse with a crazy expression on his face and looked at the Eastern Duke with the same crazy look, clutching a sword sparkling with lightning in his hand. And Bella visited the Palace of the South, Duke Louis, in the company of her little maid. Standing opposite the table at which the Duke, as usual, sat, the girl asked permission to ask a question. And having received this, Bella asked to explain to her what happened to the Southern Army and where all those knights who fought next to her against the dead in a silent war went. Hearing the question, Louis lowered his head guiltily, lowering his gaze, and after being silent for a while, the man said that the consequences of that war were no less terrible than the war itself, and those glorious knights remained in the south to resolve all internal conflicts. And then Bella expressed her understanding of why the squad contains only young and completely inexperienced fighters, to which the Duke said that despite this, they are all successors of noble families and families. Then Lewis handed the girl a list of names of the knightly order, where she was convinced that indeed all the warriors of the South were from the nobility. However, these were all children that no one needed. Third, fourth, adopted sons of families, just a crowd of abandoned boys. There is very little hope that anyone will return alive from such a campaign, which is precisely why they, unnecessary to anyone, were sent to war. A picture of the past suddenly appeared in the girl's thoughts, where her father did something similar to her, but in an even more terrible way. All these soldiers were essentially the same breed as her, the same abandoned souled offspring of their families. After listening to everything that the girl had just said about abandoned children, Louis said sadly that she could do everything, but not treat them like abandoned children. He appointed her to lead the army of the South, not in order to abandon anyone, and except for her, the man has no one else to trust. Bella looked at the paper in her hands with a soft and kind gaze, saying that the Duke's order was law for her, and she will do everything possible to return the South to its former glory and greatness. After some time, the girl was in the training hall of the Southern Army. Standing in front of the fighters, Bella told them to step back a little, but the crowd of men did not even think of moving from the place where they stood, where one of those who stood in front suddenly told the girl that they could not recognize her as commander, to which Bella immediately replied that the Duke himself appointed her, and therefore by not obeying her orders, they thereby disobey the order of the Duke. Looking at the crowd of stubborn people, Bella said that the warriors must first of all follow the orders of the Duke and Empress, but seeing that she could not reach them, the girl asked about the reason why they refused to obey her, to which she immediately received the answer that the warriors did not trust her. A man maintaining a dialogue with Bella said on behalf of everyone that she is too young, no one knows her origin, and he finished by noting that she was also a woman. In the icy tone characteristic of her in such situations, Bella asked her interlocutor what to do now. Taking this tone as a sign of insolence, the man took a fighting stance and grabbed his sword, saying that he did not intend to tolerate this. Shouting that the girl could complain to the Duke about this incident, the soldier rushed at her, drawing his weapon, to which Bella replied that she did not need any complaints because she had arms and legs. And in the world of the dead, Aiden, putting his sparkling sword to Nicholas's throat, hissed for him to get out of his way, to which Nicholas replied that Aiden's words meant nothing to him even in their world, let alone where they were now. But their confrontation in this world was not destined to end in a colorful duel, as suddenly stones began to fall everywhere, and the earth began to shake. Looking around in fear, the man, having significantly tamed his ardor, asked what was happening, and Nicholas suddenly took off his horse and rushed off somewhere, provoking a question from his recent opponent as to where he was going. But without receiving an explanation, Aiden found nothing better than to follow Nicholas, and soon the men stopped on the edge of the cliff. Nicholas could not believe what he had just seen in front of him, and neither could his careless companion. It was a real castle, rising alone among the unsightly landscapes of this world. The men noted the lack of entrance gates and ditches, as well as the bizarre design of the building. But the biggest strange thing was that the castle was located where only the dead live. After analyzing all the information, Nicholas finally came to a single explanation for the phenomenon. This castle belonged to the King of the Dead. While Nicholas was analyzing, Aiden noted out loud that the earthquake was starting again. And suddenly, hordes of dead people quickly headed out of the castle towards the men. For some reason, these dead people did not have eyes, which did not in the least prevent them from orienting themselves perfectly in space. The spectacle was, of course, non-trivial, and provoked exclamations from both men corresponding to their facial expressions. This first foray into the world of the dead was completed, and Nicholas was already sitting in his office, thinking about everything that had happened. It seemed very strange to him what he saw in that world, where it seemed that the castle was producing the dead, and the landscape around them was so confusing that they had to wander for a very long time before they could return. The Duke of the East voiced the finale of his thoughts, saying that that world was significantly different from theirs, and Felton, who was standing nearby, said that another strange thing was that from the moment they entered the world of the dead, until the moment they left, only 15 minutes passed. Such a statement was extremely unexpected for Nicholas, where, according to his calculations, at least 3 hours had passed. And then he remembered the cardinals accidentally heard words that time flows differently in the world of the dead, where the Eastern Duke concluded that apparently these words were true. His thoughts were interrupted by Felton, who said that there was another news story where Miss Bella attacked one of the soldiers of the Southern Army, and, as they say, he received serious injuries. What he heard shocked Nicholas even more than the previous information about the passage of time. Instantly rising to his feet, Nicholas literally shouted the question of whether everything was okay with Bella herself, to which his assistant fearfully replied that the girl was not injured, only the soldier was injured. Nicholas did not know how to react to such a statement, where it turned out that Bella acted as some kind of rowdy. At the same time, in Bella's chambers, the little maid delightedly recounted to her mistress everything that she had heard about Bella's fight with one of the soldiers, saying that he sneakily threw sand in her eyes, and the generous mistress only hit him with the hilt of her sword. And pleased with her own story no less than with Bella's action, Evie concluded that finally these boors had gotten their way. To which the girl, modestly sipping tea, replied that these were just rumors. In fact, the soldier himself slipped and fell. This statement from the mistress greatly upset the little maid, who disappointedly asked if the girl was joking. And Bella, smiling, replied that rumors always present everything in a distorted form, with which Evie, of course, agreed. Taking another sip, the girl thought that there was very little left before going to the world of the dead, and the Knights of the South were nothing of themselves. At that moment, Evie took out an envelope, which she, overwhelmed with emotions, had forgotten about, and said that an invitation to dinner had arrived from the cardinal, after which the maid read the text of the invitation to the amazed girl, where the cardinal expressed the hope that Bella would join this official event. It was not polite to refuse, and as evening approached, the girl arrived at the place appointed for dinner. As soon as she went inside, Mordecai joyfully greeted her and invited her to sit at the table. Without keeping her waiting, Bella walked up to the table and chose a seat between the cardinal and Nicholas. As she sat down, Nicholas glanced sideways at the girl without saying a word. Bella gave the man a gentle look in response, which apparently was not noticed by him. As soon as the girl sat down at the table, Mordecai said that he had heard rumors about how she was establishing relations with the Knightly Order of the South. However, Bella, who did not enjoy communicating with the cardinal, instead of answering, asked for what purpose she was invited here. Laughing, Mordecai said that the girl was behaving very harshly towards him, but he did not leave the girl's question unanswered, saying that the time for the first trip to the world of the dead was approaching, and he invited Bella to lead it. Bella assumed that either the cardinal or the empress herself could do something similar, so she took what was said quite calmly. But such news did not leave Aidan and Nicholas indifferent, and of course, it did not leave them differently due to the different characters of the men. And Mordecai, making the next detachment, told the girl to agree to lead the detachment and lead the north and east. After thinking a little, Bella suddenly asked the cardinal if his words were in order, to which the man replied that of course they were, but in this case the order would not apply without the girl's consent. The Marquis of the North, Anthony Morgan, stood in front of the cardinal, who was seated comfortably on the sofa, and the cardinal asked if it was his doing, a widespread rumor that Bella had crippled the knight, to which the Marquis replied that he needed it, after which Mordecai suddenly asked directly whether the Marquis was planning to try to kill his daughter again, and without waiting for an answer from the man dumbfounded by such directness, he immediately added that he was ready to offer his help in this, where he has the opportunity to organize a good trap for the girl. All this flashed through the cardinal's thoughts in a split second after he told Bella about commanding the entire army, after which the man noted that recently the Duke of the East and the brother of the Northern Duke had already visited the world of the dead. With noticeable boredom, Mordecai noted that they had talked about the strange landscape in that world. Not understanding what all this talk was about, Bella displeasedly asked what this should change for her, to which the cardinal explained that first, the army should get used to the world of the dead and deal with easier opponents. And when asked who the cardinal meant by easy opponents, the man replied that those who do not have vision, and Bella immediately remembered the events of the past in the War of the South against the dead, where these blind dead fought very well. I left no chance to the one they attacked. She and the entire army of the South had a very difficult time in those battles. But in the end, victory was won. But many Southern warriors paid for it with their lives. And the cardinal continued, saying that the South had been fighting this type of dead for a long time and had to study them well, where now the army of the South would have a chance to wash away its shame at the first skirmish with the dead when the rift opened. Here the girl had nothing to answer. The army of the South really showed itself worse than ever. Having finished his speech and laid the trap, the man looked straight at the girl, thinking about what she would choose, death or shame. But Bella, without any hesitation, suddenly said that it would be an honor for the South to be the first to go on a campaign, but in return, she would have one request to the cardinal. This unexpected move interested the man, and he asked what the request was. Without tormenting the man with anticipation, the girl said that she was just asking to change the date of the hike, moving it up by 2 days. Neither Nicholas nor Aiden could understand the meaning of this petition. The cardinal was surprised by the simplicity of the girl's request, and of course, agreed to such a profitable exchange. As night fell, Nicholas and Bella met in the garden as usual. The man showed interest in why the girl asked to postpone the hike for 2 days, to which Bella smilingly replied that given enough time, her father would have time to prepare a new trap, to which the man stated with disappointment that Bella knew about the trap and still allowed herself to be driven into a corner. The girl inquired as to whether she had created any difficulties for the East, which was also preparing for a campaign. And Nicholas, without hiding, answered that there really were difficulties. But when the girl tried to apologize, Nicholas said that no apology was required, since the more difficult the task, the more interesting it was for him to watch Bella. Bella then asked the man what kind of person she seemed to him to be. After thinking a little, Nicholas replied that he could describe the girl with the word strange. Laughing, Bella asked if the man thought at all before speaking, and Nicholas immediately apologized for his words, where the reaction of the Duke of the East greatly amused the girl. And Nicholas suddenly said that he believed in her, but was also very worried that she might get hurt. Experiencing the most pleasant feelings from this care, Bella responded by saying that she also really hoped that Nicholas would not suffer. And suddenly, making a serious expression on her face, the girl said that for this, the Duke must now listen to her carefully, after which the man turned all attention, and Bella began to talk about the hike. 2 days later, the little maid was helping her mistress with her uniform, when the Duke of the South suddenly burst into the room and loudly asked if the rumors that Bella was going on a solo foray into the world of the dead were true. Evie answered the question, saying that this is the purest truth, where her mistress really does not take any of the knights with her, and today she goes alone to the world of the dead. With some notes of fatherly concern, Lewis shouted that no one had dared to do this before, to which Bella simply replied that everything happens for the first time. Such carelessness greatly upset the man, who said that no one except Bella would dare to do this, and it would be difficult for her there. And the girl, laughing, replied that in fact, it was a great honor to become the only one in history. But the Southern Duke did not appreciate the humor, saying that now was not the time for jokes, but it would be worth thinking about how to survive in that hell alone. At this time, Evie approached Lewis and asked if he was really so worried about her mistress, to which the old man shouted in anger that that was the point, that he was very worried. After that, Bella herself approached the Southern Duke, adjusting the award emblazoned on his chest, and having finished with the order, the girl said in a calm but confident voice that the Duke should simply believe in her. The girl's smooth, melodic, and quite convincing voice played its role, where the man calmed down, said that he was giving up and would try to understand Bella, to which the girl smiled, made a slight bow of her head, and said that her victory would be the victory of the Southern Duke and the entire South. And now the fearless girl was already approaching the rift, where the cardinal himself was waiting for her. He greeted the girl with the words that the whole empire and he, personally, were pinning their hopes on her. Without saying a word in response, Bella decisively headed straight towards the rift, where, finding herself between the world of the living and the world of the dead, the girl suddenly stopped. A crowd of the dead had already gathered right in front of her, and Bella, with a calm movement, threw off the cape from her shoulders, which would only get in the way in battle. After which she pulled out her sword from its sheath and prepared for a fierce battle with the dead. In the kingdom, there is a book about what is on the other side of the rift, which is called the biography of Empress Susan Dougherty. It described that at some point, creatures that the Empress had never seen before fell out of the rift. Susan was the last of the Dougherty family, but undeterred by the complete interruption of the race, she took her weapon and stepped inside the rift. Waiting inside were 5 kings of the dead, long dead and buried, who called Susan. Not at all afraid of those who appeared before her, the girl asked who they were, to which one of the kings of the dead replied that they were the ancestors of the living, and the place where the girl ended up was their new world. The dead kings explained to the girl that their thirst for rule could not be quenched even by death. That's why they rule even in the world of the dead. But this world alone is not enough for them, and the kings want to take over the world of the living. To which Susan said that the world of the living belongs only to the living, and the dead have no place there. But the kings did not agree with this, declaring that the world of the living belonged to them. As before, they were simply expelled from there by time, but they did not leave that world as an inheritance to the living. The dead kings made a promise to return to the world of the living and restore their former glory. The first dead people to appear did not have eyes, but they heard perfectly and rushed straight at the victim, destroying it as soon as the latter made even the slightest sound. And these dead were commanded by one of the dead kings. The Empress, when confronted with this king, asked why his people were deprived of eyes, to which the king replied that these people were filled with regrets for their actions, and therefore are now deprived of the opportunity to look at the worlds. Then Susan asked why these dead men would attack as soon as they heard the slightest sound, and the king explained that it was their curse and punishment to experience what they regret. After which the Empress asked another question, "What do all these people and their king regret?" To which he replied that the girl knew the answer to this question. And then Susan cut the king of the dead with one move of her sword, where at the same moment a shining heart fell out of the king, which she wanted to touch with the tip of her sword. But the king was not completely destroyed. His essence in the form of a black shadow grabbed the heart and disappeared. This king, having taken his heart, hid in the most distant parts of his castle. One of the blind dead tried to attack Bella, who was already inside the rift, and he was immediately defeated with one precise blow, after which the girl noted that the closer she gets to the castle, the more dead people are on her way. Her plan to slip into the castle without making a fuss failed, as the path was too narrow and the dead would definitely hear her. Suddenly, an arrow as black as night stuck into one of the rocks, attracting the attention of a crowd of dead people, at one end of which a gold ring hung on a string. The girl almost immediately realized what had just happened. The entire crowd of dead people blocking her path rushed to the place where the arrow made a noise as it stuck into the rock, thanks to which the path was cleared, and Bella quickly moved forward. Raising her head, the girl saw a man standing on the edge of a high cliff. It was the Eastern Duke, clutching a bow in his hand, who fired the saving arrow. The girl noted to herself that Nicholas even managed to help her, thinking that he was very kind. Having given the man a sign of respect, Bella, without wasting any time, rushed towards the castle, where one of the kings of the dead was supposed to be. And the assistant to the Eastern Duke said that at this rate all the glory and all the honors would go to the south. To which Nicholas replied that the troops of the East were not going to conquer the castle of the dead king. This statement greatly surprised Felton, and he asked his master why they had come here then and where they were going. After asking the question, Nicholas remembered his last conversation with Bella in the park, where she asked him to listen carefully to everything she said. And the man, turning around and heading in the opposite direction from the castle, said that the East was heading for trophies. Bella, deftly weaving among the dead, was glad that Nicholas listened to her and did not lead his army to the castle. And then the girl's ears caught some extraneous sound, the sound of an arrow flying in her direction, which stuck into the stone right next to where she was. Having examined the images on the arrow, Bella immediately determined that it belonged to the troops of the North. Before she had time to think about it, the army of the North appeared behind her, on the very rock where Nicholas had recently been, where the man standing in front of everyone noted out loud that they had found the girl. After which, without delay, the command to open fire followed, where immediately in the direction where Bella was located, arrows rained down like hail. But the girl was already ready for such a development of events, and, grabbing one of the dead, covered herself with him like a shield. From her hiding place, Bella saw that her execution was silently watched by the Marquis Morgan, who, in fact, was the department commander. she instantly realized that one of her father's attempts to destroy her daughter, whose continuation of life did not bode well for him. Realizing that she needed to change her plan of action, Bella shouted as loudly as she could, calling the dead to her voice. The reaction of the dead was not long in coming, where dozens of those who were nearby, and especially reacting strongly to the sound of the voice of the dead, rushed towards the girl. And Bella was just waiting for this. Grabbing one of them as cover for her back, she quickly began to hide in the crowd of the dead, where, just a few seconds later, the Marquis looked with amazement at the crowd of the dead, where his daughter was no longer visible, lost in this mass of the dead. And one of the commanders fearfully reported that another whole army of the dead was approaching. But Anthony didn't seem to hear his assistant, staring into the distance and smiling strangely. As it turned out, he finally saw the place where his daughter managed to hide. Saying that he needed to go somewhere, the man ordered the commander who approached him to take command of their army. And very soon, Anthony and several soldiers were already in front of Bella, where the girl had nowhere to retreat, since there was an abyss behind her. Getting off his horse, the Marquis replied that the girl was wounded, to which she immediately replied that the wound was not too serious. The man then noted that for someone who had recently mocked him, she looked pathetic, but Bella responded by asking whether her father was going to kill her or not. And Anthony, approaching his daughter, said that if she wanted to live so much, then she shouldn't have appeared in his life, to which the girl answered harshly that she not only wants to live, but wants to live under her own name, as a legal member of the Morgan family. After which the Marquis gave the order to destroy the girl, and the men accompanying him rushed forward, drawing their swords. But the inventive Bella again resorted to the proven method and, shouting loudly, summoned a crowd of the dead. Saying that he would not fall for the same trick twice, the Marquis ordered his men to continue. But the girl had a different plan this time, where she didn't just use the dead as a shield. This was a real diversionary maneuver, with the aim of leaving my father without any protection. And while all the Marquis's warriors were fighting the crowd of the dead, Bella, in 2 leaps, found herself next to her father, with a naked dagger in her hand. Swinging with all her might, she stuck the weapon into the rock right next to the Marquis's head. Then she gave her father a contemptuous look and said that now the Marquis must be feeling disappointed, where he is probably disappointed that the next attempt to kill her ended in complete failure. And behind the man's back, the whole rock began to crack from the pierced blade of the dagger. And then the rock behind the man collapsed, and he quickly flew down. The last thing that flashed through his thoughts was that he was going to die. Just like that, just fall off a cliff in the world of the dead. But at the very last moment, Bella caught her father's hand, where the man noted in surprise that the girl's hand, which looked wounded, was absolutely healthy. To which Bella, smiling sweetly, replied that she simply decided to play a prank on her father, where if she had not done this, it would have been problematic for them to meet here. Helping the Marquis get out, the girl said that he had nothing to worry about, since until the conquest of the world of the dead was completed, she was not going to kill her father. The Marquis, who had just miraculously escaped death, looked at his daughter. Only now did he realize that from the very beginning, his daughter was simply playing with him and had thought it all out in advance. Meanwhile, Bella drew her father's attention to the crawling dead, asking if the man knew why they became like that. But without waiting for an answer, the girl said that all these people, when they were alive, killed their children, just like the Marquis. What they did only for the sake of their well-being. After which, Bella asked if her father didn't find it funny that so many people killed their own children with their own hands. And finishing her speech, the girl said that she did not consider her father a monster or a devil at all, but found him to be an ordinary coward. After these words, the Marquis stood up and approached Bella, saying that she was right and the title of monster suited her better. Grabbing her by the shoulders, the man added that in front of a monster, a weak person can only bend his knee. And then the girl felt the poison begin to take effect over her shoulder, somehow penetrating her body. And Anthony suddenly forcefully pushed his daughter away from him, directing her movement into the abyss, where, falling down, Bella saw how the poison was delivered by the man into her body. Already falling down, she heard the man's words, that if she returned this time, he would be forced to admit that his daughter had become a real monster. Meanwhile, the army of the north fought with a crowd of the dead, where Aiden is at the center of the battle, fighting with the help of his magical powers. Seeing the Marquis approaching, He asked him where he had disappeared for such a long time. But without answering the question, Anthony said that there was no point in continuing the battle and the army needed to return. But the enraged prince shouted that the North would not leave and would not retreat, and ordered the destruction of every last one of the dead. Realizing that no amount of persuasion would work on this madman, the Marquis resorted to extreme measures, striking Aiden in the solar plexus with all his might. After which, aloud apologizing for his tactlessness, he threw the unconscious man onto the horse. But suddenly, one of the soldiers turned to the Marquis, saying that something incredible was happening and the castle of the dead was being destroyed. Not believing what he heard, Anthony turned around and looked in the direction where the castle rose. And indeed, the castle of the king of the dead was literally melting before everyone's eyes. But he didn't just disappear into nowhere. He seemed to turn into some kind of black liquid, filling everything in its path. And one of the commanders of the Northern Army reported that the place where the castle of the king of the dead stood had turned into a swamp, and all the dead had disappeared. At the same moment, the Marquis ordered all the personnel to drop all their business and dig up the ground with whatever they could and find the trophies that should be here. This was followed by several days of long and painstaking work, and so the commander reported to the Marquis that the soldiers had been digging for the 5th day, and absolutely nothing valuable had been found. After listening to this, Anthony decided that, apparently, he would have to return empty-handed. Among the positive aspects, he noted that all these days that his army spent in excavations, neither the army of the South nor the army of the East was visible, which means that only the army of the North survived. Having thought about all this, the man gave the order to fold, since he had decided to return and declare the victory of the North. Soon, the half-wounded army of the North was already emerging from the world of the dead through the rift, where they were immediately met by the cardinal, noting that the Northern army had a lot of wounded, after which the man also concluded that with so many wounded, the North, after all, returned empty-handed, to which the Marquis explained that the castle unexpectedly collapsed. The dead fell, but no matter how much they searched, they could not find any trophies, but they were the only ones who survived. But at that very moment, some silhouettes appeared in the rift, which greatly surprised Anthony, who believed that everyone else had fallen. And then the army of the East appeared, led by their Duke Nicholas, and Mordecai immediately noted, looking at the loaded horses, that the East did not return empty-handed. And he turned out to be right, since Nicholas, saying that he and his men had obtained trophies, immediately threw a bag at his feet, which he had in his hand and from which gold poured out. The cardinal looked with curiosity at the loot brought from the world of the dead, and the stunned Marquis stood aside and quietly repeated that all this simply could not happen. The cardinal, picking up one of the coins, said that this is what is wonderful about going to the world of the dead, that you don't have to wait long for the result. He asked how long the army of the East spent in the tomb, to which Nicholas immediately replied that it was about 11 days. And then Mordecai asked a similar question to the Marquis of the North, receiving the answer that the Northern army spent only a week there. After which the man said out loud that, as he had expected, time flows differently for everyone in the world of the dead. But still, the North returned 4 days earlier than the East and empty-handed. Anthony tried to somehow justify himself, saying that there was only a black swamp and there was no king's heart, to which the cardinal said that it was all for one simple reason, where by the time the North arrived, there was simply nothing left, since one brave warrior got the king's heart in 1 day. The Marquis, amazed even more, could not restrain himself from shouting a question about the identity of this man, to which Mordecai calmly replied that if a man is so interested in this, then he can ask about it personally, since this man is now resting right behind him. Anthony immediately turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. Bella was sitting right in front of him, being bandaged by the healers. Standing in front of the approaching man, the girl congratulated him on the fact that he and his army managed to return. But the shocked man could only mentally wonder why the girl was alive. After all, he personally injected her with a ring containing deadly poison and saw how she fell into the abyss. Looking into Bella's eyes, Anthony concluded that this girl was not just a monster, she was the devil himself. After looking a little more at his newly resurrected daughter, the man thought that this was some kind of trick. Turning to the cardinal, he asked to show the heart that the deputy of the Duke of the South had brought, in order to verify her victory for himself, to which Mordecai did not object at all, and with a wave of his hand gave the order to bring the heart of the king of the dead, where his silent instruction was immediately carried out by one of the servants, who approached with a pillow in his hands, on top of which lay a gold ring with red hieroglyphs inscribed on it. The Marquise, of course, did not believe that such a simple object could be the heart of the king of the dead, voicing his doubts, to which the cardinal suddenly asked the man if he had carefully read the biography of Her Majesty, where it was written that after the empress hit him, the king put the fallen heart on his finger and disappeared into the depths of his castle. But the marquise continued to assert that this was impossible, and the cardinal had to say that the empress herself had already confirmed everything, where she praised the knight Bella and gave her a silver key to present. Still not believing that he, like the rest of the North, had lost, Anthony sank to his knees, exhausted, and the cardinal gave instructions to go to the palace and announce to everyone the name of the winner of the first campaign, namely Bella Morgan, representative of the southern lands and commander-in-chief of the Army of the South. The Marquis, looking at Bella in confusion, thought that because of the joke of the devil who had returned from the other world, he had suffered a complete collapse, and Bella mentally told her father that he had failed again both in his attempt to kill her and in his attempt to beg forgiveness. Marquis sat in his bed with his shoulder bandaged, where he noted that injuries take much longer to heal with age. His son Tim Morgan, holding a compress in his hand, asked how the Marquis was feeling today, to which Anthony replied that thanks to the efforts of his dear son, he felt much better. And suddenly, Tim said that they had announced the winner of the campaign, who turned out to be the same woman who introduced herself as the daughter of the Marquise, to which the man replied that his son does not need to believe in everything that is being chattered around, since his sister has been dead for a long time. The boy tried to say something in response, but Anthony interrupted him, saying that he hoped that at least his son would not reopen the wound in his heart. Apologizing for the heartache he caused, Tim threw himself at his father's feet. However, the boy thought to himself that this woman was too much like his deceased sister. Lying at his father's feet, Tim thought that he remained a naive, weak child, and she really wants to become, at least in some way, like her sister. The next night, Bella and Nicholas again walked through the night park, where the man said that he had heard that Bella had died at the hands of the Marquise, to which the girl replied that these latest rumors are complete nonsense. But seeing that the man was very agitated, the girl asked what she could do to make him calm down, and Nicholas asked to show him her hand, which the girl immediately did. The man stood and silently examined the girl's palm, without taking any action, and suddenly, he smiling, put his hand in Bella's hand and asked if it was true that the Marquis of the North pushed her off the cliff, to which the girl invited the man to be the first to tell her about how he spent time in the world of the dead. Nicholas agreed to tell her about this, and the young people continued their walk. Nicholas said that on the first day he led his men to where the castle was clearly visible, and suddenly, before their eyes, the castle began to fall apart, as if it was melting, and when it was all over, right under the place where the castle stood, a passage to the dungeon was discovered. Having gone down, he and his people discovered an underground cave, which was filled with gold and jewelry. That is, everything was exactly as Bella had told before the trip, where Nicholas remembered their conversation 2 days before the campaign, when the girl told him that only she could defeat the king of the dead. She can't tell you the details yet, but she will tell you how to take possession of the trophies, where after her victory, the castle will be destroyed, and the Duke of the East and his people will be able to go underground and take all the treasures. Returning to the story of the campaign, Nicholas said that in the end, they stayed in the world of the dead for 11 days and returned. Having finished his story, the man turned to Bella and said that he was very interested in how the girl knew all this, but, apparently, there was no point in asking him, to which Bella responded with silence and a look that spoke instead of language, in which gratitude for understanding was read. And Nicholas added that in any case, he was very grateful to her for the assistance she provided during the campaign. Confused, Bella replied that she shouldn't thank her. Suddenly, making a serious expression on his face, Nicholas turned to the girl, saying that he had a proposal for her. Without tormenting Bella with expectations, the Eastern Duke immediately voiced it, saying that he wanted to enter into an alliance with her, officially teaming up with her to conquer the world of the dead. Bella thanked the man for such trust, but refused the offer, saying that helping each other with little things would be much more effective than an alliance. But Nicholas objected, saying that small help was not enough, and when the girl asked who, he answered that it was both of them. Then Bella spoke more directly, announcing that she was not sure that she might need the help of the East, to which the man said that in the world of the dead, they, of course, can hardly be of any use, but in the world of the living things are different. Listening to Nicholas's words that the imperial palace was also a battlefield, that she alone stood against the north, the girl understood that there was truth in the man's words. And no matter how well she proves herself in the world of the dead, no one takes her seriously outside of it, not even knowing her origin. Turning to her interlocutor, Bella asked him if he himself was the same as all her opponents, but Nicholas replied that he had influence here and was the only one who could resist the power of the empire. Laughing, Bella said that the Eastern Duke could really help her, but still she was not sure that there was any urgent need for this, to which the man said that he believes in the girl's independence, but is not sure that coping with everything alone is a good option. But suddenly, exhaling sharply and lowering the smoke onto his hips, Nicholas admitted that he started this conversation only because he actually needed Bella's help. But at the same time, he also wants to help the girl, and therefore asks her permission to fight shoulder to shoulder. Of course, such a statement from the young man was quite unexpected for Bella. After thinking about what had been said for a while, the girl stood up and asked whether Nicholas's desire to help was really sincere, and the man replied that it could not have been otherwise. Then, Bella needed to make sure how far her new ally was ready and capable of going, which she asked about, turning to face him. Thinking not so much about his benefits as a duke, but about being closer to the girl, the man decisively replied that he would do everything in his power to ensure that the girl got what she wanted. Having received the desired answer, Bella understood that no more obstacles would arise, and gently taking the duke's hand, she asked if he could get engaged to her. Expecting to hear anything other than such a frank proposal, Nicholas automatically pulled his palm out of his interlocutor's, causing her some unpleasant sensations. The girl understood that her proposal could, to put it mildly, surprise the man, but she did not expect such a violent response, which she told him, holding his pulsating palm. Nicholas really was not prepared for such a turn of events, and therefore asked the girl why, of all the possible requests, she chose engagement. Having said that this is one of the most ancient and most reliable ways of concluding alliances, Bella asked her ally about the reasons why he doubts, and whether these reasons lie behind the secret of the girl's origin. Not having, as aristocrats call it, pure blood himself, Nicholas assured his companion on night walks that this was definitely not the case. Then the girl had no choice but to assume that in this case she would come to the conclusion that the problem was in her appearance, which immediately provoked a violent response from the man, who almost shouted that this was definitely not the case. And, in order to prevent any new ridiculous assumptions, Nicholas explained to the girl that it was difficult to organize an engagement because of him, because for some reasons that he cannot yet explain to the girl, he cannot have a partner, where these reasons will probably not cease to exist until the end of his days. Having thought a little about what was said, and looking at her interlocutor with a searching look, Bella brought up a new argument, saying that she did not intend to become the young man's partner. Nicholas, already imbued with the spirit of romance, was quite surprised by the girl's not very joyful statement for him. Confirming the man's guesses that all this was just a cold calculation, Bella said that they would break off the engagement as soon as it was no longer necessary. However, the changing expression on the man's face finally made the girl realize that he had taken her words in a slightly different way, and she asked with concern in her voice whether he really thought that they would actually get married. Yes, indeed. For an Eastern Duke who honors and respects traditions, the announcement of an engagement means announcing to everyone that he has found his destiny in the person of this or that girl. And therefore, after these words, Bella Nicholas very emotionally said that breaking the engagement would not be as easy as it might seem to the girl. But Bella herself, who does not adhere to such strict rules, could not understand at all what was so difficult about simply breaking off the engagement, and asked the man the appropriate question. Nicholas tried to explain that this, first of all, would harm her reputation, but the girl countered this argument with the statement that her reputation meant absolutely nothing to her. Then, looking at the man, who was already having great difficulty finding what to answer, Bella said with understanding that if it was so difficult for him, then she was refusing her request, to which Nicholas immediately categorically stated that he did not refuse to fulfill her request, where he finally threw the girl into a stupor with his changeable position. The man said in all seriousness that he accepted the offer, but Bella seemed to fall into some kind of prostration, where she, looking into emptiness, suddenly quietly told the man not to rush. Little Evie, helping her mistress get ready for bed, was simultaneously interested in her well-being. After all, the girl allowed herself to go on a night walk after suffering a serious injury in the world of the dead. The words of the little maid made Bella return to the moment when her father's hand with deadly poison touched her body. Meanwhile, Evie, with her characteristic zeal, was already finishing changing the girl's bandage. Rolling up the rest of the bandage, the maid asked her mistress how the meeting with the Eastern Duke went and whether he had passed the test. Smiling, Bella replied that apparently Nicholas is a reliable person, since no one knew what she told him about the world of the dead before the start of the hike. This pleased the little maid, who noticed that there were very few worthy and reliable people in their environment. But after thinking a little and sitting down on the bed next to Bella, Evie also noticed that giving so much information about that world was in any case too risky. But the girl was absolutely confident in the man for whom she, like him towards her, had the warmest feelings, which gave rise to her interlocutor's assumption that feelings can influence the objectivity of perception. To this, Bella said that Nicholas was the first to suggest that she organize her own union today. This means that he wants to share between the two of them all the honors that shine for the conquerors of the world of the dead. After listening to the mistress, the little maid noted that this outcome was, in fact, not so bad. And then she asked what the girl's answer to the proposal for an alliance was. But Bella, for some reason, was in no hurry to answer the maid's question, silently going out onto the balcony. After all, in fact, when she heard the proposal for an alliance, she experienced great anxiety, because an alliance presupposes trust, and trust always goes side by side with betrayal. The girl liked the current specifics of their relationship more, where they were just friends and helped each other as needed. She started talking about an engagement with the hope that Nicholas would refuse, and their relationship would remain at the same level. But the man took her spontaneous proposal quite seriously, and thought it over carefully before giving an answer. When Nicholas agreed, Bella tried to dissuade him, saying that he should weigh everything more carefully, because he, by and large, knew nothing at all about her, despite the fact that the engagement would not be real, but would only be part of the deal. Telling him to think carefully about all this, she broke off the conversation and interrupted their night walk. The conversation was difficult, and at that moment, neither the man nor the girl were ready to complete it. Having replayed all these recent events in her memory, Bella felt weak, although she believed that she had long ago gained strength. At the same time, the second participant could not sleep in his chambers, pondering the events of the recent walk, where the man saw the engagement proposal in a very favorable light, since if Bella received the status of the bride of the Duke of the East, this would greatly help in confronting the North. Moreover, their engagement will not be just a union of a man and a woman, but a unification of the East and South. But then Nicholas remembered how, without finishing the conversation, the girl ran away, leaving him alone in the garden. On the one hand, the man assumed that such behavior could be due to the fact that Bella was angry about something during their conversation. But the head of the man, who was clearly already in love, was filled with thoughts about the second possible scenario, where the girl could simply lose interest in him. The next day, the cardinal, the dukes of the South and East, as well as the brother of the Duke of the North, had already gathered in the conference room. Bella was the last to take a place at the table. Even as she approached, she turned her attention to her night beau, trying to see something in his eyes and understand his mood after the events of the previous night. But the man's face did not convey a single emotion, and his gaze was cold and empty, where it seemed that Nicholas did not notice the girl's presence at all. Bella, of course, understood that her departure from a night walk yesterday could end for their relationship in some similar way, but still her heart yearned, because Nicholas was very pleasant to her. The cardinal began to speak first, turning to Bella and asking her to tell them all the story of how she managed to capture the castle and neutralize the king of the dead. And the girl did not keep her waiting, saying that she discovered the key to victory when she accidentally overheard the conversation of the dead. And in response to the questions that came in, Bella explained that it was not exactly a speech, as living people were accustomed to perceive it, but just a separate word that the dead periodically uttered, and that word was Tiberius. As soon as the girl uttered this word, Tom Morgan, sitting nearby, reacted to it, where his surprised exclamation forced the attention of not only the cardinal, but also many other people in the room, to focus on him. It was only when the boy felt multiple eyes on him that he realized that his surprise had sounded too loud. Noting that such a reaction was definitely not casual, Mordecai asked Tom to explain what could surprise him so much from what was said. Moving closer to those sitting at the central table, the boy, clutching a book, explained that he was attracted by the word Bella had named, where he has every reason to believe that he can explain what the word means. While Tom was talking, Bella looked at him with a look that clearly showed that she did not like this interference at all, and the boy continued to bring useful information to the meeting participants, finally telling him that that was the name of one of the kings of the past. And in response to the questions received, Tom told the story that in ancient times, the territories were divided into small cities, where each city had its own king. Mordecai found this story interesting, and he asked the boy to continue his story. And the boy continued, saying that King Tiberius, wanting to expand his territories, captured and plundered other fortresses. But the world that was created through robberies and assaults could not last long. Tired of these endless attacks, the neighboring fortresses united in opposition to Tiberius and eventually surrounded his fortress. The combined army declared that they would besiege the fortress and would not retreat until they received the head of Tiberius. After a 6-month siege, the tired and hungry people decided to hand over their unworthy king. And Tiberius's wife was pregnant at that time. All that remained was to wait a little longer before the child was born, which the old king succeeded in, and he immediately transferred the right to the throne to him. And since the besiegers demanded that the king be handed over, Tiberius ordered that a new king be given to them, which actually fulfilled the demands of his opponents, where, when handed over along with the baby to be torn to pieces by the besiegers, a ring was also handed over, the presence of which in one or another person was proof of the possession of power. As soon as Tom mentioned this circumstance, Mordecai immediately noted that the king's recently obtained heart was precisely a ring, and immediately asked the young man to continue. And Tom continued, saying that as soon as the hungry people of the besieged fortress saw a child with proof of the power transferred to him in the form of a ring, they immediately threw him off the fortress wall as a besieger. The excursion into the past was completed, and the cardinal asked Bella if the dead really named the name of one of the ancient kings, to which the girl replied that, unfortunately, she did not have such deep knowledge of history, but she could definitely say that it was Tiberius who spoke. And when she got to the castle, she tried to say this name while standing in front of him. It worked, as a certain portal immediately opened, in which she saw the king of the dead. Listening to the girl's story, the cardinal asked if she had thought carefully before speaking, since the empress hated lies. But the girl casually told the cardinal that if he was hinting that she was lying, then she was not. The Duke of the South himself came to the girl's defense, saying that his deputy was not devoid of intelligence to deliberately lie at court. Agreeing with these arguments and accepting what was told as true, the cardinal concluded that in this case, this first king of the dead can be considered the deceased king of the past, Tiberius. This official announcement alarmed everyone present, because this state of affairs, where, as it turned out, life in this world was not finite after all, greatly changed the idea of the structure of the world of the living. Among those present in the hall was the Marquis of the North, Anthony Morgan, who was also very interested in these unknown facts of the campaign. However, listening to his daughter, who did not want to die, the man did not believe that everything was exactly as she just said. And Bella, noticing her father's gaze, immediately understood his train of thoughts, also mentally saying that the man was mistaken this time. No magic was used, and everything really happened exactly as she had said. The castle of the King of the Dead has neither entrance nor exit on either side. And in order to get inside by opening the portal, you need to loudly say the name of the one who rules this castle, which Bella did. After which the passage was opened, and she found herself inside the place where darkness and horror ruled. The only thing the girl made a mistake about was the speed of establishing Tiberius's identity, where she suspected that it would take the Empire's scientists more than one day. In addition, the girl was not at all happy about who exactly was able to solve this riddle so quickly, looking sideways at her younger brother. Meanwhile, the cardinal reasoned, talking to himself, where he once again concluded that to enter the castle of the King of the Dead, you need to know his name. After which, Mordecai stood up and loudly announced that they had naturally formed matters for the future, where first of all they needed to find out the names of all the kings of the past, and secondly, to eliminate the second king of the dead, whose name is already known today, which is none other than the great-great-grandfather of their current empress, whose name was Albus Dougherty. He is remembered for his cruelty when, under the pretext of a fictitious illness, he set fire to an entire city where its population was burned alive. Recalling these events, the cardinal concluded that this king of flame and ashes becomes their second target from that moment on. Mordecai then approached Bella and quietly told her that, as he expected, choosing her was the right decision, after which the man straightened up and loudly said that everyone should pay tribute to the one who revealed to them the secret of conquering the world of the dead. The meeting was over, and the Southern Duke, in the company of Bella and her maids, sat at the table, where the man lamented that the damned East was able to take away the trophies, to which Bella, smiling mysteriously, replied that they were just lucky. Louis concluded that in any case, they should be glad that they managed to avoid clashes with the East, since their Duke was a real vicious dog. Listening to the statements of the Southern Duke, the girl could not understand what such a wonderful, in her opinion, man like Nicholas could do, that Louis hates him so much. But the little maid, in her own way, did not remain silent, and said in response to the man's words that the Eastern Duke seemed very nice to her. I didn't quite understand whether he heard what was said correctly. The man asked to clarify who the girl meant, to which Evie immediately explained that she was talking about Nicholas White. But Louis, noticeably saddened, noted that only in appearance the Eastern Duke seems normal, but in fact he is a real devil. But the maid objected to this statement, reminding Louis of how it was this devil who saved him on the day when the rift was opened and the first battle with the dead took place. To which the Southern Duke replied that this act was a real mystery to him, since usually he would not have done this. After some hesitation, Louis suddenly turned to Bella, saying that he was worried about her and recommended that she stay away from this man, without being deceived by his good-natured appearance. The girl became very interested in why Louis hates Nicholas so much, and she asked about the reason for such a recommendation, to which the man explained that the Duke of the East secretly lures young women to himself, and then mocks them to such an extent that they leave him barely alive and covered in blood. The Southern Duke began his story by saying that he first met Nicholas about 7 years ago in the Imperial Palace. There were only rumors around that this boy now occupied the post of Duke of the Eastern Lands. Everyone was opposed to him, as there was a rumor that he was not of pure blood, and Louis even felt sorry for the child. But then one day a ball was appointed in the palace and was already in full swing. However, the dancing and fun were interrupted by one girl who quickly burst into the hall. They were all smeared in blood. Horror froze on her face and she screamed, begging for salvation from the devil. The Southern Duke literally jumped forward, assuming that someone had entered the palace, preparing to protect the people. And then the monster that had entered the palace appeared right behind the exhausted girl lying on the stone floor. He was all stained with blood. His eyes burned with a red flame. Madness was frozen on his face, where the Duke of the East showed his true essence to everyone that day. Being ready to face any opponent, Louis was not ready to see a living monster in the face of a child. Having finished his story, the Southern Duke added that after that incident, he subsequently repeatedly heard about similar ones, where they all involved the Duke of the East. Bella couldn't believe what she heard, where Nicholas, who seemed so familiar to her and seemed so normal to people, could be capable of doing such horrors. Having examined the surprised face of his interlocutor, Louis asked her to listen carefully to everything he was about to say. But instead of words, the man suddenly extended his hand to the extinguished candle standing on the table. And after a few fractions of a second, under the influence of invisible forces, the candle caught fire with a bright blue flame. To Bella's silent question, Louis replied that this was the same power that was granted to the South by the Empress. Where is his ability to control fire? the ability of the north to control lightning, and the power of the west became the ability to suck out life force and energy. The manifestation of all these abilities can be seen, however. The manifestation of the power granted to the east cannot be seen by anyone. Among all the abilities that the Empress gave out, the abilities that the Duke of the East inherited are the most shrouded in mystery, where it is impossible to know what he controls unless Nicholas tells it himself. What she heard allowed Bella to make an assumption about what Louis wanted to say, where, in his opinion, Nicholas used his power to lure girls to him, to which the Southern Duke responded positively, confirming his guess by the fact that without such influence, no one would have agreed to voluntarily undergo torture. This whole exchange made Bella think a lot about who Nicholas really was, and why his behavior towards her was completely normal. And Louis, concluding his story, once again noted that the girl should not even come close to the Eastern Duke. Realizing that under such circumstances it was absolutely pointless to object to a man, Bella agreed with his position. In the afternoon, the Southern Duke, accompanied by his deputy, arrived at the Imperial Reception Hall. No sooner had Bella appeared in the hall than she was immediately surrounded by people who congratulated the girl on her victory, which left the latter in complete amazement, where she noted that if we compare the current state of affairs with her appearance at the ball for the first time, the situation today is simply like earth and sky. Glancing around the room, Bella noticed that the Eastern Duke was already here. She fixed her gaze on Nicholas, waiting for him to turn his head and notice her. But when this happened, and as soon as their eyes met, the man immediately turned away from the girl. Such unusually cold behavior of the young man was quite unusual, where Bella could not find reasons for such radical changes. And then it was announced that everyone present in the hall should stop talking, after which the arrival of the Empress was immediately announced, who was invariably accompanied by the Cardinal. With her graceful gait, Susan moved away from her throne and headed somewhere into the hall where everyone present stood. It soon became clear that the Empress was moving to where the representatives of the South were, who had already bowed their heads respectfully. Finding herself at arm's length, the Empress noted that she had already heard about Bella Morgan's successful trip to the world of the dead, after which, reaching out and lightly touching the girl's chin, Susan said that she remembered her name well. Then, after a short pause, the Empress, in the coldest and most indifferent tone possible, told the girl that she was doing well. The words of praise were immediately supported by the Cardinal, who loudly voiced words of glory for the kindness of Her Majesty, after which the hall was filled with applause. The ceremonies were over, and the entertainment part of the reception began, where music was already playing and couples were spinning around the hall. A soldier of the Southern Army, present in the hall and sitting alone with alcohol, suddenly, having reached the desired condition, cursed loudly. Going out to the center of the hall, he shouted that everyone present had an emptiness in their heads, since they did not understand anything, and when asked what exactly they were supposed to understand, the soldier pointed to Bella, who was standing surrounded by ladies and gentlemen, and said that the destruction of this special king of the dead was an obvious forgery, where the man shouted that some girl who came from nowhere, has no pedigree, cannot have such powers and abilities. But before he could continue his monologue, the Empress's guards approached him from behind. Amid shouts that he had not committed any crimes, but was simply expressing his opinion, the guards took him somewhere, where, after a few dozen steps, the troublemaker was thrown to the steps that led to the imperial throne. The Empress herself was not too lazy to get up and approach the man, who alone managed to make so much noise. Having looked carefully at the Southern warrior, Susan said that, apparently, he was planning a rebellion, which of course stunned the man, who immediately began to make excuses that he had no thoughts of any rebellion. But then the Cardinal intervened in the conversation, who said that the soldier belittled the words of Her Majesty, doubting the knight who defeated the king of the dead, which amounts to rebellion. But after this, Mordecai suggested that Susan reconsider the situation, with which the Empress completely agreed. She ordered Bella to approach, which she did, once again bowing respectfully. And Susan immediately told the girl that the words of this warrior were Bella's fault, where her unworthy reputation and unknown origin played a role. After which the Empress gave an order for Bella to prove her strength and ability to defeat the king of the dead. And while Bella was thinking about how to prove this, the servants had already brought 2 swords, after which Her Majesty announced that the son of an exorcist of demons as a rival would be enough, where the girl almost immediately realized that by the son of the exorcist, he meant the Eastern Duke. Having announced her order, the Empress, completing the expression of her will, said that the man and woman should fight, where the duel must last until one of them can hold a sword in his hands. There was no choice left, and the opponents, taking up arms, took positions opposite each other. Without thinking twice, Nicholas launched several powerful attacks, which Bella, however, easily dodged. Where, observing the actions of her opponent, the girl noted that, apparently, the man decided to fight for real. However, the girl herself was in no hurry to attack, observing the trajectories along which the weapon in the man's hands moved. At the same time, Bella noted that Nicholas's speed of movement was amazing. If she hesitated a little, the sword would find her flesh. Moving back more and more, the girl eventually ran into one of the columns, and Nicholas continued to advance. Deciding that she needed to become more active, Bella suddenly took a detour, where neither her opponent nor the people around her even had time to understand. The girl in an instant went around the column and found herself almost behind the man's back, where the girl immediately carried out her first attack in this sudden battle. Unexpectedly for Nicholas, Bella's sword reached its target, and blood sprayed from her wounded hand in all directions. After the attack, the girl retreated to a safe distance, and the man noted his carelessness, where he initially wanted to end this issue as quickly as possible. Having caught her breath and chosen the right direction for her next actions, Bella attacked again. This time, the man defended himself by exposing his sword to the blow, which was accompanied by the sound of metal hitting metal. But suddenly, walking around the girl from the side, Nicholas quietly said that Bella should get ready to dodge. The girl, of course, heard what the young man said, but did not understand at all what the point was. First to attack her with all her might, and now to help. However, this sudden move by Nicholas caused both fighters to drop their weapons, which rolled along the slippery floor to a decent distance from them. Without even a second's hesitation, both Bella and her opponent rushed in the direction where their weapons lay. The first to reach the swords was the man, who for some reason suddenly grabbed not his weapon, but the sword that Bella was using. Of course, the girl was surprised that Nicholas took her sword, but there was nothing to do. Grabbing his weapon, Bella prepared to continue the fight. However, with her peripheral vision, she noticed that there was clearly something wrong with the sword her opponent was fighting with, where, having carefully looked at the blade, the girl saw that it was all cracked. It was about to fall apart, and it was not possible to fight with it. And the man was already starting his next attack, leaving the girl not a single chance. However, as he approached, he again quietly told Bella to protect herself from his next blow with a weapon, and not dodge, where Bella finally understood what was happening. And so Nicholas swung and struck from above, under which Bella placed her sword, blocking the movement of the enemy's weapon, causing both swords to shatter into small pieces. Thus, the battle was brought to a draw, where the Empress's instructions were carried out with detailed precision, because neither of them could hold the sword anymore, since there was nothing left of the sword. At the same time, if such an outcome does not satisfy the Empress, they can simply squeeze out new swords, and the fight will continue, which flashed through the thoughts of the young people who were awaiting Her Majesty's reaction. But their worst fears were not destined to come true, as Susan announced that Bella Morgan had provided significant evidence of her abilities. And while the girl bowed and thanked Her Majesty, the Empress added that next time she wanted to see the girl dancing at a ball in a chic dress. Satisfied with themselves, Nicholas and Bella looked at each other, giving each other a grateful smile, after which the girl turned around and was about to leave the room, but she was stopped by the Empress's call, who asked the girl about how it would be better to deal with the person who staged the rebellion, hinting at that same Southern warrior. Not being a bloodthirsty person, Bella did not know how to answer this question from the Empress. But Susan did not retreat from the intended punitive goal, ordering Belle to say whether this soldier had insulted her. But without waiting for an answer, the man on his knees began to tearfully beg Bella for mercy and cursed himself for what he had said earlier. Looking at the man suffering from his own stupidity, Bella asked the Empress if she was going to kill him, to which she responded by asking whether the girl would feel sorry for this soldier in that case. Bella did not have time to answer this counter-question when Susan suddenly said that the rebel was the reason for a good performance, for which he could be spared. To which the soldier burst out in gratitude, and crawling on his knees to Bella, said that from that moment he became her most faithful servant. But at that very moment, a verdict was still heard behind his back, where Susan concluded that he was still worth teaching a lesson for opening his mouth once again to dissuade others. And this horrified the man. Focusing her chilling gaze on the victim, the Empress ordered the cardinal to carry out her sentence. Immediately after these words, Mordecai went to the man who continued to be on his knees, who measured his every step with horror, continuing to beg for mercy. And so the cardinal touched his head, where at that very moment the soldier, in front of everyone's eyes, seemed to begin to dry out from the inside. His skin became more and more wrinkled and tightly tightened his skeleton, and the hair on his head completely fell off. And Bella, standing very close by and observing what was happening in the smallest details, noted to herself that, finally, she was able to see the manifestation of the power of the West, taking vitality and energy from people. As night fell, the girl, as usual, went down for a night walk in the garden, where, standing by one of the trees, she waited for her companion on such walks. The man was gone for quite a long time, however. The girl's expectations were not in vain, since Nicholas eventually appeared. Delighted with the man, Bella smiled sincerely, saying that she was already beginning to have thoughts that he might not appear today. Looking at the girl, the Duke of the East asked why she came to such an idea, to which Bella answered without hesitation that the reason for this was the swords that they were pointing at each other this afternoon. Standing directly opposite his recent opponent, Nicholas asked if he had hurt the girl during the fight, to which Bella, thanking the man for his concern, replied that he had not hurt her. And when the girl asked a similar question in return, Nicholas, hiding his right hand, through which Bella's blade had passed, replied that everything was fine with him too. The girl perfectly remembered the blow that reached the target, and therefore immediately realized that the man was lying. Although in the duel, the man behaved with dignity after all her attacks, where she certainly did not try to spare him. Deciding to change the topic of conversation, Bella asked if the man's proposal about their joint union was still valid. Where in the next sentence, the girl said that she didn't want to agree at all, but now she's changed her mind. And when asked by Nicholas about the reasons for such changes, Bella, smiling flirtatiously, replied that the reason for this was the attractiveness of the young man. Another frank directness of statements once again made the man very embarrassed, where he could not get used to this kind of statements from his interlocutor. But suddenly, making her most serious face, Bella said that she had one condition, where Nicholas must tell her the reasons why he cannot afford a close romantic relationship and is so afraid of them. The man's silence proved that with her condition, the girl, as they say, hit the bull's eye, the root of all troubles. Realizing that Bella already had some information, Nicholas asked what she knew, to which the girl replied that she learned from the Southern Duke about the harm that her interlocutor caused to the girls. From what he heard, Nicholas exhaled very heavily, thereby showing the depth of the existing problem, after which the girl was left to be surprised once again, since the man confirmed that these rumors were not false. But at the same time, the man added that despite all this, he never deliberately tried to harm anyone. His memories flashed back 7 years, when he was still just a teenager who was about to inherit the Eastern Duchy. At some point, his deeply respected father disappeared somewhere, where after some time he was declared dead. As his only son, Nicholas went to the imperial palace to officially receive the title of Duke of the East. Walking into the throne room, the little duke announced his arrival, introducing himself to the Empress. Piercing the visitor with her eternally cold and emotionless gaze, Susan said that he would now take the place of the Eastern Duke, after which the official appointment was announced, and the boy took the oath of allegiance. However, receiving the title only gave rise to many rumors, where they said that he himself killed the former duke, his father, and his unclean blood was often mentioned. Where the boy in the imperial palace heard all these conversations every day, he had to show considerable strength in order to ignore these quiet attacks, and therefore, left alone, Nicholas exhaled with relief and tried to relax as much as possible. One evening, the door to his room suddenly opened slightly, and a figure appeared on the threshold. And when the man was already inside the room, the boy saw that it was some young girl. Standing modestly at the front door, the girl greeted the young duke, also saying that she was very glad to meet them. Little Nicholas was very surprised by this sudden night visit from a completely unfamiliar girl and asked who she was, to which the uninvited guest playfully asked the boy to guess who she was. But realizing that he would never be able to guess, the girl turned around sharply and introduced herself, calling herself Karina. However, the fact that the girl introduced herself did not change the surprised face of Nicholas, who asked how she was able to enter the room despite the fact that there was security at the entrance. To which the beautiful girl with blue eyes replied that all the guards were familiar to her, and then they let her through. The girl thought to herself that she had to pay a lot to get into this room, which, however, was worth it to become the Duchess of the East. Gently holding the boy's head, Karina said in her sweet voice that the Duke must have been very lonely, but now his loneliness will end, since she will be next to him. Sitting so close to the girl, which had never happened to him before, Nicholas felt fear. But very soon, he felt something different, more pleasant, where the girl's hand became very tender and warm for him, because the boy's childhood passed in such a way that he managed to miss this simple human warmth and care very much, and therefore relaxed, trusting his night guest. But suddenly, at the very peak moment of this scene filled with tenderness, a certain voice, ominously sounding in the boy's head, ordered him to kill this girl right now. His mind became clouded, and he began to sink his teeth into the girl's flesh, inflicting more and more wounds on her, until she was finally able to break free and run away. But the voice demanded to catch up and kill her. That's why he followed her, following the orders of the invisible puppeteer, which he only repeated that he should bite into the flesh, kill, and wildly rejoice at it. Finishing this story, sitting next to Bella in the park on a bench, Nicholas said that when he came to his senses that day, it was already dawn, and he decided that it was all a bad dream. But then he saw dried blood everywhere, began to call for help, deciding that someone had broken in during the night, but was shocked to learn that it was all his doing. Bella looked at the drooping man with a sympathetic look and asked if he really didn't remember anything from what was happening, to which Nicholas explained that he remembers some passages, somewhere the state is very similar to a dream. The girl tried to start saying something, but the young man interrupted her, saying that this incident was just the beginning. Continuing the story, Nicholas said that when the formalities with the entry into the title were settled, he returned to the East. For some time, rumors about his prank in the Imperial Palace still circulated around his palace. But since the influence of the newly made Duke increased every day, these rumors soon ceased to exist. Time passed, and gradually Nicholas got used to the role of the Duke of the Eastern Lands, regularly dealing with certain issues. But then one evening, his first assistant reported that a visitor had come to the Duke. It was one of the noble people of his duchy, who, introducing himself, said that he had very important business with the Duke. Where this man, pleased with something unclear, introduced his sister to Nicholas, not forgetting to mention that, according to some rumors, she is considered the most beautiful girl in the East. Immediately, Nicholas understood what was going on, because he had no relatives, and intermarrying with him was a very tempting prospect for aristocrats. Every day, dozens of people tried to get an appointment with the young Duke, who presented him with their young and beautiful sisters and daughters. Where some of the Duke's visitors tried to bribe his interest in the girl by talking about her wonderful abilities in music. Others, in first place, after appearance, of course, put the fact that their candidate has the best manners in the East. Well, some girls, completely shameless, and not disdaining any methods, openly offered the Duke to immediately become the owner of their body. And when one of these approached the man, at least causing some reciprocal emotions in him, the Duke suddenly experienced some kind of trembling in his body. His eyes became bloodshot again, and the same voice again appeared in his head, demanding blood and murder. Obeying this voice, the man sharply grabbed the girl by the hand, where she, experiencing severe pain, began to scream heart-rendingly. Interrupting his story here, Nicholas said that having harmed the girl several times, he had learned a lesson for himself, where something in his body got out of control when he was alone with the girls, and as a sign of intimacy. Bella listened to the sad story of her companion on night walks, without interrupting or asking unnecessary questions, and Nicholas added that he was not the only one with such strange behavior in his family. As it turned out, everyone who became the Duke of the East sooner or later developed a similar problem. As soon as you felt someone's love, at that very moment, an all-consuming feeling of sadism flared up inside you. Realizing the cause of this condition, Nicholas decided that he would remain alone forever, because he is frightened by the fact that someday the one he loves may die at his own hands. And so, when the man finished, Bella finally decided to ask a question, asking if it was hereditary, to which Nicholas responded with a counter-question, asking if she had ever heard of an obsession with execution. And Bella clarified whether the man was referring to the mental illness that the aristocrats of the ducal line of the North inherit. Where did she hear that, with such a disorder, a person periodically remains in a state of panic due to the fact that he believes it is possible to lose his head? But Nicholas objected, saying that this was not a mental illness, but a retribution for the use of power. One of the maids quietly opened the door to the master's chambers, where a man was nervously spinning from one side to the other on the bed, periodically shouting something. Soon the Marquise approached the chambers, to whom the maid reported that they had run out of medicine. And Anthony asked the maid if His Highness mentioned that he blames Aiden for the fact that the North's campaign in the world of the dead was a complete failure. To which the girl, recalling the last visit of the Duke of the North, replied that he did not place any blame on anyone. After listening to everything the maid said, the Marquis opened the door and headed inside the room. There, on the bed inside this room, one could see the same mental illness that everyone in the ducal family suffers from, an obsession with execution. The man, writhing on the bed and chained to it, screamed with all his might that they definitely wanted to kill him and cut off his head. This disease was curious, because there were many ways to take a person's life, such as strangulation or poisoning. But the sick man from the family of the Northern Dukes was always afraid of only one execution, which would deprive him of his head. And now, bedridden Aiden, currently experiencing an attack of just such a disease, urgently demanded that he be released immediately before his brother's executioners came to chop off his head. Continuing the conversation with the girl, Nicholas noted that the problem of the North associated with this disorder was revealed by accident. But both the Southern Duke and the Cardinal, the former Duke of the West, also have to pay for the use of force in only one way known to them, and they will carefully hide it, because if others find out, then it will no longer be just their curse, but a weakness that can be exploited. Looking at the girl, Nicholas recalled her question about why he couldn't find a life partner, and now he can explain this to the girl, saying that he has a curse that will destroy the life of whoever is nearby, which was hard for the girl to listen to, who has already had enough shocks lately. Looking at the man, Bella asked with amazement why he decided to reveal his weak point to her, to which Nicholas, turning to the girl, confidently replied that it was because of his great trust in her. For Bella, who had long been unaccustomed to a normal relationship and such a concept as trust, it was unusual to hear such an explanation. But in response, she said that since the man opened up to her, then she, too, would not hide anything from him. Where, turning and looking Nicholas straight in the eye, the girl admitted that her recent engagement proposal was simply a way to circumvent the creation of an alliance between them. This confession did not leave the man indifferent, where he looked at his interlocutor, not knowing how to react to what was said. Rising from the bench, Bella stepped a little to the side, voicing her thoughts, where she thought that the Duke of the East should already have a bride, which would force him to refuse the engagement, and would give her a reason to refuse the union. But this turned out not to be the case, and everything further is simply the result of mutual misunderstanding, for which she apologizes. But immediately after these words, Bella turned to the man and, looking at him, if not in love, then at least with eyes expressing deep sympathy, said that under such circumstances they could really get engaged. Everything that just happened did not have time to fit into the head of the Eastern Duke, where he could only ask why the girl suddenly changed her mind. And Bella explained that if they have a real relationship, then no one can blame them for being allies, nor can they dissolve their military alliance, which of course seemed like a great idea to the man, since their relationship would really explain to everyone the help that they would provide to each other. And the girl, laughing heartily, found her companion and future groom to be a very rational person, after which Bella, giving her knight gentleman the most tender look, extended her hand to him, saying that she hoped for complete understanding with her newly made fiancé. Taking the girl's hand, Nicholas approached her and said that he also hoped that this would always be the case between them. The man had no idea that in fact Bella proposed getting engaged not because of any benefits or alliances, but because this man seemed sincere and kind to her, despite everything that was said about him. But the girl said that since they were now in an alliance because of their upcoming marriage, she needed to find out something else very important from Nicholas, namely, under what conditions the curse begins to manifest itself, and whether just a kiss is enough for this. Blushing at such a question and turning away, taking a defensive pose, the man answered in a low voice that when someone comes too close, that the girl did not hear and asked again. Then Nicholas answered more loudly, saying that the curse is activated when someone approaches him with dirty thoughts, where this time Bella did not understand what was meant by dirty thoughts. And then it dawned on the girl that her new ally had vulgar thoughts in mind, where this was voiced to her so loudly that the man's already embarrassed state intensified many times over. To the girl, such shyness of the young man seemed very attractive and sweet, and suddenly, the girl remembered an old conversation with Nicholas, where he asked to warn him if Bella suddenly began to have feelings for him. Only now the girl fully realized what the man was trying to say then, which meant not feelings at all, but real sexual attraction. The girl screamed about it so loudly that Nicholas had to cover the girl's mouth with his own hands, saying that she was right in everything, but there was no point in talking about it. Removing the man's hand from her mouth, Bella noted that for someone who seems so kind to her, Nicholas does not always behave respectfully. Realizing that he had definitely gone too far by touching the girl's face, the man apologized sincerely, and the girl continued to hold his hands at that time. She looked at him with her kindest gaze and could not sufficiently enjoy the fact that this man was so sweet, and so she suggested that they forget about what just happened, since this moment is already in the past, and they need to think about the future, to which the man naturally agreed, thanking his bride for her understanding. Their hands still held each other, and Bella said that it was not he, but she who should thank him, where, when asked by the man why, she explained what was his frankness, where she understands how difficult it was for Nicholas. The girl's words greatly hurt the man, where he struggled, trying not to give too much vent to his feelings. And suddenly, a gentle hand touched his hair, where when asked what she was doing, Bella also answered with a question about whether this gesture was too vulgar. After stroking Nicholas's hair, Bella finally answered the man's question, saying that she was encouraging him because he must be feeling very lonely. Feeling the girl's hand on his hair, a similar picture of the past flashed before the Duke's eyes. It was a wonderful, magical, and very beautiful night, in which the relationship between Nicholas and Bella moved to a whole new level. After some time, the Eastern Duke was already in his chambers. He replayed in his head many events of this day and night, but nothing was imprinted in his memory as strongly as Bella's hand clamped by his hand, where, compared to his hands, the girl's hands seemed very small and fragile to him. But gradually, the man's thoughts about the size of the girl's palms switched to reasoning that the girl initially perceived the proposed union as an exceptional benefit for the East. But in fact, Nicholas proposed the alliance only in order to protect Bella, because when he heard rumors that she had died in the world of the dead, it shocked him so much that he could no longer think about anything else. Yes, despite the fact that he and Bella had met only recently, the Duke had such warm feelings for her that he did not want to reject. But immediately grabbing his clothes in the chest area, Nicholas told himself that the presence or absence of feelings should not play any role for him. After all, no matter what he experiences, a man will never be able to hug or kiss this beautiful girl. Once again, while washing clothes, Evie could only think about the fact that her mistress was now engaged. Bella herself told her about this some time ago in their room. Of course, in her repertoire, the little maid asked if her mistress was also pregnant, to which the latter asked the girl to save her from such hasty conclusions. To the maid's clarifying questions, the girl replied that she was engaged to Mr. White, but they were not dating, and she immediately explained that the engagement was just a cover for their newly created union. But Evie, with her inquisitive mind, immediately suggested that Nicholas could fall in love for real, but her mistress categorically denied such a development of events. Where she is now is not in a situation to think about any kind of relationship, and Mr. White is not interested in it either. In response, the little maid only laughed maliciously, and Bella went off to bed, saying that she had a very busy day tomorrow. After analyzing the events of last night, Evie came to the conclusion that Bella simply changed the subject and walked away from the conversation, which says a lot. Suddenly, someone interrupted the girl's work, coming up from behind and asking forgiveness for disturbing her. Turning around, the little maid saw her mistress's brother standing in front of her, where Tom Morgan greeted the girl with the most good-natured face. Evie asked who he was, to which the boy did not answer, but asked a counter-question, asking if the girl was really Bella Morgan's maid. And then the little maid began to look more closely at this uninvited and unexpected guest, where, based on some signs and characteristics, the main ones being eyes and hair, Evie determined that this boy had a lot in common with her mistress, after which the girl came to the unshakable conviction that in front of her was none other than Bella's younger brother, Tom Morgan. Several years ago, this boy lost his sister, whom he loved very much, and could not believe that she was no more, since everything was always fine with her. And the fact that his sister suddenly died like that was very strange, where many questions remained unanswered. So, for example, they never had doctors at home. No one knows what disease the girl died from, and for some reason, her parents never allowed her brother to visit his sister. And now, years later, a girl suddenly appears who looks just like his deceased sister, has the same name and matches his age. Remembering the events of the distant past, Tom also remembered a recent conversation with his father, where the latter said not to believe the rumors and claimed that his daughter was dead. Then, to calm his father down, the boy apologized to his father, but the thoughts that this girl could be his sister never left the boy's head, where he decided to check and find out everything himself. And so he stood in front of the little girl and asked if she was a servant of Bella Morgan, who had recently become famous for her victory. The girl did not answer the question posed, and Tom noted the not-so-friendly look directed in his direction. And then, taking a basket of laundry, the little maid, without saying a word, headed off somewhere, nudging the little gentleman with her shoulder along the way. Tom told the departing girl that he was from an aristocratic family, to which Evie immediately asked ironically what she should do now. Should she immediately fall to her knees and start bowing? But the boy, who did not understand the irony, said that he did not demand this at all, but simply thought that the maid might not know his position. Taking a couple of steps closer to where Evie was hanging out the laundry, Tom explained that he came to her because he had questions. And the girl suddenly turned around and said loudly that in this case the boy should remember his manners and first introduce himself. And if he has nothing more to say, except that he belongs to the nobility, then they have nothing else to talk about, to which Tom said that the girl simply does not understand him. However, the resourceful maid objected, saying that she understood everything perfectly, but simply did not want to talk. Suddenly, the little aristocrat burst into a ringing, boyish laugh, surprising his little interlocutor, where, wiping away the tears that appeared in his eyes from such laughter, Tom said that the girl was simply delightful in her dialogue. Not understanding what he could find funny in the way she spoke, the girl stood and looked at the boy, already doubting his mental abilities. Admitting that he had indeed started the conversation incorrectly, the boy offered to talk when Evie finished working, while offering to help her. Deciding not to be rude to the boy anymore, the little maid asked him if he knew how to fold sheets. Meanwhile, events were developing in one of the separate rooms of that part of the castle where the Southern Army was located. Continuing to ask for forgiveness, a withered bald man lay on the bed, who had recently been touched by the dark power of the cardinal on the orders of the Empress herself. Louis, concluding that this soldier had not gotten better since the ceremony, asked what was wrong with him, to which one of those present explained that he was eating and drinking almost nothing. Bella, standing nearby, said that food is unlikely to help here, since the cardinal sucks out life energy, where, by the way, his power is useless against the dead. However, the Southern Duke objected, saying that power can be used in different ways, and only its owners know exactly how, where what they saw at the ceremony is far from the limit of the power that Mordecai possesses. This statement aroused the girl's interest, and she asked how Louis uses his power. The question hit the mark, and the Duke squinted, examining the girl. Realizing that no one should hear the further conversation, the Southern Duke asked the one who was looking after the object of the cardinal's display of power to leave the room. And when they were alone, Louis sadly told the girl that he did not use the power given to him at all. The power inherited by the South is hellfire, and if it uses it, then in its madness it will begin to burn everything around. This had already happened once in his family, where Louis's grandfather lost control of himself. He burned all the family members who were at home at that moment, and then burned himself. Clenching his fist, which was immediately surrounded by tongues of blue flame, the Southern Duke said that having inherited this terrible power, he could not use it at all. This is the price that the members of the Southern Duke family pay for the possession of this superhuman power. Looking at the Southern Duke with a sympathetic gaze, Bella asked when something like this had happened before, to which the saddened man replied that it had been a long time ago. However, turning his gaze to the slowly dying soldier, Lewis changed the subject, saying that now they need to think not about the past, but about what awaits them in the future. Bella agreed with this, reminding the Duke that soon it would be the turn of the South to guard the rift. Turning to the girl, the leader asked whether Bella could stand guard on her own, to which the girl replied that she could not be responsible for everything alone. Of course, this was clear to Lewis, and the question addressed to the girl was only a way to emphasize her qualities. But some decision had to be made one way or another. And while the leader of the South sat clutching his head, Bella, in an insinuating voice, made a proposal to turn to someone for help. The girl's offer surprised the man, who had not even thought about such a prospect, and when asked what could help them, Bella smilingly replied that someone from the East. Of course, these words of the girl could not leave Lewis indifferent, where he, jumping up from his seat, loudly began to scold his deputy regarding his too strong attachment to the East lately. With the most menacing look and literally looming over Bella, the Southern Duke asked what interest the girl had in that eastern direction. But their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, where a man came and said that Mrs. Morgan had business. Being furious, the Duke still let the girl go, saying that they would finish this conversation later. Bella left the room and sadly walked along one of the corridors, accompanied by an assistant. The man was the first to start the conversation, asking if the Duke was angry because the girl constantly mentioned the East. But before she had time to answer this, the assistant immediately added that the reason for the master's anger was Bella, which could not but surprise the girl. Turning to her escort, the girl asked why the Duke was suddenly so angry because of her, to which the man simply replied that the Southern Duke wants Mrs. Morgan to become his daughter. The news was more than shocking, and the girl looked at the assistant with wide eyes without uttering a word. But having collected herself a little, Bella, smiling in confusion, asked the man if he was sure of what he just said, to which the assistant replied that Lewis at first thought that his new warrior was a man, and not from such a noble family. But when he found out that Bella was a girl and the daughter of the Marquis of the North, everything changed. However, the girl did not even hear rumors that the Southern Duke had such intentions, to which the man replied that all this was due to Louis hiding his intentions. But if you look closely, his dependence on Bella is increasing every day. Of course, the Southern Duke never talks about the willfulness that the girl allows herself, but this does not mean that her behavior does not touch him. And concluding his explanations, the man spoke about Louis's feelings that Bella might leave him if she became close to the Duke of the East. This explained a lot for Bella, where she could finally understand the reasons for the sometimes strange behavior of the Duke of the South. For a moment, she imagined everything that could await her if she became the daughter of a Southern Duke, where she would definitely be valued, respected, and greatly protected. And Louis himself, without a doubt, would have become the best father, every now and then telling his daughter that she had messed with the wrong guy once again. These were pleasant fantasies, but unfortunately completely unrealistic, where, remembering her past, Bella noted that she would never be able to live an ordinary life. Therefore, looking at her escort, the girl said that the South could be absolutely sure of her devotion, where, looking down, the girl added that there is no doubt in her words, at least because she knows perfectly well what betrayal is. Soon the girl went outside and found herself in the garden, so the cardinal sat at the table all alone, who attracted the girl's attention, inviting her to come closer. Having inquired whether he called her, and having received a positive answer, Bella coldly asked what the cardinal needed from her. Without waiting for an answer, the girl began to move the chair to sit down, where the man noted that if she had not been wearing a military uniform, but a dress, then he, of course, would have helped. But that Bella again coldly said that she would have managed it anyway herself. When the interlocutors were opposite each other and their gazes intersected, the cardinal asked what the girl wanted to tell him, but Bella replied that it was the man who called her, therefore he should speak. Laughing, Mordecai noted the girl's exceptionally cold tone, adding that she could have been gentler with him, to which Bella replied that since the cardinal had nothing to say to her, she was leaving his company. The girl had already gotten up from her seat and was about to leave, when suddenly the man grabbed her hand and, with the most serious look, asked a question about why she didn't ask him anything. Looking at the cardinal from her height, Bella still coldly asked what she, in the man's opinion, should ask him. But the man avoided answering, saying that the girl's behavior now is as if nothing happened in the past, and everything is over. But this is far from the case. Continuing to hold Belle's wrist, Mordecai asked the next question, where he could not believe that the girl was not at all interested in him and was not making inquiries. And suddenly, the man said that the girl had climbed very high, from where it could be very painful to fall, to which Bella replied in an icy voice that she had already fallen once, so that she was no longer afraid of any other falls. Freed from the cardinal's hand, the girl stood up, practically taking a position for attack, and the man again asked the question, now regarding how the girl, trembling with fear, could become so strong. Suddenly approaching his interlocutor, Mordecai, touching her face, said that the girl used to be very nice, where, recalling the events of the past, the man noted how the girl followed her father like a faithful dog, plaintively begging for attention and love, and then screamed and cried when she found out that she was being sold. Looking Bella straight in the eyes, the cardinal concluded that she had simply been thrown away like some kind of garbage. But when the man finished speaking, his involuntary interlocutor suddenly grabbed his hand with force, saying that she did not see anything in everything that was said that could offend her now. Mordecai tried to say something in response, but did not have time, because the hand that was now holding his wrist suddenly pushed the man away with force, from which he, taking a couple of steps back, literally fell into a chair. Where the man didn't even have time to blink an eye, the girl was already right in front of his face, asking if he really wanted to remember the things of days gone by. After which, portraying some semblance of a smile, Bella said that the cardinal would not be able to provoke her, especially with such pitiful methods. Having finished her speech and straightened up, the girl added that the man was dressed well today, and she would not want to stain his clothes with his own blood. Everything that happened was extremely surprising for the man, who expected a slightly different outcome of this conversation. Watching her opponent, Bella noted with satisfaction that the expression on her face that she now sees in front of her was a rather pleasant sight for her. But suddenly, the cardinal did something that the girl did not expect from him, where the man, bowing his head, suddenly apologized. But at that very second, straightening up, Mordecai suddenly burst into wild laughter. Noting that the man was definitely not doing well in his head, and he needed to come to his senses, Bella said that she was leaving, but the cardinal, laughing, asked her to stay. A little more seriously, Mordecai again apologized to the girl for what he had said earlier, and for his rudeness towards her. Rising from his seat, the man politely invited the girl to take her previous place at his table. Noting the change in the man's behavior, where at least some politeness was finally evident, Bella agreed to sit back and continue the conversation. The cardinal, without further talking about unnecessary things, noted that he called Bella for a reason, since in fact he had one request for her. It was extremely unexpected for the girl to hear from this man that he had requests. Having named one of the dates of the empire's past, the cardinal asked the girl if she was familiar with the events of that day, to which Bella replied that it was the day of the big trial for poisoning, with which the cardinal agreed, adding that those who tried to poison the empress were tried for treason. Then, in the distant past, Her Majesty swallowed poison, but for some reason she did not die. Bella became interested in why the cardinal suddenly remembered this now, so she asked him, but contrary to any expectations, Mordecai suddenly said that the poisoning attempt was organized by him. Of course, the girl was surprised by what was said, but to a much lesser extent than the cardinal had expected, and therefore he asked why this news did not surprise Bella. But Bella voiced something else, saying that these actions of the man were direct betrayal, with which Mordecai naturally agreed. Where after that, he remembered the words spoken by the empress after she coughed up blood, where Susan made a promise that the empire, in the person of the traitors, would share her today's pain, after which, convicted of treason against the throne, a total of about 130 people were executed, among whom were nobles, officials, and ordinary servants. But in this whole story, the cardinal noted that the poison that the empress swallowed could kill a bear in seconds, and she had to die by taking it. After listening to this confession, the girl had one single question, which she immediately voiced, where it was contained in one single word: why? And the cardinal responded by saying that he only thinks about the future of the empire, where the current empress is essentially weak, and he wants to see a truly strong personality on the throne. And suddenly, Mordecai asked if Bella remembered the poison with which the Marquise tried to poison her in the world of the dead, where, without waiting for the girl's answer, he explained that it was the same poison with which he had once tried to poison the empress, immediately after which the man concluded that, like the empress, Bella, for some reason, did not die from him. And now, when all his guesses have been completely confirmed, he has one single question for the girl, one request, where he wants Bella to help him kill Empress Susan Dougherty. Little Bella sat in her room and read her favorite poems, which were written by Megan Waldridge. The touching of the girl's hair by the hand coming from the maid's back distracted the young mistress from reading. Seeing her beloved nanny, the girl was very happy. When asked whether Bella liked these poems, the latter replied that this was her favorite collection, and she was ready to reread this book constantly. Then the girl asked a question about the reasons for the maid's visit, to which she replied that she had come to say goodbye to the child. The girl, of course, was upset and expressed hope that her maid would return soon. Looking at the child with the kindest look, the girl replied that she was grateful for such good wishes and that she herself wished Bella well and health. Little Bella saw through the window how her beloved maid got into the carriage and never returned to her, disappearing forever. Thanks to that maid, the girl learned what love is. However, Bella knew that she always had parents with whom she hoped to meet soon, where the girl dreamed that upon returning home, she would never experience the feeling of loneliness again. And finally, the long-awaited moment of meeting my parents has arrived, where little Bella cried not only because she had not seen her parents for a long time, but also because she could finally feel that she was not alone in this world. She had a family who loved her. But on the very eve of the girl's birthday, she was betrayed by the one whom she loved most and whom she trusted. The carriage rushed into the night, carrying a frightened girl from her home, accompanied by a man unknown to her. The cardinal continually interrupted his reading of the book, stroking Bella, who was sitting opposite, who was constantly wiping away her tears. The girl began to speak first, greeting the unfamiliar man and saying that she was 12 years old, and not 10, as he might have thought, which surprised the man, who did not expect his victim to speak. Directing her tear-stained eyes at the man, the girl explained that perhaps her age plays a role in resolving the issue for which she was taken. Looking at the child with interest, Mordecai asked if the girl was really worried about it that much. But suddenly, throwing herself at the man's feet, Bella asked him to simply tell him where they were going, and she would then promise to calm down. But instead, the cardinal, roughly grabbing the girl by the chin, said contemptuously that the father, apparently, had not raised his daughter very well. Where, of course, he guessed that Anthony was a bad father, but he didn't think that much. After which, saying that the girl was sold at a very good price, the cardinal asked if the girl was not experiencing joy in escaping from such a bad father. It was from that moment that Bella silently followed all the orders of this terrible man, in whose hands she found herself at the behest of her father. And the result was that she was thrown into the world of the dead, where she was immediately surrounded by 4 huge dead shadows. A little frightened girl sat in hell and listened to how the dead rejoiced that a human child, a living creature, food had come to them. Terrible creatures surrounded the girl, arguing about who should get her with all her fresh blood. Having experienced a feeling of complete despair, little Bella suddenly began to read aloud poems from Megan Waldridge's collection from memory. And while the girl was reading poetry and thinking to herself only that at least someone would save her, the monsters surrounding her prepared to swallow their victim. And suddenly, something began to happen around the girl, where she was surrounded by bright white light and smoke, after which Bella suddenly felt that the feeling of fear that had literally consumed her before had disappeared somewhere. At that same moment, pictures of the past began to float before her eyes, one after another, where her whole life seemed very short and quite stupid and meaningless to the girl. The only thing Bella regretted was that she did not have time to finish reading one of the books by her favorite author. But now nothing can be returned. The little girl's life is over, just as stupidly as it was. Scrolling through all this in her head, Bella suddenly wondered whether she was already dead or not. And in order to understand this, she opened one eye, where she immediately saw how one of the monsters was looking at her, ready to crush on his victim. In horror, the girl fell back, leaning on her hands, but immediately noticed some strangeness in the behavior of the monsters, where all the monsters surrounding Bella seemed to be frozen in one place. Deciding that this opportunity should be used and try to escape, the girl moved her leg to free herself from the tentacle. But as soon as Bella moved, the tentacles immediately continued their movement, reaching the girl's head. But as soon as the girl stopped moving, the monster immediately stopped moving too. Having identified this pattern in the movement of monsters, the girl laughed at what was happening now, although she did not understand the reasons for it, where she saw for herself only two possible outcomes: either endure and not move, where she could sit for eternity, or die painfully after starting to move. The prospect was not a pleasant one, where in any case a painful and horror-filled death awaited her. And so, after thinking a little, Bella decided that if the monsters were given the opportunity to move, then this death would still be faster, which she did, where the tentacles immediately continued their work. But suddenly, someone's voice shouted to the girl to stop and not allow herself to be killed. And in the rays of a bright white-blue light, a female figure began to descend from above. She asked the little girl to listen to her, but Bella did not want to listen, saying that she was just tired and wanted to die. But the girl who appeared completely, who turned out to be a living stone figure with a half-destroyed head, demanded that Bella listen to her after all. But in a fit of rage, Bella shouted that she was not going to listen to someone unknown. The seriously worried woman shouted at the girl not to start moving, as this would immediately lead to her death. But there was no stopping Bella, where she, shouting that no one would ever tell her what to do again, freed herself from the monster's grip with a sharp movement. The female figure looked at what was happening with considerable surprise. And what was happening was the first victory in the life of a little defenseless girl. Since then, it didn't matter to her who was trying to insult her, humiliate her, sell her, or commit some other disgusting act. Bella never tolerated bullying again and always answered the offenders. However, Megan's poems, which she loved to read so much as a child, always helped the girl to respect her boundaries. It is only for this reason that Bella did not now begin to pull out the hair of her interlocutor in the person of the cardinal, because of whom she had to go through so much. Instead, Bella asked for what reason he was trying to kill the Empress, since she had a hard time believing that a person like him could sincerely worry about the future of the empire. The man answered this question very casually, saying that he was trying to kill her because she was not trying to kill him, and all because, in fact, he has long had a great desire to die. Having heard this explanation, the girl asked whether Susan was interfering with his death, or whether his death depended on her death, where the cardinal immediately noticed that the girl was very smart. After which, Bella had a new question, which she immediately voiced, asking how many years the cardinal had already lived, where, mentally comparing the appearance of this man now and then, 6 years ago, when he took her, the girl noted the absence of any changes in his appearance. Having thought about all this, Bella said that she would pretend that she had not heard the cardinal's request, since they did not have the kind of relationship in which any requests would be possible, to which the man immediately replied that the girl had no choice, because today there are only two possible paths, on one of which she kills the Empress, and on the other, the Empress kills her. Grinning, Bella asked who established such rules, and once again explained to the man that she was not going to fulfill any of his requests. But then the man mentioned that if she refuses, the people around her may well suffer. The girl did not expect to hear such a threat, and looked at the cardinal with surprised eyes, not understanding how he could implement such a thing. And he explained that he just had to report to the Empress that he had made a deal with her, and she would immediately destroy Bella herself and all her close people. To which the girl immediately replied that in this case the man would put himself at risk and risk being destroyed. But the cardinal objected, saying that he would not be able to die, since as long as the Empress lived, he would also live, thanks to her favor. Looking angrily at her interlocutor, the girl ironically said that she envied such love, and the cardinal did not remain in debt, answering that life was great with the Empress, but Bella would never know true love. After which the girl, rising from her seat for the second time, said that they had run out of topics to talk about and she was leaving. But the man quietly asked permission to say a few more words to the girl. Bella turned around and saw the cardinal place a small box on the table, saying that another reason he sought a meeting was to convey this gift to the Empress. This is the silver key that he received after defeating the first king of the world of the dead. This key unlocks the gate to the Empress's private chambers, where Bella is invited, which constitutes the highest honor. And while the girl was taking the box, the cardinal said that Susan asked to come next Wednesday, which could not be refused. Once again, Bella tried to leave the man who was completely unpleasant to her, but he again called out to her, where suddenly Mordecai remembered the flower that the girl gave Aiden on her first appearance at the ball. Listening to what the cardinal said, Bella turned her head a little, not yet quite understanding what he wanted to tell her. But suddenly, the man said that with this gesture, Bella had exactly repeated one of his favorite poems. It was very surprising for the girl that this man was familiar with Megan's work, and Mordecai, to confirm his words, read a few lines from a poem that Bella knew very well. Looking at the man, his interlocutor voiced her doubts that he could love poetry, and she turned out to be right, since the cardinal explained that he accidentally remembered them. As she left, Bella whispered that it was a great relief to realize that she and this disgusting man had no common interests at all. The living statue of a girl looked with undisguised surprise at how the little girl managed to free herself with one movement. But not even a couple of seconds had passed before the tentacles grabbed the girl again, squeezing her small and fragile body with even greater force. But at the same moment, multiple electrical discharges caused significant damage to the monster's limbs, saving the girl from certain death. Amazed by what had happened, little Bella looked up at her savior without blinking, where the broken statue hanging in the air said that she really liked the girl's statement, who said that no one would tell her what to do anymore. Finally, Bella came to her senses a little from everything she had seen and decided to talk to her savior, asking who she was. Descending lower and gently touching the child's face with her hand, the floating broken statue replied that she was Isabella, the unforgiven queen, after which the queen asked the child her name, to which she immediately replied that her name was Bella. And then the woman of stone welcomed into the abyss a little girl who bears the same name as herself. Not at all understanding where she was, Bella asked what the abyss was, but the queen did not answer, asking a counter-question about whether the girl experienced a moment when her mind seemed to freeze. To which the girl replied that there really was such a moment when she read Megan's poem. Everything inside her calmed down, and after that, the monsters froze. And only now the girl suddenly realized that not only the creatures around her froze, but the whole world froze. This was confirmed by Isabella, who said that this world is generally outside of time, and it is called the abyss. Then Bella asked why. Being in the abyss, she could hear the voice of the unforgiven queen, to which the broken statue replied that this became possible only because it also exists in the abyss. The queen then explained that all those who saw the abyss and touched it went mad, after which they turned into kings of the dead. And when the girl asked who these kings of the dead were, the woman replied that they were the same monsters that surrounded the girl. These are people in the past who went crazy with regrets, haunted by their beliefs and succumbing to various temptations. Once in this world, these people, dedicated to revenge, became kings of the dead. However, the queen noted that the girl was very different from all those she had seen here, and asked how she ended up here at such a young age. The question asked made the girl return to not the most pleasant memories, where she explained that her father had sent her here. The unforgiven queen was clearly not ready for such an answer. "I don't know what to say to this." And little Bella, tears still flowing down her cheeks, asked her savior what would happen to her now. At that same moment, a bright light appeared around the woman floating in the air, and she said that now the girl herself could choose her future fate, where Bella can decide for herself what to do, how to do it, and in what world to do it. Hearing the last phrase, the girl, delighted, asked loudly whether what was said meant that she could return to her world, to which the broken statue, surrounded by bright light, replied that yes, if the girl herself wants it. And suddenly, little Bella found herself in some kind of endless room where there was a door right in front of her, and the unforgiven queen, who was right there, said that there was no point in returning to the world that had already betrayed her. After which, Isabella confirmed Bella's guess that behind this door is the world of the living. And while the girl was thinking about what to do, the queen said that she did not have to return, because she could stay here, in the abyss, and outside the influence of the kings of the dead. But holding the door handle, Bella said that she really wanted to return to where she lived before. This caused misunderstanding of her savior, who asked why she needed it, to which little Bella, having already fully opened the door, replied that she wanted to meet her father and ask why he betrayed her. Without saying another word, the unforgiven queen watched the door slowly close after her guest disappeared behind it. And when the door was completely closed, the broken statue said that Bella had decided to choose the most difficult path for herself. Having passed through the door in the abyss, the girl really returned to her old world, finding herself in the middle of the street on the road, where she was discovered by a man who tried to sell an abandoned child to a brothel, and where she again faced the betrayal of her father, who, instead of saving his daughter, ordered her to be destroyed. Little Bella fully experienced what her father had prepared for her, ordering her to burn everything to the ground. But suddenly, at some point, the physical pain ceased to exist, and Bella opened her eyes, where she discovered that she again found herself in the same world of the dead, where the cardinal had thrown her not so long ago. So the girl sat completely alone in the middle of the world of the dead, until she was again touched by hands that were already familiar to her. Betrayed again and killed by her father, little Bella cried in the arms of the unforgiven queen. Once thrown into the abyss, a helpless little girl suddenly gained immortality, where, at the moment when her breathing should have stopped in the world of the living, she instantly found herself in the world of the dead, thereby avoiding death. And every time she came into this world, Isabella was always waiting for her here. Under the strict guidance of the only being close to her, Bella became stronger every day, where she not only learned to fight, but also studied in detail the structure of the world of the dead. In addition, she secretly explored the world of the living, where, in particular, she studied in detail the life of her father, down to the smallest detail. Moving through the blooming garden, the girl recalled her distant past. Sometimes she was very offended by Isabella, because, as it turned out, there were things in the world that were not worth knowing at all. But still, she was able to maintain her sanity no matter what, which Megan's poems helped her with, which she began to read out loud in every situation that could shake her perception and psyche. And now, standing in this garden, Bella began to repeat out loud the words she had memorized well. But even these lines did not relieve the girl from the all-consuming feeling of loneliness. Suddenly, the girl's not the most cheerful thoughts were interrupted by a butterfly that landed on her palm, looking at which Bella wondered if she was really so lonely now. Suddenly feeling something, Bella quickly started running, and she ran until she saw Nicholas standing in the middle of the garden, with a butterfly also sitting on his hand. The girl stopped, looking at the man she liked and identifying him with the very poem that saved her life. Understanding his gaze, Nicholas saw his out-of-breath ally, with whom they had recently been listed as engaged. And the girl, coquettishly straightening her hair, gave the young man the kindest and most welcoming look. However, the presence of strangers forced the young people to maintain decorum, where Nicholas was the first to formally greet the commander of the Southern Army. Having voiced a return greeting, Bella asked if the Eastern Duke was heading to the palace now, to which she immediately received a positive answer. After which, cheerfully saying that she was heading there too, Bella invited the man to continue the journey together. Not quite understanding the meaning of the girl's cheerful reaction to the fact that he was going to the palace, Nicholas nevertheless agreed to take a walk together. When they were almost there, the man noted that at the moment it was not the South that was guarding the fault, and therefore it was a mystery to him what could have brought the girl here today. To which Bella immediately replied that she wanted to do a little reconnaissance before they made a new trip to the world of the dead. Without thinking for a second, Nicholas firmly said that in this case he would go with the girl. The soldiers accompanying the Duke tried to say that they would go with their master, but their impulse was immediately interrupted by a young man who gave the order to remain at the entrance. Touched by such care, the girl cordially thanked the Eastern Duke, and while they were moving towards the rift, everyone around was whispering that there was definitely something between these two, since otherwise they had nothing to do in another world alone and without protection. When the man and the girl were at the entrance, Bella, asking if Nicholas had heard the conversations around, noted that rumors were already starting to circulate about them, to which the man prudently replied that they needed such rumors, so that in the future the news of the engagement would not seem something unexpected and clearly planned. And then the girl invited her companion to go on their first date to the world of the dead, which they immediately did. A day later, the scouts reached the place they needed, where in front of them, surrounded by the flying dead, stood the castle of the second king of the dead, Albus Dougherty. Nicholas asked if the king the cardinal mentioned lived here, to which the girl answered positively, also adding that this was the second castle that they would conquer after the fall of the castle of King Tiberius. Suddenly, one of the dead rushed right above them, leaving behind a bright trail of fire. Looking at this terrible creature, the young man asked the girl if these creatures, completely unlike humans, were dead, to which Bella replied that these dead people are one of the most dangerous, since they can attack not only with their hands and feet, they know how to burn their victims to the ground. Drawing out his black sword, Nicholas said that they did not look scary at all, and he believed that he could easily defeat them. But Bella stopped him, saying that it is impossible to kill something that has already died a long time ago. While these flying creatures did not pay attention to them, the girl suggested trying to avoid collisions with them for as long as possible. Where, looking after the flying monster, Bella added that if the dead attack, they will attack in a flock, burning everything in their path, where it is unlikely that the two of them will be able to fight them off. After listening to his companion, Nicholas suggested that in this case, the whole army would not have an easy time here, with which the girl completely agreed. And while the man was thinking out loud about what options there were to solve this problem, one of the dead appeared to his left, moving straight towards Nicholas. Turning around in time, Bella saw the undead rushing towards them, where, with one quick but strong movement, the girl moved her companion out of the path of the dead man's movement, covering him at the same time with her body. The monster failed to catch anyone, but the trail of fire trailing behind it still touched the girl. Nicholas asked with concern if the girl was hurt, to which she replied that everything was fine, except for the ruined clothes. The Eastern Duke began to say something, but what his companion did next left the man speechless, where, not at all embarrassed, the girl in the blink of an eye remained half-naked right in full view of her companion. Noticing Nicholas's stunned look, Bella asked if everything was okay with him, to which he, blushing and stammering, replied that everything was fine. Turning away from the half-naked girl, the Duke asked if she would accept help from him in the form of his jacket, to which the girl, grinning, replied that the man's size was not quite the size that would suit her, where 3 people like her could fit into his jacket. Nicholas tried to somehow be indignant or justify himself, but the girl no longer heard him and turned her attention to the active movement on the right. Having said that this time there were much more dead people flying, the girl also attracted the attention of her companion to the huge flock that was approaching them. It was obvious that the monsters decided to attack after discovering the location of the intruders, and the man, saying that this time he would not be able to leave, prepared for battle. But suddenly, the dead exchanged some incomprehensible sounds, and at that same second, they all turned around and quickly headed in the opposite direction from the young people, leaving the latter in complete bewilderment. Suddenly, a flying object appeared in the sky, emitting a strong glow, to which Nicholas drew the attention of his companion. A strange object appeared gradually and became closer to travelers in the afterlife, and young people, trying to look at it, speculated whether it was a carpet or some kind of flag. But suddenly, a certain male voice sounded, saying that he had finally found his bride. Having heard which, the girl immediately recognized who it belonged to and understood everything that was happening. Suddenly, everything around turned black, and Bella smelled a strong burning smell. Trying to rub her eyes and coughing, the girl concluded out loud that only one person could call her a bride and was capable of such a thing. Looking around, Bella tried to understand whether she had already entered the realm of Blandus and how he was able to use his power. And suddenly, in this pitch darkness, a bright ray of light fell on her face. Having taken just one step, the girl suddenly found herself in a beautiful flowering meadow where a tent was erected nearby. Without thinking twice, Bella headed towards this tent, as to the only building here. There, on one of the carpets, the girl saw her companion on the journey to the world of the dead. Asking if he was okay, the girl quickly rushed towards him, but the young man, with whom there was clearly something wrong, suddenly shouted loudly so that Bella should not dare approach him. Stopping a step away from the man, his companion sat down on her knees and asked again if everything was okay with him. But at that very moment, the Eastern Duke, with a sharp movement, grabbed the girl by the hand, causing her pain. Not even a second had passed before Nicholas had already thrown his companion onto the carpet and bent over her. And only now the girl saw his brightly burning eyes and fierce face, from which one could understand that now in front of her was not exactly the Nicholas with whom she was familiar. And the distraught Duke of the East suddenly tightly squeezed the body of his victim and let out a piercing scream, after which Nicholas sharply leaned over and pressed his lips into the lips of the girl lying under him. Trying to somehow resist such an incorrect pressure from the man, Bella managed to lean on one hand, raising herself a little. But at that very moment, the feral Duke suddenly grabbed the girl by the neck with force, and suddenly, Bella felt a sharp pain and tasted blood in her mouth. With an effort, the girl was able to break away from the unusually tight embrace and break off this bloody kiss. She reproached her companion for his unworthy behavior, but judging by the expression on the latter's face, it is unlikely that this reproach meant anything to him at all. In one swift movement, the man knocked the girl down again, immobilizing her with his hands. It was the first time Bella had seen Nicholas like this, and the first time she had seen a person's pupil color change in this way. And while she was celebrating all this, the bloodthirsty man suddenly sunk his teeth into the girl's hand. It was so warm and so good when their bodies touched, and it was very pleasant to feel this tenderness. But at the same moment, the pleasant picture was replaced by a picture of a sting, where a familiar voice shouted that if only she knew that he was alive. But he didn't want to hear that voice. He wanted to dive deeper into those pleasant hugs and touches. But suddenly, a familiar female voice calling him by name will bring the man into consciousness, where, having woken up, Nicholas saw his companion in front of him, who, smiling mysteriously, asked how he was feeling. Rising up on his elbows, the man replied that he felt very weak in his body and remembered almost nothing. Suddenly, the Duke noticed that the girl had a wound near her mouth, as if someone had bitten her. Having finally assumed a sitting position, Nicholas, realizing that the wound was most likely left by him, quickly asked what he had managed to do with Bella while he was in his madness. However, smiling sweetly, the girl replied that everything was fine with her, and the man had not done anything bad. Then, taking the man by the hand, Bella noted with complete seriousness in her voice that, unlike her, Nicholas's condition was not the best. Only now did the Eastern Duke feel that his whole body was hurting, as if he was rolling down the mountain on the stones. And while the girl was asking if he was in pain now, Nicholas discovered the lack of clothes on him, looking around and asking the girl about the fate of his clothes. Smiling again and pointing at herself, Bella said that she had to borrow the Duke's shirt for a while. Not understanding anything at all, the young man asked about the reasons why the girl needed his shirt, to which the girl responded with a question as to whether he really did not remember anything. And having received the answer that there were no memories, Bella took out her own torn clothes, showing them to the man and saying that it was his doing. And in response to the interlocutor's questions, the girl said that at some point his eyes turned red, and he began to do a variety of things to her. Therefore, she had no choice but to knock the man down and try to somehow stop his assertiveness. Suddenly approaching Bella and grabbing her by the shoulders, Nicholas asked in alarm whether the girl managed to stop him, to which his companion laughed and replied that there was nothing to worry about. Nothing had happened between them. And while she was talking, the man again drew attention to the wound that was visible on the left side of the girl's mouth. Realizing everything that had happened, Nicholas grabbed his head and began to ask for forgiveness, suggesting that his actions must have greatly angered the girl. Touching the hands of her recent tormentor, Bella said that there was no need to worry, since although she was surprised, she was definitely not angry with Nicholas. After all, she understands that all this was done by the man not on purpose and not out of malice, and she did not experience much pain, therefore he should not worry. However, in a confused voice, Nicholas still tried to beg the girl's forgiveness. The girl looked at the Duke with the kindest look, where the man's behavior again seemed very sweet to Bella. Without answering the words of an apology, the girl said that they just need to figure out how to protect themselves in such cases. As for the shirt, for now the man cannot count on its return. with which Nicholas fully agreed. Having come to his senses a little, the Eastern Duke finally wondered where they were now, to which Bella calmly explained that they were now on the territory of the king, who had broken many hearts. Hearing something familiar, the man even asked the girl about what she had just said. The dead in the form of snakes once upon a time flooded the entire East. Just like the king who ruled these dead, he appeared to the world of people in the guise of a huge, terrible snake. Then, having killed many snakes, the Duke of the East never encountered their king. After listening to the man, Bella said that it was this king who lured them into his kingdom. Not at all understanding why the king of snakes needed to lure them to him, Nicholas asked his companion the appropriate question, to which the girl replied that it was her fault, because this king wants to steal her. Having finally stopped understanding anything, the man asked what Bella had to do with it, and the girl explained that they were connected by a bloody fate, and therefore, in any case, she was going to seek a meeting with this king in the future. As she was about to stand up, Bella said in a cold tone that she would have to remember to thank him for saving her time by arranging this meeting himself. Suddenly, the young people heard some rustling and hissing, where snakes suddenly rushed from the bushes in their direction. But stopping nearby, the snakes suddenly began to intertwine with each other, growing into a large figure. And when the transformation was completed, a dark-haired man appeared before the travelers, who, spreading his arms to the sides and greeting Bella, said that he missed his bride very much. Nicholas was simply stunned when he heard this man emerging from a ball of snakes call his companion his bride. The bride herself said that the king should not advertise his life so much, since he could be found, no matter how hard he tried to hide. The king replied that he did not want to stage a performance, but only wanted a little attention from his bride. But in an absolutely indifferent tone, the girl said that no matter the king's tricks, she would never turn her attention to him. And the man suddenly asked the girl to speak to him even more rudely and scold him, as before. Nicholas stood aside and watched this rather strange conversation, who could not help but notice that the king was clearly trying to capture the girl's attention and interest. Then the king suddenly said that he knew that Bella gave Tiberius's heart to a beheaded woman. And then the Eastern Duke completely ceased to understand what these two were talking about among themselves. And the King of Broken Hearts, trying to touch the girl, said that he only cares about her safety, because other kings are looking for her to kill her. However, having hit the man's hand, Bella accused him of the fact that he himself did not mind getting even with her, and constantly did nothing but hide in the bushes, waiting for the right moment. In connection with this, she finds many inconsistencies in everything she has just said, and as soon as the girl uttered these words, a smile appeared on the man's face that certainly did not bode well. Where at the same moment, a kind of thick purple fog began to form around the King of Broken Hearts, and the girl, realizing what this could threaten them with, shouted to her companion that they urgently needed to escape from here, dragging him along with her. And now the young people were already moving away together from what filled everything around them. They ran without looking back, trying not to slow down their speed so as not to give the king a single chance. And finally, stopping, Nicholas noted that he had the feeling that they were running in a circle. After looking around, Bella confirmed her companion's guesses, saying that apparently the King of Broken Hearts had locked them in this trap. After which the girl, sitting down near the tree, said that nevertheless they had become separated from the king, and they needed to regain their strength a little. And since the man was also very tired from a very long run, he sat down next to his future bride, trying to even out his ragged breathing. Having said that everything that was happening could drag on for even a single day, Bella generally lay down on the grass, saying that whenever possible, they needed to rest and accumulate strength. Where she immediately invited the man to lie down next to him, to which he said that he was not sure that this was a good idea. However, the girl made a compelling argument, saying that it was somehow not at all comfortable for her to lie alone. This worked, and Nicholas, who had nothing to answer to such a serious argument, turned and laid his head next to the head of his companion. At the same time, the Duke of the East did not even think about falling asleep, where thoughts were spinning in his head that the king had called Bella his bride, and he said out loud only this one word, bride, giving it a questioning intonation. Having heard what was said, Bella explained that they did not have the kind of relationship that could be implied by such addresses. It was just that the king himself wanted to call her that for himself. After listening to the explanation, Nicholas voiced his misunderstanding of how the girl could have such a close relationship with the king from the world of the dead. But laughing, Bella replied that there was no closeness between them and never had been, but that they were connected by a fatal fate. After which the man turned his head to the girl and directed a look at her that said that he wanted to hear more information. Then, Bella said that she would now try to explain something, where she began her story with the question of whether Nicholas knew who the Oathbreakers were. Many years ago, when the first dead appeared in the world of the living, those who began to serve the kings of the dead also appeared among people. Then, it was announced that such people were traitors to the human race, and they were called Oathbreakers. Then the girl said that when she was 13 years old, she became a target for such Oathbreakers. Immediately, a memory arose in her memory, where one of the servants tried to strangle the girl, and she asked who he was. But instead of answering anything, this strange man did nothing but make hissing sounds. And so the girl once again found herself in the world of the dead, where, as always, Isabella met her. Hanging over the newly deceased girl, the unforgiven queen began to scold her and say that Bella needs to forget everything and start a new life, since this is already her 5th death in the last year. But the girl objected that despite all her deaths, she nevertheless still remained alive. Continuing the moralizing, the queen asked if the girl had already received an award, to which she immediately replied that she had not. And the woman concluded that of course she would never receive it, since for a child who has difficulty coping with small tasks, this is unrealistic. Meanwhile, Bella, angry, stood and kicked the ground, shouting that she didn't deserve all this. Looking at this tormented child, the broken statue wondered aloud why Bella was targeted so often, speculating that her father might have found her. But the girl, wiping her tears, said that this could not be. And to the question of her only friend, Bella replied that she was sure of this because her father would not carry out anyone's orders. After all, she had the feeling that everyone who found her belonged to one particular society and was clearly out of their minds. Her killers had a very strange appearance, where no matter how much she fought back and inflicted damage on the killers, they did not react to it at all. The girl's story noticeably alarmed the queen, who immediately asked to tell if these killers had any other characteristics. Where, after thinking a little, Bella said that they were all breathing strangely, like snakes. And then the unforgiven queen said that this simply cannot be. And in response to the girl's question, she explained that apparently someone had put their snake eye on her. The woman reminded Bella of the first time she came here, where one of the kings of the dead asked to give the girl to him to make him his concubine. Remembering these events, the girl shouted that then he also threatened, saying that if she did not become a concubine, he would cut off her head. Grabbing Bella by the shoulders, the broken statue said that it looks like this king has taken the initiative into his own hands. Now, by manipulating other people, which is one of his abilities, he is trying to regain for himself what belongs to the world of the dead, and to him personally, where it's clear he now wants Bella's life. Sitting on the ground, the girl thought about why all this was happening to her. Her father killed her twice, and now again, someone wants her dead. But then, leaning towards the girl, Isabella said that now she has a choice where she can either die once and for all, or she can become the same as the other kings of the dead. For the girl, any of the above options was better than what was happening to her now. But bending to the ground, Bella shouted that she did not want to die yet. And then the unforgiven queen said that if she really wants to live longer, then she has only one option left. After which, Isabella threw a dagger at the little girl's feet, accompanying this movement with the words that she will make Bella so strong that she will be able to destroy any king of the dead with almost no effort. At first, little Bella looked in confusion at the weapon lying in front of her, but then the girl grabbed the weapon, and thinking that she had nowhere else to retreat, resolutely straightened up. After a few years, Bella became strong enough to fight, and the day to fight the king of the dead arrived. The first battle was long, but the motivated girl still managed to defeat the king of broken hearts. However, she did not kill him completely, deciding to return his heart and leaving the battlefield. Well, the king, having received his heart back, was reborn with an even greater mad desire to kill the girl. This man also lost the second battle, and the girl killed him a second time, where she killed him, wanting retribution for everything that happened to Isabella, for everything that happened to herself. The girl felt the thirst for blood almost on a physical level, killing the king of broken hearts over and over again, and then allowing him to be reborn. About the seventh time, when Bella was about to kill him, the king began to cry. He was literally asking the girl to give him that fatal blow from which he would die. And now the king of broken hearts was reborn for the 30th time, where he, looking at his tormentor, began to smile. Looking at the king, Bella asked why he was smiling when just recently he was almost begging for mercy, to which the man replied that it was the first time he had seen a woman be able to become so strong. Not quite understanding what the king was getting at, the girl asked him why he was telling her this, and the man said that throughout his life he had only enjoyed killing, but she made him understand the pleasure of death itself. After which the king of broken hearts suddenly dropped to his knee and confessed his love to the girl, asking her to become his bride. Drawing out her dagger, Bella shouted that the man definitely had something wrong with his head, and he, without any resistance, exposed his chest to the girl, telling her not to hesitate. The blow was dealt, but at this point, Bella decided that it was time to end the murders of the king of broken hearts. Finishing her story, the girl said that 3.5 years had passed since that moment. The story was not an everyday one, and Nicholas, who had risen from his lying position, asked in surprise whether everything that the girl had just told him was even possible. And Bella, who of course had hidden some parts of the story, lay and thought that it would be impossible for a man to understand the whole truth if he could not understand even part of it. Nicholas sat and grabbed his head, trying to somehow analyze all the information received, surprised that the kings of the dead had a mind no worse than the mind of a living person. But in the end, the man lay back on the grass, concluding that he could not understand anything from what was happening. And the girl suddenly said that there was actually nothing complicated in understanding everything that was happening, where she began to explain to the man that all the dead people they meet were once real living people. However, after what was said, Bella thought for a moment and added that, in fact, they are still people, but dead. Suddenly, Nicholas, turning to face his companion, asked how old the girl was now, to which she immediately replied that she was an adult since she was 18 years old. But the man supplemented his question by saying that he knew the girl's usual age, and he meant her age taking into account the time she spent in the world of the dead, to which Bella, after thinking a little, replied that she had spent about 7 years here, which couldn't help but shock the man, who noted that this girl was even older than him. Also, the thought flashed through Nicholas's head that all the girls he had sympathy for were always older than him, which he did not tell anyone, where at the same moment a picture of that first girl appeared before his eyes, to whom he paid attention, which a man can pay to a woman. Now he has found an explanation for himself as to why he has feelings for Bella, where until now the Duke did not understand the changes why he began to like a girl younger than him. His personal thoughts were interrupted by Bella, who stood up and leaned over the man's face, asking why he suddenly became interested in her age. Not knowing how to respond to this, Nicholas also rose from the grass, trying to find some words. However, their conversation was not destined to end, as snakes suddenly appeared from the nearby bushes and quickly rushed towards the young people. While Nicholas was surprised at how quickly the snakes found them, Bella said that they should try to destroy them all. Armed with sticks, the man and girl stood back to back, where the Duke expressed his doubt that they could destroy all the snakes. But the girl could no longer be stopped, and so the travelers in the afterlife rushed to attack. While fighting off another snake, Nicholas suddenly noticed that these creeping reptiles were not actually trying to inflict any mortal wounds on them, where they make forward throws, but such throws that obviously cannot reach the goal. But suddenly, the man felt very weak and dropped to one knee, dropping his improvised weapon. Noticing this, Bella turned to Nicholas with concern, asking what was happening to him, and the Eastern Duke was already clutching his head, feeling how reason and consciousness began to leave him. And then the man felt and realized that this was all happening for a reason, where changes in his consciousness were now controlled by the King of the Dead. His pupils began to turn red, and already losing touch with reality, Nicholas turned his head in the direction where his companion continued to fight off the snake. Where did he think that, by losing control of himself now, he could cause even more harm to this beautiful girl? But at that moment, a huge black snake suddenly appeared right from the dense thickets, which, however, instead of attacking the young people, suddenly began to destroy other snakes. Looking at this monster, Bella and Nicholas could not understand why she took their side. But the surprises did not end there, where, using some magical powers, the snake suddenly opened a passage from this world for the young people. Seeing an opportunity for salvation, the girl grabbed the man, trying to bring him to his senses and saying that they needed to get out of here quickly. The man really began to come back to reality after their hissing savior appeared. But suddenly, right before the eyes of the already surprised young people, another huge snake appeared, which, saying that no one dared to climb into his kingdom, attacked the black cobra. And literally, with the second movement, the second snake, which was the guise of the king of the dead, literally tore the uninvited guest into pieces, where, as soon as the braids of snakeskin had scattered in different directions, some woman found herself on the ground instead. Nicholas, who had been helped to his feet by Bella, turned to look at what was happening behind them, and then that strange dream that he had recently arose in his head, where some woman screamed that if only she knew that he was alive. And when the pieces of snakeskin fell to the ground, the man was finally able to see the face of the one who had just saved his life. In the laundry room, Tom sat and told Evie, who was listening with great interest, stories about the former Duchess of the East, Olivia White, who was famous for her stern disposition, where even the princes were afraid of her. The little maid asked how this girl was able to achieve such influence, to which the boy replied that it was all because of her strong character. After all, she was one of the first to defeat the dead, and she also easily suppressed the uprising in the East. After thinking a little about everything that had been said, the girl suddenly made a stunning conclusion for herself, concluding that the current Duke of the East, apparently, is the son of this woman, which was immediately confirmed by her interlocutor. And since they were talking about the current Eastern Duke, Tom asked the girl with interest about the relationship between the Deputy Duke of the South and the Eastern Duke, to which the little maid replied that she knew nothing about it, and the boy did not need to pester her with such questions, to which Tom was very surprised that the girl had not heard anything about what happened yesterday in the palace. And a day earlier, in the palace, in the place where the open vault was located, the following events took place. At some point, the Duke of the East appeared from the rift, wearing no clothing above the waist, and who asked one of his soldiers to bring his cloak. Taking the clothes, the man suddenly turned around and headed back to the world of the dead. And when he appeared again, everyone present's eyes and mouths opened wide in surprise, because the Eastern Duke appeared together with the deputy of the Southern Duke, to whom he gave his clothes. Having finished his story, Tom noted, not without joy, that given such events, many now think that these young people have very close personal relationships. But the skeptical maid said not to rush to conclusions, since perhaps due to some circumstances, her mistress simply needed clothes. After which the girl took a basket of laundry and finally told her interlocutor that even if there was some kind of relationship, no one would tell him anything for sure. And when asked where the girl was going, Evie replied that, unlike some, she had a lot to do. However, after taking a few steps, the little maid almost collided with the butler of the Morgan family, who was greeted by Tom. Without saying a word, Evie deftly walked around the man and continued on her way. At the same time, Nicholas was sitting in his office, thinking about the events that took place in the world of the dead. Remembering the girl who saved them, the Eastern Duke noted that he was absolutely sure that it was Olivia White. According to rumors, Olivia White was an invader who attacked the Eastern lands and killed his parents. Nicholas himself was taken prisoner, where it was this woman who told him at their first meeting that if only she knew he was alive, where the child could not accept that this evil woman was his real mother. Unable to bear it all, Nicholas committed suicide by jumping out of the window. But despite everything, the boy suddenly woke up alive in his bed, where he learned that the invader Olivia White, his blood mother, was no longer alive. And now Nicholas concluded that his own mother had become a dead person and continued to live in the world of the dead. The young man sat for a long time in his office, where he thought not only about his late mother, but also about many other things. Where, for example, the Eastern Duke never believed that Empress Susan Doherty was chosen by the gods. After all, the power and strength that was granted by the Empress to the dukes of the lands, although it seemed divine, was in fact not at all sacred, because every power was followed by some kind of curse that consumed everyone who used the power. He could feel this fully for himself when the King of Broken Hearts tried to control him. Nicholas kept a kind of diary about all the events that happened, recording in it all the most important things, and in his written reasoning, the Eastern Duke made one interesting conclusion, where the abilities possessed by the dukes of the lands and the powers of the kings of the dead were strangely similar. After all the power that several people now possess in the world of the living originated in the world of the dead. Therefore, it is impossible to predict what might happen if the world of the dead is conquered. Putting his pen aside, Nicholas leaned back in his chair, and completely different thoughts visited his head. Did his companion Bella Morgan, a girl who practically grew up in the world of the dead, know all this? Which has obvious non-trivial abilities, and also has information that is not available to anyone else. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by the heavy rain that began outside the window, which cast doubt on the possibility of another night walk. At the same time, in her chambers, Bella looked with regret at the water pouring from the sky outside the window, noting that, apparently, her usual nightly date would not take place today. Turning to her little maid, who was lounging contentedly on the bed, the girl said out loud that she was going to rest today anyway. But Evie, who knew her mistress's psychology very well, noted that Bella was still upset, to which the girl replied that this was not a disorder, but a concern that her companion might still come on a date and get wet. To which the little maid said that since Nicholas was now the groom's father, then, as a decent bride, her mistress should take care of him. But after thinking for a second, the girl suddenly asked whether, according to the rules of etiquette, she should now call Nicholas Mr. Smiling at her little maid's words, Bella replied that she could just call him Mr. White. But the girl insisted on her own, saying that if he nevertheless became her mistress's husband, then she would have to call him Master. The conversation was interrupted by a gust of wind, which noisily opened the windows. Telling Bella not to worry and to continue to rest, Evie headed to the window to close it. But as she came closer and looked outside, the little maid froze in place, making some inarticulate sound, after which she said only 2 words, "Mr. White." The already falling asleep girl suddenly regained her vigor, and her eyes opened wide. The name the girl called sounded like a command for Bella to take action, where she instantly jumped out of bed and ran to the place where Evie stood, where, looking out into the street, the girl really saw Nicholas standing nearby and completely wet. Without missing a second, the girl loudly called out to her partner on trips to the world of the dead, after which, without waiting for an answer from him, Bella jumped over the ledge in her usual way. Well, the Eastern Duke, hearing his name, turned his head, and seeing how the girl was overcoming the cornice, he quickly rushed towards her. He arrived just in time when Bella had almost reached the ground, where the man caught her in his arms. Laughing, Bella asked the one who he thought had just saved her what he was doing, to which the man answered in confusion that the girl was falling and he caught her, but Bella objected, saying that she was the one going down like that. With that said, Nicholas lowered his future bride to her feet, where she, noting that it was raining heavily, asked why the man was not at home, to which the Eastern Duke explained that he was afraid of the girl being in the rain all alone waiting for him. That's why he came. But Bella reproachfully said that nothing bad would have happened, where she would have stood for a while and left. Then, looking at the wet man, Bella invited him to come to her in order to dry off and warm up. The fire in the fireplace where Bella lived was lit quite quickly, and a pleasant warmth filled the room. The little maid, who was most surprised by what was happening, was recalling her recent words about her mistress's marriage. While helping Nicholas get rid of his wet clothes, Bella also asked Evie to bring a towel, where, a moment later, the little maid was already handing the man towels, where he greeted the girl, to which Evie, bowing, said that she was also glad to welcome the Duke as their guest, calling him Master. After some time, the young people were already warming themselves up by the pleasant fire in the fireplace. Smiling, Nicholas asked if that little girl was really Bella's maid, where, recalling events a few minutes ago, the man remembered how she, taking the pillow, said that she would sleep in another place, and then the young people would be able to have a good time, where no amount of persuasion on Bella's part helped, and the persistent girl said that she was old enough to understand everything that was happening. That's why now Nicholas and Bella were alone in the room. Answering the question and covering the man's body with a towel, the girl replied that Evie was more of a friend to her than a servant, just to help. She temporarily tried on such a role. Then, taking out a second towel and throwing it over Nicholas's head, the girl said that she would now dry his hair. And while she was drying the man's hair with massaging movements, Bella asked if he knew the woman who saved them in the world of the dead. After thinking for a while, Nicholas replied that he knew this woman. But then the man said that he would not say who it was. And when asked by Bella, he explained that she also did not answer all his questions. Thinking that sooner or later her future groom would tell her anyway, the girl said that she was done with her hair. Having removed the towel from her head, Nicholas suddenly said that in fact, he had been thinking about the world of the dead all day today, realizing that he knew absolutely nothing about it. But he is convinced that his companion knows a lot, which is why he came to the garden today to ask. The explanation of the reason for the man's appearance in such weather did not greatly please the girl, who believed that she herself was the reason. And Nicholas continued, now saying that he had changed his mind and would not ask anything until the girl told him herself, which was surprising for Bella, who immediately asked about the reasons for this decision, to which the girl's overnight guest explained that she probably has her own reasons why she doesn't want to talk about it yet. Looking at her guest, the girl suddenly said that it would be nice if he appeared in her life earlier, and only Nicholas asked why the girl thought so, when Bella immediately changed her position, saying that perhaps he had appeared just in time. And when asked again why, she replied that if he tried to bite Bella from the past, she would not be able to answer the way today's Bella can answer, after which the young people laughed together. The Duke thought to himself that if he had met this beautiful girl earlier, she would simply have run away from him, like everyone else, and therefore he is sincerely glad that he met her not some other time, but right now. The morning rays of the sun actively made their way into the room through the translucent curtains. Loudly noting that the gentlemen were still not up, the little maid opened the door to their room. Coming closer to the place where she saw her mistress's hand and hair, the girls pulled the sheet, and then a picture appeared before her eyes, where Bella was quietly sleeping on the shoulder of her night guest. The cardinal was kneeling near the altar, located in the church inside the palace, but he immediately stopped his prayers and stood up when the assistants who entered reported that the study of relics from the world of the dead was completed, where it turned out that all the trophies originate from King Tiberius, who lived and reigned once upon a time. Grinning, Mordecai noted that Bella was right, and Her Majesty must be very pleased with the results. A few seconds later, the cardinal was already giving orders to contact the dukes of all lands so that they agreed on the date of the next trip to the world of the dead. But then the assistant said that in addition to the report on the relics, they also had some information that might be of interest to the cardinal. Putting himself in a defensive position, Mordecai reluctantly asked what else they wanted to distract him with, to which one of the men said that the Western Raven had been acting extremely suspicious lately. This man is considered the most dangerous of the Oathbreakers, where he appeared about 3 years ago and conquered the West. The troops of the North made many attempts to catch the Black Raven, but each time he escaped persecution, managed to survive and inflicted shameful defeats on his pursuers. And so the man reported to the cardinal that this raven was waking up the dead in the West and making some suspicious maneuvers, where the inhabitants of the border areas were already very worried. To all this, the cardinal replied that they simply need to focus on capturing the world of the dead, after the fall of which the dead will cease to exist throughout the entire earth. But the man stood his ground, saying that residents currently have to live in fear, to which Mordecai, touching his interlocutor's shoulder, said that if the residents are scared, then they need to be told to pray for a better outcome. Maybe such a god, indifferent to everything, will hear their plaintive moans. And in Aiden's chambers, the maids were interested in how their master was feeling today, where the young man, looking at his chained hands, demanded to be released immediately. When the shackles were removed, he inquired about where his brother Vincent was and whether he had come here. Having answered the man that the second gentleman was in his chambers, the maid thought about whether it was worth saying that he was here, risking renewing the master's madness, and therefore she lied, saying that Vincent was not here. Having recovered from his attack of illness, Aiden was beside himself with rage. Rising from the bed, the man headed somewhere, simultaneously giving instructions to immediately invite Anthony Morgan to him. At the same time, Carl helped his master get dressed, asking along the way how his wounded shoulder was feeling. Saying that the shoulder was not very good, the Marquise inquired about the veracity of the rumors that his daughter was conducting reconnaissance of the world of the dead, which the butler confirmed, adding that she was accompanied by the Duke of the East. And after thinking a little, Carl added that there were also rumors about the personal close relationship between Bella and Nicholas, which greatly surprised the Marquise. But then he noted that maybe this is even for the better, since thanks to his daughter, he can count on influencing the East in the future. And the butler continued, saying that he also had news from the Marquis's son, Tom, where, in response to the Marquise's question, Carl explained that his daughter lives with her little maid. Calling his son a stupid puppy, the Marquis noted to himself that he would like to be at least half as powerful as his daughter has now become. His daughter now tells him to reveal the fact of betrayal and ask for her forgiveness. And no matter how many times he kills her, every time Bella returns from the other world and continues to demand the fulfillment of her conditions. While he was lying wounded, he suddenly realized that his daughter was not taking revenge on him and did not particularly accuse her father of anything. Of course, the return of his daughter from the other world, whom he killed with his own hands, is a crisis for him on the one hand, and a huge opportunity on the other. After all, while the tomb is being captured, he can calmly continue trying to kill her, and if it doesn't work out, then there is always the option of asking for forgiveness. And if it comes to the point that he apologizes and the girl forgives him, then he will have a daughter who occupies a very influential position where her little maid can also be useful. In one of the offices of the part of the castle allocated to the south, the Southern Duke and his deputy and his maid were sitting at the table. Showing the girl another portrait of a man, Louis asked how Bella finds this man. To which the Duke's deputy replied that he had a very impressive bird on his shoulder, although she could not understand what he wanted it for. Where Louis immediately expressed his understanding that he did not like the man, and ordered his assistant to bring the remaining portraits. However, looking at the Duke, Bella asked a little confused about what he was trying to do now, to which Louis replied that he shows her portraits of candidates who are of marriageable age, and if she likes someone, he will personally write a letter proposing marriage. Where, when Bella asked what all this was for, the Duke exploded, shouting that he no longer saw any other way out, since the entire empire was cracking with rumors about how she was hanging around with this Eastern Duke. Listening to the old man's moral teachings, the girl thought to herself that today she came here precisely with the purpose of informing him about her engagement to Nicholas, where now she does not know what to do. Although the engagement was not real, but staged in order to cover up the union, for some reason the girl's heart sank from some exciting thoughts. The girl tried to convince herself that this engagement was just a way to help the man she liked. That day in the park at night, she herself decided that she would help this man when he suddenly revealed his deepest secret to her. Besides, Nicholas is a very kind person, and Bella really felt sorry for him. The girl herself did not notice how feelings for the Eastern Duke crept in and settled in her heart. And so, having collected her thoughts, Bella began a difficult conversation, saying first of all that she no longer saw the need to look at portraits. And without allowing the old Duke to say anything in response, the girl immediately struck with all her might, explaining her position by saying that she had already promised to marry the Eastern Duke. Such frank news shocked the old man so much that when he tried to say something in response, it was as if he was speaking in a foreign language. Having recovered a little from the shock, Louis asked the most significant question to his deputy, where he was interested in the girl's further commitment to the South and the possibility of continuing to remain in her position. To which Bella replied that fulfilling a duty and a romantic relationship are completely different and in no way intersecting definitions. And since her beloved Eastern Duke is not subject to selfishness, she will calmly continue to occupy her post in the Southern Army. Listening to everything his deputy was saying, Louis suddenly said that Bella was very frivolous. Having made another attempt to dissolve the marriage that had not yet taken place, Louis shouted in his heart that the girl should not be fooled by his handsome face, but should see how cruel this man is. And the girl sat and looked at the elderly man with her good-natured gaze, thinking that this was very much like fatherly care. Although this was pleasant for Bella, she started all this not for her own sake, but for the sake of Nicholas, where she also wanted to dispel the bad reputation about him, where the girl's goal was to make sure that these two men lived together in harmony in the future when she left them both. Louis sat waiting for some kind of reaction to the arguments he voiced, and the reaction followed, where Bella said that the Duke did not need to worry, since Nicholas would never hurt her. Rising sharply from his seat, the Southern Duke loudly asked why the girl was so sure of this, to which Bella replied that in that case, he would have already caused her harm. The Duke's deputy then added that the Eastern Duke was actually very gentle with her, and concluding her speech, Bella told the man that if he did not object, then she would like to complete the mission of conquering the tomb in alliance with the East. This was another shock for the old man, who asked the girl if this young man was really ready to help the South, to which his interlocutor, smiling sweetly, confirmed that the Eastern Duke was now on their side. Nicholas once again sat in his office and once again turned over thoughts in his head regarding recent events, where he remembered yesterday's wonderful evening, which he spent in the company of the beautiful Bella, where he told the girl that he was from the easternmost part of the East. This is where his real homeland is located. Bella replied that she had heard about a place that is considered one of the most beautiful in the entire empire, after which Nicholas plunged into memories of his home, mentioning endless snow-capped mountain ranges, spacious green valleys, and dense forests. And while the man was talking about his homeland, he did not notice how the girl's eyelids gradually dropped lower and lower, and now she was already sleeping on his shoulder. Nicholas sat motionless for a while, wondering how this girl sleeping on his shoulder treated him, whether she was just friendly, or whether there was something more going on. But then he too fell asleep. Remembering these thoughts, the Duke noted that, in fact, he was the first to set boundaries in their communication. Gradually, the young man came to the conviction that he should not fall in love with this girl even more, since his curse would prevent them from being together. But remembering the events in the shelter of the King of Broken Hearts, Nicholas noted that, on the other hand, Bella was the only girl who was able to pacify him during an attack of madness. Blushing from his own thoughts, the already quite deeply in love, man caught himself thinking that in this case, there would be nothing terrible if he gave free rein to his feelings. Then his first assistant came into the Duke's office, who, saying that he had just learned about the gentleman's return, asked whether Nicholas was with the Deputy Duke of the South. Believing it necessary to promote their close relationship with Bella, the man replied that he really spent all this time with her, and then Felton asked about the specifics of their relationship, to which Nicholas did not hesitate to answer that they were planning to get married. This news truly surprised the first assistant, who even asked if he understood the word marriage correctly, and Nicholas replied in a calm and measured tone that the assistant heard everything correctly. Moreover, since yesterday the East and South have been in a military alliance, after which the Eastern Duke gave orders to prepare assistance for the South on guard behind the rift, where Felton, having accepted the order, retired to carry it out. A few years ago, Isabella threw a dagger at the feet of a girl crying while sitting on the ground in the world of the dead, where she promised Bella to make her so strong that she could destroy any king of the dead. Not believing what the unforgiven queen said, the girl asked if she could really become strong, to which the broken statue replied that Bella is already very strong, and if she doubts it, then evidence will now be presented. With her magical power, Isabella raised the dagger into the air, where the weapon, turning its tip towards the girl, suddenly quickly flew straight towards her, where the latter could only cover her head with her hands. However, the pain never came, and the woman hanging in the air told the girl to open her eyes without moving. Bella, having obeyed her afterlife teacher, opened her eyes and saw how the dagger froze in the air a few centimeters from her head. It was the same as on her first visit to the world of the dead, where time stood still and the monsters around her froze in place. Now the girl understood that if she moved, then she would continue her movement and weapons, like the dead then. And so the unforgiven queen, who was nearby, said that this is the girl's strength. By the very abyss she touched, Bella was given the ability to stop time and reflect, after which Isabella confirmed the girl's guess that until she moves, the whole world will not move, and therefore she needs to think about how to evade the weapon in order to escape. And then little Bella began to think where the first thing she answered was the very close distance at which the weapon was located, where the girl concluded that in this case she definitely wouldn't have time to catch him. There remained the option of dodging, where, after looking a little closer, Bella saw that the trajectory of the dagger was deviating to the right, and if she sharply deviated to the left, she would be able to survive. And the broken statue at that moment said that if the girl is ready, then she needs to act, where she must move faster than the dagger. And so little Bella concentrated, preparing to evade the deadly trajectory of the knife. A sharp movement to the left, and the dagger quickly flew past the girl, piercing the stones behind her. Not believing that she had succeeded, Bella joyfully shouted that she had dodged. But suddenly, a sharp pain in her leg forced the girl to sit down, where her mentor said that she did not believe that the girl managed to sprain her ankle, which indicates the need for proper physical preparation. And then, lifting Bella into the air with the help of her magical powers, the queen asked if the girl now understood why she was strong, to which Bella responded with doubt, saying that she was not sure that these abilities would remain with her forever. And Isabella explained that this ability will always be with the girl, where her enemies will not know about it until their heads fly off their shoulders. Returning her student to Earth, the unforgiven queen told her not to worry, as she would prepare her, after which the woman told the girl to pick up the dagger, and as if by magic, it flew to Bella. Looking at the weapon in her hands, the girl lowered her gaze and asked the statue why she was doing this to her. Not understanding the meaning of the question, Isabella asked her interlocutor to clarify what she meant. With tears in her eyes, Bella shouted that she meant help from the queen, who would have found it easier to kill her outright rather than mock her. To which Isabella replied that this was not a mockery at all, but she could tell why she was doing this only when the girl was strong enough, and therefore she should train hard. The words of her new survival teacher seemed strange to Bella, but she had little choice. Over time, Isabella made Bella very strong, and, as promised, told her the reason why she decided to help her. Having made a promise, she returned to the world of the living, which has repeatedly dealt with her, and no one knows about it except her, Bella Morgan. However, very soon, everyone who inhabits the world of the living will have to learn the secret that she alone has for now. On the appointed day and hour, Bella approached the gates of the Empress's personal residence. Removing a silver key from the box, the girl recalled the cardinal's words about today's invitation, where the Empress wants to personally thank her for her victory. Opening the lock, Bella thought that it was pointless to invite her to her personal chambers for gratitude. And now she was already where Empress Susan Dougherty lived and spent most of her time, where the Empress herself, calling the guest by name, met her while basking in her huge bed. Kneeling on one knee, Bella, as required by etiquette, officially greeted Her Majesty, to which Susan asked the girl to leave these formalities. Saying that she had not seen anyone like Bella for a long time, the girl Empress ordered her to get up from her knees, as she wanted to look at her. Immediately after that, Susan added that Bella showed herself well, she needs to be thanked, and therefore she herself will fulfill any of her wishes. Continuing to obey etiquette, the girl replied that she had only done what she had to do. But the Empress suddenly called this complete nonsense, demanding that the girl voice her desire. The Empress's sayings seemed strange to Bella, but nevertheless the girl tried to ask for a little time to think. But Susan interrupted Bella, saying that looking at her, she remembered Olivia. Hearing this name, Bella immediately realized that we were now talking about Nicholas's mother, who before him served as Duke of the East. And the Empress had already asked the next question, where she was interested in whether Bella was dating Olivia's son, which confused the girl a little, who asked for forgiveness for what? Perhaps she had not heard what was said correctly. But suddenly, the Empress harshly told Bella to immediately stop talking to her as they speak at court, and as required by etiquette, where otherwise she threatened to deprive Bella of her language. Hearing the Empress's demand, the girl, no longer tense, replied that she and Nicholas were on friendly terms, and Susan found it very interesting that a girl who looked so much like Olivia was now dating her son. And then the Empress moved on to the most inconvenient questions, asking if he should pounce on Bella when he experienced sexual desire. To what was said, the girl chose not to answer anything, and then the Empress suggested changing the topic. Remembering Bella's request for time to think about her wish, Susan said that she did not mind, and the girl could think as much as she wanted, but until the Empress herself changed her mind and demanded to name it. Then Her Majesty said that she had another question for Bella, where the latter expressed her willingness to listen, after which Susan said that according to rumors, the girl's father is the Marquis of the North, which makes it unclear why Bella serves the Southern Duke. But without allowing the girl to answer, the Empress suddenly got out of bed and, approaching her interlocutor, said that she may not answer this question, but must answer another, which is whether she has grounds to kill Bella. In a split second, thoughts flashed through Bella's head about why this question was asked and what the Empress wanted to know from her. Having come up with the simplest plan of action, where all that was required was to answer the truth, Bella said that she did not yet know whether there were reasons to kill her. Taking an extremely arrogant pose, the Empress repeated the words spoken by her interlocutor, giving a questioning intonation to the combination. "I don't know." And Bella replied that she simply told the truth, but if the Empress has time to listen to her, then she is ready to explain in more detail. Considering the girl's behavior impudent, Susan, nevertheless, allowed her to give her explanations, and the visitor began by talking about how she was abandoned by her parents at a young age. In order to survive, she had to learn to fight, where she later took part in the war in the Southern Territory. Appreciating the girl's merits, the Duke of the South invited her to become his deputy. Of course, she deserved this position, but she agreed to it only because she saw it as a way to get to her father and meet him. Susan herself finished for Bella, saying that this is how she ended up in the palace, immediately asking whether she was able to see her father, to which Bella immediately answered in the negative. And then she added that her father claims that his real daughter died of illness long ago, where now his answer means that either she or the Marquise of the Northern Lands is lying. That is why she now cannot answer Her Majesty's question, since first she herself must find out whether she is a liar and whether the Empress has reasons to kill her. Having listened, Susan looked at the girl, without interrupting her and trying to catch every word. And Bella, finishing her explanations, said that if the Empress waits until she finds out everything, then after some time, Bella will answer the question posed. However, in response, the girl only heard that Susan saw exactly the same impudence that she expected. Turning her back to her interlocutor and heading back to her bed, the Empress said that the girl's words essentially simply meant a request not to interfere, which was none of her business, where Bella herself mentally noted the high insight of her interlocutor, who was right that the girl did not want anyone, including Her Majesty, to meddle in her affairs. The girl said out loud that under any circumstances, she would not go against the will of the Empress. And Her Majesty, sitting on the bed, silently and with a bored look, listened to her guest. But suddenly, Susan said that there are only two types of people, where the first are those who play, and the second are those who are played. And then, looking intently at Bella with her icy eyes, the Empress asked what category her guest belonged to which Bella closed her eyes and replied that she was most likely in both categories. After a moment's pause, Susan suddenly said that Bella really reminded her very much of Olivia. And Bella noted that Her Majesty very often mentions the former Duchess of the East, to which Susan replied that she was simply interested in that woman more than the others. And the Empress's guest was already asking a new question, asking whether she and Olivia were friends. For a few seconds, the Empress was lost in thought, coming out of which, Susan said that Olivia was her property, but that there was an increased demand. When she died, the Empress became very bored, but now Bella will become her property, where she no longer has to lose a single battle, so as not to disappoint her Empress. Then, Bella asked probably the main question in this part of the dialogue, where she was interested in what would happen to her if she lost, to which Her Majesty coldly and succinctly replied that in this case, she would simply have to be killed, because the Empress's interest should be constantly warmed up. But then Bella said extremely unexpected words, where the refusal to be her property reached Susan's ears. The Empress tried to object, saying that this was not a request on her part, but an order. But the restless girl again went against everything, saying that she rejected such an order. The Empress had no choice but to ask that the girl clearly wanted to die, to which Bella succinctly answered no, no longer understanding what was happening here now, and where their conversation had gone. Susan, with a confused look, asked what the guest was trying to achieve, to which the girl, with her characteristic innocence at times, replied that she just wanted to live, but not as someone's property or toy. Once outside the gates of the Empress's private chambers, Bella breathed a sigh of relief, at the same time reproaching herself for her recklessness in refusing Susan's order. However, Her Majesty showed generosity, since everything happened without prying eyes, but nevertheless, the Empress demanded that Bella prove her worth. Leaving the meeting place with such an important person, Bella, looking back, concluded that the speeches of this woman were the speeches of a tyrant ruler. Moving away from the Empress's residence, the girl grinned and thought that her father would really like Susan's threats to kill her. The next day, Bella was on her way through the Southern Army Training Center. Suddenly, one of the soldiers, asking for forgiveness, said that they were waiting for the arrival of the lady. Noticing that the soldier's behavior was very different from what it was before, the girl asked what was wrong with them, to which the man standing in front of everyone said that now they had officially learned about her appointment as commander-in-chief, and if they had known earlier, they would not have shown such disrespect. To which Bella noted that it doesn't matter whether there is information or not. This is not a reason to show disrespect to a person. Then, having examined the crowd of men standing in front of her, the girl concluded that she still had to serve with them. Therefore, softening her facial expression and intonation, she said that she accepted the soldier's apologies. After which she went to the map, saying that everyone should already know about the appointment of a new trip to the world of the dead in 10 days. Well, starting tomorrow, it will be the turn of the warriors of the south to stand guard near the rift. Having said that she would go to the world of the dead on her own, the girl also informed the soldiers that the soldiers of the east would provide assistance on guard, which in her opinion should have given the soldiers some relief. However, for some reason, what was said did not cause any joy on the faces of the southern warriors. Not understanding what went wrong, Bella asked her to explain why they were not happy to help. But the man talking to her said that everything was fine, after which the girl said that this was all the information that she was going to bring to them, and therefore everyone could be free, where she was the first to leave the premises. The soldier who had a dialogue with her in the training center caught up with Bella already in the corridor. Hearing her name, the girl turned around, not understanding what else this man could need. Having caught his breath, the man introduced himself to the girl as Alan, one of the heirs of some famous count, to which Bella asked where the count, whose family is well known to her, got such an adult son from, but the man explained that he is the half-brother of the duke, and therefore claims the inheritance, which explained the situation for the girl. Having sorted out the pedigree, the man said that he would like to discuss something with the commander of the troops, and in response to the girl's question, he asked whether they really needed the support of the East, where under such circumstances, the army of the South would completely lose its face. Surprised by Alan's reaction, Bella said that in her opinion, life is more important than reputation, to which the soldier objected, saying that sometimes there are things that are more important than life, and the girl asked to explain what he meant. With a completely serious expression on his face, Alan firmly said that he meant confession, where with his statement, he got to the very heart of the problem. The man said that the lady must have known about their recruitment from different families, where the majority did not want to go to the service at all, for fear of dying. But when the warriors of the South saw the battle between Bella and the Duke of the East, everything changed for them, where they suddenly realized that they had been defeated long before they started fighting. The man, bending down, noted that the girl knows the feeling when your family abandons you, and then you cannot prove your importance. Of course, Bella knew this feeling more than anyone else. Alan said in a firm voice that they all needed a chance so that they could return home with their heads held high. After which, bending even lower, the man asked the commander-in-chief to refuse support from the East so that the soldiers of the South could complete the mission themselves. The girl, listening to the soldier, noted to herself that all these abandoned children want some kind of recognition more than others. Looking at the man bent to the waist, Bella found a great resemblance between him and herself. When night fell, the girl, as usual, was already in the park, where she occupied one of the benches in anticipation of her betrothed. Noting that the girl was ahead of him today, Nicholas, being in a delightful mood, asked how Bella was doing, and while the man, having asked permission, took a place next to her, his bride said that she really had a lot to do, where she met first with the Empress, then with the warriors of the South. Having heard the mention of a meeting with Her Majesty, the Duke of the East asked how this significant meeting went, where Bella began to talk about the event of interest to the interlocutor. But suddenly, a rustle behind the couple sitting on the bench interrupted the story, attracting the girl's attention, where she saw how some, apparently not random, witnesses to their meeting were scattering in different directions. After which, both the man and the girl noted that rumors about their relationship spread quite quickly, since their secret meeting suddenly had many outside observers. Nicholas noted that society needs to show their relationship, if only to dispel suspicions, where Bella immediately asked what kind of suspicions were circulating among people. And the Duke of the East explained that currently, everyone thinks that he is using Bella for some of his own purposes, where, having heard what was said, The girl immediately laughed out loud. Looking at the laughing girl, Nicholas continued in an uncertain voice, saying that, according to people, he was only interested in Bella's body and the opportunity to eventually beat the South. Wiping the tears that had come out of laughter from her eyes, the girl, trying to compose herself a little, said that the people who were saying this did not know Nicholas at all. After which, taking the man's hand and lifting it into the air, Bella said that for this reason, they need to show everyone that they have a good relationship. Blushing a little at such an unexpected gesture, the Eastern Duke looked at their clasped hands for several seconds, and suddenly he stood up abruptly, pulling the girl along with him, accompanying his actions with the words that they needed to show more than just a good relationship. Where, leaning the white tree against the trunk of one of the trees growing nearby, Nicholas added that they needed to show true romance and falling in love. And while they were posing for secret observers, Bella suddenly remembered and voiced that when meeting with the Empress, the latter talked a lot about Olivia. Of course, this aroused the interest of Nicholas, who inquired as to why Her Majesty was concerned about the identity of his mother. And Bella explained that Susan constantly compared her to Olivia and also wanted her to take her place. Alarmed by the information received, the man asked if the Empress threatened Bella with death if the latter disappointed her, to which the girl responded positively, immediately asking how the man knew this. And Nicholas explained that the Empress sometimes does this. When she turns her attention to someone, she drives her into a corner and tries to tame him. The girl was not entirely clear what the Eastern Duke meant by the word tame, where, in response to the corresponding question, Nicholas replied that Susan would put pressure on the chosen target, treat her like a toy until her interest waned. Then Bella asked if the Empress had done this to his mother Olivia, to which the man replied that not only with Olivia, since Susan had many such toys, most of which died, and only a few managed to free themselves from the games of the Empress, of which Nicholas himself is included in this small number. This unexpected confession left the girl in shock, where she even exclaimed in surprise. Nicholas said that Susan once drew attention to him, saying that he would now take Olivia's place, after which she gave the order to destroy the rebels in the East, where he was forced to kill people who were his fellow countrymen and lost their home due to the selfish interests of the empire. When several bloody orders were carried out, the Empress lost interest in the man, and when he saw how she mocked her new toy, he suddenly realized that he would free himself from her power. When Nicholas finished the story, Bella asked how many people knew about this, to which the man replied that only a few. But after thinking a little, the Duke suggested that he might also know the North, since the ancestors of the northern aristocrats died at the hands of the Empress. What Nicholas said about the North made the girl think seriously. Quite a long time has passed since her meeting with the Empress. Therefore, almost every person in the Imperial Palace should already know about this meeting, where the Marquis of the Northern Lands, her father Anthony Morgan, is no exception, where now he most likely thinks that his daughter has become a new toy in the hands of the Empress. Assuming that her father would definitely not miss such an opportunity, the girl said out loud that he would definitely try to do something to frame his unloved daughter. Hearing the words of his interlocutor, Nicholas was very surprised and wary. And suddenly, Bella began to smile mysteriously, the way people smile who suddenly realized how simple the solution to the riddle was, where she remembered the speeches of a soldier, begging to refuse the help and support of the East while standing guard in the South at the rift. And I also remembered how she sincerely sympathized with this man and everyone else who was abandoned to the mercy of fate by their families. But if we assume that while the South is on guard at the fault, something unexpected suddenly happens, then many people will die and the South will suffer a crushing defeat. The blame for everything that happened, of course, will be placed on the commander-in-chief of the Southern troops, that is, on Bella, where Her Majesty will be very disappointed in her new toy, and without a doubt, will order its destruction. Having scrolled through this entire chain of events in her head, the girl laughed at herself in the part where, at some point, she sincerely believed the soldier. She told Nicholas that apparently, among the soldiers of the South, there are people who obey her father. After these words, the girl suddenly grabbed her groom by the clothes. Noting that it was necessary to combine business with pleasure, Bella hinted to the man that she had one more request for him. In the meantime, Nicholas, understanding the essence of the game, was quietly asking what the request was. The girl came almost close to his face, where, placing her second hand on the shoulder of her interlocutor, Bella whispered that when guarding the fault in the south, the help of the east would not be needed. And then the day came when the army of the southern lands stood guard on the rift. As he watched the east being relieved of its guard, Alan thanked the commander-in-chief for listening to his words. Feigning complete serenity, Bella turned to the man and said that after thinking about what he said, she came to the conclusion that he was right, after which the girl opened the huge bag that she had brought with her, from where Evie immediately looked around with interest and noted the serious size of the fault. Alan asked who this girl was, to which Bella replied that she was her maid, who could be ignored, after which the man, having bowed and received the approval of the commander-in-chief, announced his removal to the post. While the soldiers took their positions, Bella and her little maid were arranging the things they had brought with them. The girl asked Evie if she needed help, to which the little girl proudly replied that she could handle everything herself. And a few minutes later, the maid had already set the luxurious table, inviting her mistress to a meal. And as soon as the girl raised her mug of tea, the main gate to the room opened, attracting her attention, where the soldiers of the north unexpectedly entered the hall, led by the Duke's younger brother, Aidan McGrath Doherty. Not yet understanding what was happening, the girl who was entrusted to guard the rift suddenly rose from her seat. Heading towards her old enemy, Bella asked why the north came to the rift. In his own manner, Aidan, telling the girl to address him properly, threw some papers at her. Having caught one of them, Bella was able to familiarize herself with the permission that was given to the north to explore the world of the dead. Without waiting for any reaction, Aidan continued on his way, once again pushing his enemy, and Bella could only watch silently as the men moved forward towards the rift. And while she watched them go, her little maid spoke very unflatteringly towards Aidan. Well, Aidan himself and his retinue, without stopping at all in the room, headed straight to the world of the dead. 3 days later, in the room where there was a rift, life was in full swing, where the guards were greatly diluted by the northern army, which filled the room with various boxes, barrels, and building materials. For the 3rd day already, watching how the soldiers did nothing but carry planks to the world of the dead, the little maid laughed and said that apparently the North had decided to build a village there. Her humorous assumption was quite seriously supported by her mistress, noting that materials were simply being carried there non-stop for the 3rd day in a row, and Aidan stood and supervised the work, giving instructions left and right about what to carry where. Watching him, Evie noted that Aidan didn't sit down for a second to rest, which Bella agreed with. Well, when the little maid started talking about how she used to think that this abnormal man was only capable of yelling for no reason, Bella told the girl to keep quiet about this. But Bella noted to herself that she also thought that this clearly spoiled young man was not capable of anything other than rudeness. Now her enemy looked more than serious, and there were even notes of despair. Suddenly, as if sensing his gaze, Aidan turned around and met Bella's gaze, where, from his facial expressions and gestures, one could immediately understand his entire attitude towards Bella, which he and the little maid noted, not without humor. After which, Evie said that under any circumstances, the main thing is that everything passes without incident at the rift, to which her mistress expressed the wish that this continue. But suddenly, Viv felt someone's shadow covering her and turned in the appropriate direction, where, upon seeing him approaching, the little maid began to actively tug at Bella's clothes, attracting her attention, where, as it turned out, stood the Marquis of the North, who said that he had come to drink tea with the girl and asked permission to sit down. Having received such permission, the man sat down, and Bella, pouring tea, asked what brought her father here, to which Anthony suddenly said that the reason for his visit was the desire to invite his daughter to that house, that they had spent several happy years together. Of course, such an invitation alarmed the girl, since no good could be expected from her father, who had already tried to kill her several times. Crossing her arms over her chest, Bella nevertheless replied that she would not refuse the invitation, after which she said that in general, those who want to apologize do not plot any intrigues behind their backs. Putting the most friendly mask on his face, the Marquis replied that he did not understand at all what the girl was telling him now, but Bella didn't bother explaining, saying that she would let things go as they were now. After all, she hasn't even had the opportunity to demonstrate something to her father yet. Having generally lost the thread of the conversation, the man asked what the girl meant and what she had not yet shown him, to which Bella, with her characteristic calmness, replied that her father had not yet been able to witness how she fought. And then, giving Anthony a not-so-kind look, the girl asked him to be sure to watch her this time. 2 days later, at the place where the room with the fault was located, Nicholas jumped off his horse. Looking with horror at everything that was before his eyes, he approached the little maid, who was sobbing nonstop. After all, in the place where just 2 days ago the South was on guard and the North was building something inside the rift, there were complete ruins, where, in different parts of the destroyed building, half-dead soldiers, the remnants of the Southern Army, were somehow moving. Shouting out her mistress's name, the little maid rushed towards the piles of stones, and unable to contain his emotions raging inside, Nicholas shouted the name of his beloved with all his might. About an hour before, all that was left of the room was a pile of stones. Everything there was going on as it had been for the last few days. Watching the Northern Army, Bella made an assumption about what they were doing in the world of the dead. Noticing the girl's presence, Aiden angrily shouted at her to get away from here and not disturb him, to which Bella replied that she did not obey the orders of the brother of the Northern Duke. Calling the girl the mistress of the Eastern Duke, Aiden demanded that she moderate her impudence, to which Bella replied that if the man allowed himself to be insulted again, he would dramatically lose hair and teeth. Burning with rage, Aiden looked at his enemy, trying to find some answering words and literally preparing to confront him with force. But then his impulse was stopped by Tom, who, grabbing the man by the waist, tried to calm him down. Aiden tried to tell the boy to let him go. However, he responded by explaining that he had instructions from his father to stop him every time so that no trouble would happen. Turning sharply and picking up the boy, Aiden wanted to teach him a lesson, but Tom said that doing so would only disgrace the North, where this was not appropriate for such a handsome and respected person as Aiden. What was said, although it was not at all veiled flattery, nevertheless had a calming effect on the man. Saying that he already knew all this, the brother of the Northern Duke put the boy down and returned to his business, where Tom did not lag behind him. Bella, silently watching this scene, did not find what to say even when the scene ended. Turning around, she also decided to return to her usual post. Bella took her place, and her little brother watched his resurrected sister from afar, where, examining her appearance in more detail, the boy increasingly found similarities between them. In addition, the Marquis's son also wondered why this girl did not recognize her younger brother, if she really was the daughter of the Marquis Morgan. Suddenly, the boy's attention was attracted by one of the Northern soldiers, who told Tom that the Marquis would take his command, after which the man said in a whisper that the boy urgently needed to leave this room, since the entire North would now also be evacuated from here. However, the boy stood and thought about what could happen, where moreover, he is here not as a man of the North, but as one of the representatives of the church in which he serves. But the man insisted that the boy hurry up, and Tom obeyed this demanding request. Observing the activity at the fissure, Bella and her little maid noticed a certain change in activity, where, after a short period of time, it was possible to observe with the naked eye that there were significantly fewer sulfur soldiers. This is what the little maid noticed out loud, looking around. Well, Practical Bella said that, apparently, it would start soon, and therefore they should get ready. And to Evie's question about what was about to begin, the girl explained that the next trap of the North would begin to take effect. And suddenly, powerful electrical discharges began to burst out of the fissure, greatly frightening the soldier on duty at the very entrance. The rest, watching the rift, said that something was quickly approaching them, where at the same moment the Knights of the North appeared from the rift, who were in a great hurry to leave the world of the dead. Without even stopping in the room, and without explaining anything, the riders headed for the exit, simultaneously shouting a demand for the warriors of the North to leave this place. And then long fingers appeared from the crack, which definitely did not belong to a living person. And a second later, the room began to be filled with the flying dead, who burned everything in their path. Rising quickly, Bella noted that the North had brought with it hordes of the flying dead. Now everything fell into place, where the North was in a rift, including with the goal of bringing the dead with it at some point. Where now, under no circumstances could it be allowed for even one to leak out of this room, which could lead to the fall of the entire world of the living. And in this case, Bella will certainly not be able to avoid death at the hands of the disappointed Empress. As expected, Bella's father came up with a trap that was designed for the Empress's hobbies. There was nothing to do, and after warming up a little, Bella asked the little maid if everything was ready. To which Evie replied that she prepared everything in advance, because what lies inside is very expensive. To which Bella, laughing, agreed, and said that this thing is another reason why they don't have money. While they were talking, one of the dead noticed the girls, and then the monster quickly began to dive at Bella and her little maid. But suddenly, with a whistle, the blades, which were interlocked with each other and emitted a blue glow, began to cut. Where, as it turned out, the deputy of the Duke of the Southern Lands pulled out her secret weapon, with which she stopped the attack of one of the dead. Deftly handling the unprecedented weapon, the girl noted out loud that this was the reason it was so expensive. Without hesitating for a second, the girl rushed in the direction where hordes of the dead were circling in the air. But while she was moving, her attention was suddenly attracted by one entertaining sight, where the brave warriors of the Southern Army hastily left the battlefield, leaving behind some of their brothers in arms and the commander-in-chief. But then she saw that the same Alan, who asked her not to involve the East in the guard, did not run away, but was standing in the room ready to fight, which surprised her a lot. Having caught up with him, the girl said that now she had no time to explain. Everything would become clear as the battle progressed. However, there is always time for an apology, which she asked the soldier for misinterpreting his intentions. Alan, not understanding what he was talking about, asked the appropriate question, to which the girl quickly replied that she mistook him for a spy. Surprised by such words, the man turned to the commander-in-chief, looking at her questioningly, and the girl said that she would clear everything up now. Reminding Alan of his words that he wanted family recognition, Bella said that he did not need it at all, to which the man did not know how to react. And Bella continued, saying that there is no need to live trying to live up to someone else's expectations, since in this case, you will not be living your own life. Where, in the same way, a man does not need to prove anything to anyone, because there will always be those who will love him for who he is. After everything he had heard, Alan began to turn to the girl to say some words. But there was no time, and Bella interrupted him, saying that now she must have time to give him instructions for action in a nutshell, where she explained that now all these dead people will begin to fall to the floor, and Alan's task is to attract those who remained and not allow those who fell to rise again. After which the girl left the man and headed to where the dead were most numerous. Soaring into the air, the Duke of the South's deputy used her ability and stopped time. The girl saw that most of the dead were flying almost under the ceiling of the room, and the remaining soldiers of the Southern Army concentrated in one place in the room. Consequently, apart from the small area where the people were located, the battle space remained quite large. Having determined the tactics and area of her actions, the girl activated her weapon and began an attack, which started the passage of time. The northern warrior who looked through the window could not hide his surprise when he saw huge interlocking blades wielding around the room. At the same time, not far from the place where Bella began exterminating the dead, the northern marquis, looking back, noted to himself that something had clearly not gone according to plan, since not a single dead person had yet left the room. Beginning to become enraged, all he could think about was that his plan would fail completely if not a single dead man came out. And then his attention was attracted by one of the northern soldiers, who arrived in time, somehow trying to bring his breathing back to normal and speak at the same time. The soldier reported that the dead, as planned, had emerged from the rift, but the Southern Army was holding them back on its own. Anthony simply could not believe that a handful of insignificant warriors were able to hold back such a powerful attack from the dead. Here Aiden intervened in the conversation, asking why the dead suddenly showed up there. The Marquis tried to somehow calm the nervous gentleman, but the brother of the Northern Duke had no intention of doing this, demanding to know what was happening there. And the Marquis noted that if Aiden intervenes in the battle now, then his plan will definitely fail completely. And the self-confident prince was already giving the order to his army to return to the room with the rift. Arriving back first, Aiden opened the door slightly to look at what was going on inside, where in the very center of the room he saw Bella, who was skillfully waving some kind of unprecedented weapon that emitted bright flashes of light. Where it seemed that, for the girl, it was just some kind of game, it was so easy for her to destroy the dead. Seeing how his daughter fought, the Marquis noted that his plan to destroy her did not involve such strength, where at that same second he remembered Bella's words, that this time he should see how she fights. The man stood and marveled with his mouth open at how this strong woman was crushing monsters left and right. And suddenly smiling, Anthony concluded that this was his child who carried his genes. But then the younger brother of the Northern Duke came forward, who, pulling gloves on his hands, muttered something angrily under his breath. And when the gloves were on his hands, he shouted with wild eyes that he could easily outdo everything that the deputy of the Duke of the South was doing now, and began to draw his weapon. Continuing the battle, Bella suddenly saw Aiden rushing towards her, surrounded by flames, where the expression on the man's face, to which the girl paid close attention, did not bode well. And having collected the required amount of energy, Aiden dealt a crushing blow, from which the entire room began to shake, frightening the fighting Southern warriors and even their commander-in-chief. Realizing that this was the end, and dodging boulders falling from the stream, Bella loudly gave the order to the Southern army to urgently leave the room, where, if an outside observer were nearby, he would have witnessed a terrible spectacle in which the entire building was engulfed in bright clots of energy, the action of which at some point reached its climax, where the entire room literally shattered into small pieces,